All right, everybody, good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. The NIAA Winter Board of Control meeting, January 27th to 28th. At this time, I'd like everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. At this time, on page number 3, Tia, if you would please take roll.
Pamela Sloan.
Here.
Roland Saward.
Finally here.
Here. Greg Malkovich.
Here.
Jay Kenny.
Here.
Colin McNaught.
Here.
Christina Brockett. Here. Wade Colson.
Present.
Brian Freeman.
Here.
Rand Sorensen. Here. Alex Woodley.
Here.
Keith Wickerman.
Here.
Dennis Holmes.
Here.
Miles Baldwin is en route. Ken Parker.
Here.
Austin Mile.
Here.
Tammy Habig. Here. Teresa Burrows. Here. Domingo Rivera.
Here.
Dave Henneman.
Here.
Ellen Townsend. Here. Xavier Anthony.
Here.
Trey Lentine, I believe, is going to be joining us here in a moment. Emerson Wendell. Elsie Moore. Timothy Jackson.
Present.
Paul Anderson.
Here.
Bart Davis.
Here.
Sean Fitzsimons.
Present.
Kate Zagroy. Here. And myself, Tia Wonder.
Thank you. All right, we will now go to number 4 on page 5, Mr. Jackson announcements.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Glad you got here safely. Unfortunately for the staff, I got us lost twice on the way here because there are 4 Truckee Meadows Boys and Girls Club, and Google didn't know where I really wanted to go. So, that being said, tonight dinner will be at the cafe across from, in that center Rotunda area of Circus Silver Legacy. It's across from the Bruise Brothers. We'll go to that cafe. We'll set the time before we leave here to allow you time to check in and get settled, and then we'll have dinner. The restrooms, as you're aware, are located there to our that direction. And with that, we'll move forward unless there's any other questions that are pressing that are logistical or otherwise necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, number 5 on page number 6, public comment. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matter not on the agenda. Items raised during the portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedure of the open meeting law has been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not on the listed on the agenda, it is asked that the said person please complete a yellow public comment card and submit it to the president before the opening of the item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. Tia, any public comment?
Not for this item, no.
Oh, okay. Okay, now if we would please go to page number 7. Approval of the agenda for the 27, 28, 2026 NIAA Winter Board meeting. I'm looking for a motion.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I move to approve a flexible agenda for the January 27, 28 NIAA Winter Board meeting.
Thank you. I have a first.
Alex will be second.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second. Any questions, comments, anything to add? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will go to page number 13. For the introduction of new Board of Patrol members and liaisons, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Didn't get to do this at the last board meeting as it was a little bit of a different type of a special board meeting. So I thought we owed it to Dr. Freeman to introduce him to the board, officially joining us as the parent representative for the southern section. Welcome, Dr. Freeman. His bio is there for you. I want to thank him for his flexibility. I know his position has pulls him in many different directions, and he's been very flexible working with us. We look forward to him being with us for the next few years. His bio is there, so if you have an opportunity, please take a moment and introduce yourself to Dr. Freeman. Dr. Freeman, if you'd like to say anything at this time, please feel free.
I came onto the board and didn't realize how much that you guys do as an organization, and I've kind of come into the zone of realizing the importance and that you guys bring along and the things that you guys do as a whole organization. And I appreciate the things that you've done in the past that I haven't been able to be involved in, and hope to contribute to our kids' futures and be a part of. I appreciate being allowed to be a part of the board.
And on the second page, Mr. Levitt, who is here, thank you for joining us this morning. We're going to bring him back in June for a more proper send-off. Is being replaced by a longtime member of the community up here in the athletic world, Ms. Teresa Burrows. She comes from us with a background of athletics from Galena all the way to Bishop Minot. So everywhere from private to public to running state championships for us and doing a wonderful job. So I'm going to turn it over to Teresa. For those of you that have never met Teresa, please take a moment when you have a chance to introduce yourself to her. Teresa.
Hi, Teresa Burrows. I've been around. I coached at McQueen for 8 years while I was putting myself through college. So I was in the coaching world for quite some time, and then at Galena was made the athletic director, ran the programs, helped out with the NIAA quite a bit, as well with hosting and that type of stuff from there. And then moved on to the Catholic school just to see how it runs itself and everything. Was there for a short period of time and enjoyed my time with them, and gave me a little bit more insight on private schools and that type of stuff from there. So happy to be here. I am replacing the legend, Bob Levette, so hopefully from there, I'll do my best to keep his reign going.
Thank you, and I think it's very apropos that we continue the tradition of having you sit next to X. You'll understand as you develop that relationship with the scheduler, doing the same thing as you are to the south.
Enjoy this guy.
Yes, you will. You'll become lifelong friends. So, thank you very much. With that, I think that is all we have at this current time.
Yes, thank you. Now on to page 16, the consent agenda items. Hopefully you have taken the time to review the meetings. There are 4 meetings there for you to have reviewed. So at this time, I'm actually looking for a possible motion to approve. Yes, sir. Colin.
Comment and question, just really quick. The comment is, Tia, I appreciate the mention of Rhode Island on page 36. I think that, I thought we were going to say like a great state of Rhode Island.
You know what? Do you know how I was
Pretty
thinking
sure we
that?
established that. I thought you did a great job of capturing every word that came out of my mouth, so thank you. But just missed the Rhode Island part. But just noting that Rhode Island is mentioned on page 36. The question that I had, just real quick, and then I'll make a motion, is for the lifetime pass, what is the, after we approve, what's the procedure for them like getting that and all of that? How does that work?
We actually order the lifetime pass, it's pre-printed, and then we mail it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. 'Cause I just, one of my people got it and he just hasn't heard anything.
Yep.
And I just didn't know what the process was, so I just wanted to let him know. Okay. So with that, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda on page 16.
Thank you. On the first, Alex.
Madam Chair, second.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second.
I have a,
Yes, sir.
when I was reading the minutes, I believe it was from the November meeting, and I should have marked it, and I didn't. We were talking about playoffs, but there's a typo and it says payoff. I don't think we want to have a payoff in our playoffs.
It's not having to be.
So anyway,
Yeah.
just a minor correction.
Interesting.
There's a lot of words.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any other comments, questions? With that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Being that we are a flexible agenda, we are now going to go to agenda number 18, associate membership application. Please go to page 122.
We're going,
Absolutely.
we see you here, so we might as well go ahead. We're going to go ahead and move to this one because they are actually in the audience with us.
Please.
Kate Stewart for the record. We have some of the staff, the executive director, Selena Torres Fawcett, and her staff here from Young Women's Leadership Academy of Las Vegas. They are here with an application for associate membership. So this is prior to, this is like the process towards becoming a full member. So they're here to answer any questions. I'm going to go over a presentation that I put together after meeting with them regarding their school. As you can see on 123, their school is a public state charter. It is a girls-only school. Some of their general information is listed there. On the next page is the tentative timeline. So if they are approved today as associate members, they would go into year one next year, 26-27. They currently have permission to play, so they are able to participate in NIAA sanctioned contests against our schools. Year two would be 27-28. And then they would be eligible to come back to the board with their full membership application for their general membership in the 28-29 school year at the beginning of that realignment cycle. And 125 is some projected numbers moving forward for their school. They are brand new. This is just year two, correct? Yep. So, yeah.
Just to clarify for the record, Selena Torres Fawcett, my capacity as executive director. This is not year two of the school for the high school. This is the 4th year of operation, but we had downsized and then upsized again. So we'll have 11th grade this fall.
Perfect. So as you can see, this year they just have 9th and 10th graders. Those are their numbers for 25-26. Going into 26-27, some projected numbers based on those that are signed up to come back to the school or to enter the school, so 47 total. And then 27-28 is projected, hoping around 60. Their goal for their capacity would be 100 total for 9 through 12. 126. Their athletic program participation, they currently are fielding a freshman team. Since they only have 9th and 10th graders on campus and they're brand new to the sport, they are participating against other smaller, younger teams. And they have participated in one contest, a tournament so far. They have another contest tomorrow. And it was difficult getting contests, so that's the reason for only having the 2 contests based on when they came in as permission to play. But hoping to get some more action, moving forward. The future plan for the spring is 25-26. This current year would be girls track and field. They are already on the schedule for that, so hoping that they are able to get some girls out there and be, fielding a team there. And then the 26-27 school year next year, they plan to add girls soccer, so they would have 1 sport in each of the 3 seasons. There was 1 cancellation this year for flag football, just as an FYI, in the very beginning of the season prior to being able to fully field the team, but they have since been able to get enough girls out to participate this current season. On October 27th, on page 27, I did do a site visit. Usually the site visit involves an extensive look at facilities. They do not yet have any facilities on campus that they are able to use for athletics, but there is a 3 to 5 year plan in building facilities and having those become part of their athletic programs. So currently they're using Raphael River Park for flag football practices. They do plan to use that as well for girls soccer next year. And they have an agreement with the Chaparral High School, one of our member schools, which is great for track practices. So that's what they're currently using for their facilities. And obviously once they have their own, there'll be more of that conversation about hosting, and we'll have a visit to go see those facilities when that happens. So moving forward, 128, this is a section I always put as far as areas of consideration, things that we talked about when I met with them. Obviously ensuring the ability to field the plan teams that they have, those 3 sports, surveying their student body, ensuring that there is student interest in the sports that they plan to offer, and adjusting if not, and if there's different areas where sports are added and dropped, and just kind of adjusting that as they become a full school with 9 through 12. Ensuring plan for security and maintaining those practice facilities. We know that we've had some issues in the past with our member schools regarding just having to use facilities outside of their buildings, so making sure that they're in constant communication with those fields that they plan to use and schools that they plan to use for for those practices, and then possibly in the future even hosting any home contests at those facilities as well, if that is part of their plan, as they await those future plans for the on-campus facilities. The securing of transportation for students to away games, since they are going to be 1A school, at least for the foreseeable future until they have any more students added. There is some extensive, even in 1A, 2A, and some of our 3A. For girls soccer, for instance, 3A is the lowest division there, so they'll still have to have some traveling to some distant schools from their school. So ensuring that they have transportation set up, as they don't have a transportation system currently at their school. And then the building of varsity programs, obviously right now they have the younger grades, so they have the younger programs. So looking forward as they get 11th and 12th graders, moving into the varsity realm for those sports. And then the consideration of also, once they have a full school, having the JV and varsity, especially again, in some of those sports that they're participating in, flag football and girls soccer, for instance, they're playing at a higher division. And so when you're playing 3A, 4A, 5A schools, those schools typically have a full slate, right? They have freshmen when available at JV and varsity. So ensuring that they're trying to build to that as well, so that those schools all have kind of an equal opportunity to participate at all levels, whereas those teams will have to find other JV teams to fill their schedule. And I believe that is it. So I want to give them an opportunity to speak on anything else I might have missed, and then obviously open it up for questions to myself or their team.
Thank you for everything. I don't have anything else to add. I think you did a great job, so we're going to answer any questions.
Okay, I'm going to start with Rollins.
Yes, Rollins 4DB. It says here eligible to apply for full general membership in 28-29. I know that we've done this for other schools that had both male and female sports, and they had to have a total of 2 sports per season, a total of 6 total sports. With a girls-only school, what are those numbers looking like?
Just the one in each.
Just 1 in each, so they just need 1 spring, 1 fall, and 1 winter sport.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, I just wanted that clarification.
Yes, Mr.
And
Johnson.
I think it should be noted that if you look at the projection for them, their numbers are projecting out, you know, I like they're not overestimating by any stretch of the imagination, going 15, 15, 15, 15. But more importantly too, if you look at the sports they're wanting to add, and the facility, because that is always a concern, is facility, the 2 sports that they plan to offer would utilize 1 field. So putting in that 1 field, or using that 1 field, really is conducive to this type of a development, as opposed to saying, we're gonna play a field-based sport, we're gonna play a court-based outside sport, tennis, and we're gonna play basketball. Now you're looking at 3 different variations of facilities, whereas this is, you put in a soccer field, you've got a soccer field, you got a flag football field, you got a football field. You have those facilities, and I think that's a smarter plan for this as they move forward, but also knowing that being road warriors, which is what we refer to this as, they're road warrioring in a sport where we do need some of that team, those teams to participate, because we have fewer teams participating in 4A/5A flag football as it is, and the number of soccer programs in the state is only 3 divisions as well. So I think that, I saw that and I thought to myself, that really does make a sensible and optimistic look at a projected future for their programs.
Yes, Wade.
Wade Polson, Region 3. So just for my understanding, you're going to be in the 1A for girls track.
Yes.
And girls track is a team sport, but it's also an individual sport. And so since you're going in the spring of this year, those girls are not eligible for postseason?
At their school?
Yeah, at
No,
their
no,
school.
they
They're-
wouldn't until
They
they
will
had
not be
full-
eligible for postseason individually or as a
Correct.
team.
They would not until their full
Until they
membership.
receive full membership, is that correct?
Correct. Their first eligible year would be 28-29 that cycle.
And just for the board's information, that would also align with our next realignment. So the timing of that would be the next realignment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Currently, you're participating in flag football, correct, right? How many games are you slated to play this season?
So we have 2 games that are full games, and then we did 1 tournament as well.
And any more games for the rest of the season?
Slated for possible record. So we did, once we had the opportunity to meet and get slated, it was pretty late. I think it was like 5 days before the and close of like the calendar. So we were able to get those games scheduled, but yeah, it was just those 3 games for this season.
Okay. Kim?
Facility-wise, because that's always one of the things that sticks out of my head. Do you guys have a plan on where you're looking for a field? Because I'm thinking about where you're located, and I don't know that there's a lot of anything around you, is there?
Slimmers Forest Faucet for the record. So we're in the middle of the city, so I think there's a lot of convenience to that. So our girls have been practicing right now at Rafael Rivera Park, and so we rent that facility from the city of Las Vegas. But there's also opportunities for us to partner with the school district, and so we're renting facilities. So a good example, our middle school basketball team has been renting a facility from a CCSD middle school or elementary school. So there's opportunities for us to do those same types of things. That's kind of normal practice, and we actually get a better rate with the district than we do with local governments.
But I mean, to actually build your own, there's no.
Now, there's currently no plan to build a field of our own at this time. I mean, we are looking at new facility options, but there's nothing stated permanent right now.
Xavier?
Yep, I'm Xavier Anthony for the record. I have 2 questions. Well, one statement and 1 question. Statement is, I know that we have 2 games. I know, like you said, late this season to get those added. I know we canceled our first game against Valley. We're good to go for tomorrow, yeah? Against Chaparral? Okay, sounds good. And then my next, I'm gonna say concern, but I guess my next statement question is next year going into soccer. I mean, we need to have like 15 girls, right, to at least field a number that's comfortable. You know, having 11 girls on the field, a few subs, concerns with injuries, eligibility, things like that. Do we feel that we have a solid core to sustain throughout the whole season? And then, sorry, just one little tidbit to add to that. Is your concept to play JV only games?
So as far as possible for the record, I mean, I think that there's the students and there's the interest. A lot of our girls, I mean, being an all-girls school, a lot of our girls are excited about athletics and excited to have the opportunity. You know, as an all-girls school, we get to rebrand where like homecoming celebrations are generally around like male football. We get to celebrate our girls and our scholars. I think there's a lot of opportunities there. And then something that our sister schools and other students do. So we're pretty confident in our ability to build those teams, and quite honestly, our flag football team is pretty small, but those 7 girls are running the entire time, and they make it through, so they'll be okay.
All right, and then just that question, we plan on making the JV games?
Send for the faucet for the record, that would be our preference, then we'll work with the NIAA to do whatever makes sense.
All right, hang on real quick. I'm gonna go to Wade and then Linda.
Yeah, Wade Polson, Region 3. What's the time frame and the location of putting your fields in? I see you're off of Mojave Road in Las Vegas, is that correct? Is that where your school's at?
So as far as possible for the record, so once again, we don't own our building, we rent and lease that
Oh,
space,
okay.
so there is no fields, and there currently is no plan for us to add fields on that. We are currently in the process of negotiating what the future plan of our location is, and so at this time, we can't disclose like what that's going to look
Okay.
like. That's a conversation I can have probably closer to 3 months. I have a board meeting tomorrow, so or Thursday, so some of it's gonna hopefully be worked out, but this time I can't share.
Understand, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kavazos.
Kavazos, Region 4. Mr. Torres-Fawcett, so on this having to do with using Chaparral High School Field and Raphael River Park, have you had any challenges or any issues, problems with the scheduling with that?
So Selena Choice Plaza for the record, so just to clarify too, with the Chaparral, we haven't actually reserved that yet for the track and field. We were kind of waiting until this so that we can get that confirmed. But when I log into the Soltron, which is the mechanism that the district uses so that we can rent facilities, there's pretty open availability. Our school lets out later than most high schools, so we let out at 2:40, and because we would have to have our girls commute, most of them wouldn't be able to get to any location until about 4:30. That's when we've been doing our flag football practices. So it works best for us because most of the other high school practices are right after school, so usually between the hours of like 2 o'clock and 4:30, which gives us the opportunities to run those facilities. So there's a couple high schools in the area, Chaparral and Valley are the 2 closest ones. So those are good options for our girls and would be easy commutes from our campus.
Thank you. And I believe that both of those are lighted fields.
I'm sorry?
Lighted fields.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toys Plus for that's
And I think I just kind of a little follow-up. I think one of my colleagues had asked here, that you were looking at other possible schools within the Clark County School District. So is there any concrete plan for that? Or is it just kind of like we're kind of the feeling out stages here, the planning stages here to see what other facilities might be available?
Sorry, Sponsored for the record. Yeah, we're looking at like what partnerships make most sense. I mean, I think it could also vary from season to season, right? So while Raphael, we're taking sense to us right now because girls flag is different than like boys football season. So it's really easy for us to get that field. We haven't had any issue reserving it on any day that we'd like, unlike the middle school basketball program. It's so hard to find a basketball court. But flag football has been really easy. For us to like arrange those locations, and then we'll have to like make sure that we're reaching out early. We're working in the process of getting an administrator to oversee athletics. That's not me in the future, and so those are all programs that we're working on for the school year.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
David.
Dave Evans, Charter Liaison. So I know you guys are in the NCSAA for the middle school sports. I would like to have you tell like what sports you guys are involved in, where you're playing, and how those teams are going, just to give the rest of the board here an idea of like, okay, this school is growing, and we have these teams. So just have like 3 sports, like you could eventually have like you have girls basketball and girls flag football coming up in the future. So.
Thank you for the question. Taurus Fawcett for the record. So we did start, so just a little bit of backstory here. We had a different school leader previously, and I think that there had been some issues with getting our girls to participate regularly in middle school athletics. And so they, the Middle School Charter School Association originally was kind of like, really, are you coming back? And we were like, yes, we promise, like it's a new team here, we're gonna come back, we're gonna be able to attend our games, and we'll make sure that we have a coach and that we work on like what that process looks like. This year, I think we had a really successful football season. We had a lot of girls interested, and we did get a pretty generous donor from the Aldean City Robinson Leadership Academy that helped fund that programming, which has also supported our high school programming as well. The uniforms, flags, all the basic materials, and then we were able to make sure our coaches were paid. This is definitely helpful in running this type of programming with our student population. And so we did participate. I don't think we missed any middle school flag football games. Our basketball, we had a little bit of a delay, kind of because as I indicated, there was challenges getting a basketball court, but that has been since resolved, and we're playing every weekend, and we haven't had any issue since then. So.
Any other questions? Let me just finish up by saying this. Facilities is a big hot topic. That anytime that we accept a school into the NIAA and to compete, it's so important that you have your own facility somewhere, some way. And so you're not on the road all the time. And it's fair to share the wealth with the other school as well. So I know you had made mention that you possibly could relocate your school site. Is that what you alluded to?
Taurus Fawcett for the record, I mean, we haven't renewed the lease with our current landlord for this upcoming school year, so we're looking at what options are available to us.
Okay. I would also like to say that if you've looked at Basilatron and you said, oh, Chaparral's nearby Valley, I would encourage you to, if you haven't already done so, talk to the athletic administrator, because they could be your pipeline. They could give a lot of assistance. Yes, sir.
Oh, not in report, just Kate, question for you. So if approved, it goes what? Independent status for?
So it's called associate membership for at least 2 years is the minimum. And yes, they would be on independent status, so no postseason eligibility, but they would follow all of our regulations as far as eligibility, and their coaches compliance and all of those aspects that all of our other member schools. It kind of has a trial period to understand all of that and work towards their future.
Are you all already doing, like register my athlete, things like that for your?
Senator Taurus Fawcett for the record, we are not, but that's a conversation that we have, and we were prepared to do that with the board.
So let me ask you a question. So permission to play, you don't have to do activate and the eligibility rules and. But going forward, they will be.
Yes, going into the next school year.
Yes.
And that's why we move it in this direction, is because technically, they are lone rangers.
Yeah.
They are functioning outside of our regulations. And this puts them under our umbrella, saying, we want to be a member, we want to follow the regulations, and we'll start using all the other things. And then we begin our process of the training and the coordination between their offices and our offices to make sure that they are doing that. And the scheduling aspect becomes a little easier because now they're sitting there, and we can start to include them in other aspects. So it's step one, but it's a very important step as we move forward. There is no guarantee. Obviously, we've had schools that have been associate members for multiple years as they have not transitioned to full membership. 10 years. So we've had some. So this is not a rubber stamp in any way, shape, or form. What it is it saying, okay, we're here, we're starting to develop our programs, we want to play under the rules of the NIAA, and we're going to do that and move forward, and then we review it.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Sorry, we'll comment now before one follow-up question. So, Kate, would you normally give us a recommendation here from a staff perspective? Or?
I don't, I just basically kind of give you the nuts and bolts of the school, my conversations with them, and my suggestions moving forward for them to consider. But I can, if you feel.
Well, I don't know, President, something that would be appropriate for staff to give us a recommendation. Okay, so I mean, either Ms. Jackson or Ms. Roy, whichever one of you would like to. I just am curious your recommendation from a staff perspective.
Kate's great for the record. I would recommend them. I think they had a good plan. Very similar to Civica. If you remember approving Civica last year with the building of their programs, they're kind of at the same stage of building their programs. And I feel they have a good plan. Facilities, of course, is always going to be a concern. But like Tim basically said, the associate membership is an opportunity for us to see moving forward how they develop during that year, and it's no guarantee towards the full membership part, which I think is the more kind of that rubber stamp, so where we really have to make that decision. This gives them an opportunity to kind of prove themselves as members.
Yes, Ms. Clark.
Christina Brockett, Region 4. So just another clarifying question. If they just stay as an associate member, do they have to reapply as an associate member, or do they stay an associate member until they actually apply for full membership? Which one?
Kate's correct for the record. They maintain their associate membership unless anything happens with their membership status. So if anything comes up where they could be at jeopardy of their status, they just remain an associate member. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Block.
And just comment our Region 4, that would mean like, so not having a sport in the season would be an example of something that might cause that.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Just for background on that before you do that.
Yeah.
We have actually had associate members who came in with 3 and then systemically drained it down to 1. And they are no longer associate members.
Okay. So with that being said, I would make a motion.
Wait, Wayne had a question.
I was just going to make a motion, if Colin's going to do it, have at it.
I knew that's why I was up.
All right, Colin?
So I'll make a motion to approve the associate membership for the Young Women's Leadership Academy.
Got it. We have a
Second.
first. Thank you. Keith, second. Any questions, comments?
Yeah, I have a
Yes, sir.
question.
Robin.
The question is, they have actually started some programs and have already started competing against some of our member schools. And that is before they become associated members. So what kind of membership did they have prior to that?
Mr. Jackson.
Okay, so there's a regulation that allows our office to grant permission to play. And that means, so you should never see a presentation made for an associate member that does not have a team fielded and is actively attempting to participate. But at the same time, our regulation does not allow our member schools, and this is a very important point, to participate in contests against unsanctioned teams. So there's a gray area there where that way they don't go out and play club teams. So like Chaparral can't go play a club flag football team. But with permission to play, they know they're going to start this process. We're allowing them to start to build their programs, and then when they come to the board, they can say, we've started this, we're moving to step B, and our ultimate goal is step C.
Thank you. Anybody else? We have a first, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay. All right. Also with our flexible agenda, we are now going to go to closed session on page 55. At this time, I need a motion to go to closed session. Wade,
Wait, Colson, Region 3, I move to go to closed session.
Rollins. We have a first, we have a second. Questions, comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Staff and voting board members were in that room like that.
Okay. As I was just told, voting members and staff, we are going to transition. Liaisons, you will remain. Thank you.
You're leaving.
You're going out
Never seen
Thank you very much. We are back in session right now. If you would please go to page 56. Uh, 56, item number 14, discuss, review, and possible action to rescind the action taken by the Board of Control on the proposal for football realignment for the 26-27, 27-28, 4A-5A Open Southern Nevada football alignment for possible action. Mr. Anderson. Guess I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, well, we just need a motion if there's one there, or if there's any discussion. No.
I'm sorry, Paul.
I said we need a motion, or if there's any discussion on the item, to proceed in that fashion. If there's, is there public comment?
Yes.
Is it on this item specifically, Tia?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, can someone tell me, I can do this, but just in case.
What's this from?
You got it. It's from a chunk of CCC principals I'm going to name the schools at the very end. To the NIAA Board of Control, on behalf of the high school principals of the Clark County School District, we are writing to formally express our opposition to item 14 on the agenda, which considers rescinding the football realignment action taken by this board in November. We have chosen to submit a single unified letter to represent our collective stance, as we understand that some of the Board of Control members expressed frustration at receiving multiple identical letters during the previous sessions. We hope this consolidated submission satisfies those concerns while we clearly convey the strength of our consensus. We wish to highlight that the board's decision in November created a Southern football playoff structure that was easy to understand and fair to all involved. That action provided a much-needed clarity and stability for our student athletes, coaches, and families. Our students and families were pleased with your support of action in November. Moving to rescind this decision now would undermine the progress made toward a transparent system and reintroduce a very confusion and lack of even playing field that the November action successfully resolved. Furthermore, we are deeply disappointed that the NIAA Board of Control appears to be responding to legal bullying tactics. Decisions regarding the destruction of high school athletics should be predicated on the best interests of student athletes and the principles of fair competition, not dictated by that of litigation. Allowing other tactics to influence the board's governance sets a concerning precedent that compromises the association's integrity. Please be advised that if the previous action is rescinded, we as high school principals representing our students and families will all be forced to explore all of our options moving forward. This includes a necessary and thorough review of our continued involvement in football with the NIAA. We urge the board to maintain a course in November and reject any action to rescind the 26-28 football realignment. Sincerely, Advanced Tech Academy, Arbor View, Bonanza, Canyon Springs, Centennial, Cimarron Memorial, Clark Del Sol, Desert Oasis, Desert El Dorado, Foothill, Green Valley, Las Vegas, Legacy, Liberty, Mojave, Northwest CTA, Spring Valley, Palo Verde, Rancho, Shadow Ridge, Sierra Vista, Southwest, Sunrise Valley, West CTA, and Western High School.
Thank you. Do you have another? Judith Cole, where are you? Are you here to speak on 14 or 15?
Potentially both, I suppose.
Okay, if you would please come to the podium.
Judith Cole, AOHL. I represent Bishop Gorman High School. In my opinion, decisions such as realignment that affect member schools should be guided by transparency, due process, and equality, not by disproportionate influence of a few Clark County principals or shifting considerations untethered to the Alignment Committee's recommendations. We are required to follow the Alignment Committee's recommendations. The board itself does not have the authority to even present its own alignment. That is for the Realignment Committee and the Realignment Committee only. More importantly, our students' academic and athletic future should never be collateral damage of governance decisions that depart from legality, equality, or this board's own regulatory framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Yes, sir. Wade Polson.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I move
to rescind the action taken on November 19th by the Board of Control on proposals for football realignment for 2026, 2027, 2027, 2028, 4A, 5A, Oakland 5A, Southern Nevada football alignment proposal.
Thank you, Evan first.
Madam Chair, Alice, will you second?
We have a first, we have a second, any further discussion?
Yeah, calling me not region 4. I think it's just for the benefit of the public. I think it would just be helpful maybe to, it's probably a little confusing for the public why this item is back up. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for a little bit more explanation as to why this item is being rescinded. I don't know if it would be appropriate to read into the record, page 57, 58, 60, you know, like the letters that we have. Because I think there's a value in the public understanding kind of the why here. Because again, it is kind of out of left field as to why this change is being made. But I think it's really important to know the letters and the kind of people can infer the why as a result. So I don't know, President Sloan, if that would be appropriate or not for the letters to be read into the record.
What is that?
They're in the record, I mean, I don't know what they have to be read.
Well, I just don't think everybody has the ability to see that at home, right? They don't all, I mean, I suppose they could pull up the packet, but I just think it's really important that the public is aware, page 57 on that. Yeah, I just think it's really important that the public is aware. Maybe we could summarize them. I don't know if that would be appropriate for us to do, if there's someone else in the room who could better summarize the point of the letters, but I just want to make sure the public is very aware, and then after that part of it, I'll make an additional comment.
Okay, is there anybody, staff, that can briefly share for the request of Mr. McDonald?
There's a lot of information, and here's my concern. If it's in the record, it's in the record, and if I'm being directed to read this.
No.
No. Thank you. I will state that the record should indicate that there are 2 letters written that the NIAA has received in relation to the November decision by the Board of Control to rescind and then reopen the alignment approved in January, at which point then the board had a motion and a second and voted on a new alignment. The question has been brought up as to the legality of that and other stipulations for regulation application by this board, and whether the board had the authority to do that or if it was in violation of its own regulations.
That's well said.
If I could just elaborate on my understanding of them. So the first letter, just so the public is aware, the first letter that was received by the board is a preservation of records letter, essentially from a member school who stood up at the meeting and said that they were in support of the alignment and would do it. From a member school saying to us that we have the possibility we might sue you because of the decision you made, and therefore you need to keep all of your records relating to this decision, right? That's what letter number 1 kind of summarized on November 30th, which is for the public's input on page 57. It goes on to list all of the different manners in which and what preservation of records looks like, right? That leads us to page 61. Where, so that's also preservation of records. So that's really what the first letter was all about. The second letter, which can be seen on page 65, is a demand for cure, essentially a demand letter saying, for the students who maybe don't understand the legality of this, it's kind of a do this or else kind of statement, right? So in other words, undo what you did in November to fix realignment. Or else we're going to sue you in the amount of, up to, or limiting by like $180,000 or $190,000, whatever that may be. The letter then goes on to make sure that the board clearly understands what discovery may look like, with an important footnote that says that there's electronic discovery will take place, which I think is intended to feel as though like that we're going to dig through your personal phones and find out if you broke any rules or anything like that. And so that's what letter number 2 articulates. I think I captured that more or less.
Paul Anderson, lead counsel. Let me just state for the record. Bishop Gorman High School, which you haven't mentioned, is the school that provided us with these letters following the November 19, 2025 vote where there was a realignment of an alignment that already existed from January 2025. Bishop Gorman took the position that what was done by the board in November of this past year violated the board's own regulation, and the letters outline, basically what we as attorneys in the legal profession call it. It's basically a demand letter. The first one's a preservation letter, which is typical if there's potential litigation that's going to be filed. That's not unusual, and that's typical. The second letter was basically a demand letter Mr. Cole sent to me, basically saying that here's Gorman's position with respect to what this board had done. If the alignment that was voted on in November of 2025 proceeds forward, we're prepared to file a lawsuit with respect to these issues, and here's what they will be, here's what our claims will be. So that's not unusual, and yeah, they're a part of the packet, and certainly the reason we're talking about rescission is because of the fact that perhaps there was a violation of the NIAA's regulations with respect to the vote that took place in November of 2025.
And for the record, Mr. McNaugh's summary does not summarize.
Wait, hang on for a second, please. Yeah, we will. Give 1 second, you'll have an opportunity.
I appreciate that, Mr. Anderson. That's what I was looking for, was a summary of that, right? I gave my interpretation of the summary, which is my opinion, what I read here in front of me. So I appreciate that explanation very much. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cavazos had her thing up.
Yeah, I just want clarification as far as on public comment. And I guess this would be a question for both the president and for our council, is if Ms. Cole has already spoken on this item on her allotted time. My understanding is that you cannot come back, this is not a dialogue, it's just like on school board. So are we allowed to come back and do that? Because if we are, then I had a question about her first comment, but I'm trying to follow the rules of this is not a dialogue.
Paul Anderson, Council, I agree. I think it's you've made your public comment.
Well, I would disagree with you because I get 5 minutes, and I certainly did not take up 5 minutes. But I do think for the record, it needs to be clear that Mr. McNaugh's statements do not characterize my letters properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have a first, we have a second.
Sorry, calling me out before, I think we should, if we're gonna have rules, we should follow, right? And so if you public commented already, I think it's inappropriate, and so unfortunately, we've now added something to the record that I think didn't follow the procedure, right? Which is a follow-up statement from a public comment, right? And so I think it's just worth noting. I think it's disappointing that we permitted that.
Madam Chair. We did not permit that. Paul Anderson, Council, I asked Ms. Cole to step back, and she made that 1 or 2 seconds comment. I can't control it, whether she does that or not.
Madam Chair,
That's
if
good.
I may, I'd like to call for the vote.
I agree with you. All right, so the vote is to rescind. Yay is that you are choosing to rescind. Nay is status quo, you are not looking to rescind. Roll call vote, please.
Pamela Sloan.
Nay.
Rollins Smallworth.
Yes.
Linda Cavazos.
Nay.
Greg Malkovich.
Yes.
Jay Kenny.
Yes.
Colin McNaught.
Nay.
Christina Brockett.
Nay.
Wade Colson.
Aye.
Brian Freeman.
Yes.
Rayanne Sorensen. Yes. Alex Woodley.
Yes.
Keith Whipperman.
Nay.
The vote is 7-5. Motion to rescind. Yes, sir.
So
Mr.
Paul-
Anderson.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, based on that vote, the decision that was made at the November 2025 meeting is rescinded and the alignment returns to the alignment that was voted on and approved by the board as a January 2025 board meeting.
Okay. Now, let's go to item number 15, discussion, review, and possible action on football realignment for the 26, 27, 27, 28, for a 5A open, 5A 7 football alignment proposal. Please go to page 97. And I will turn this over to Mr. Jackson. Yes, sir.
This is the item that was previously brought by the board at the November meeting. This was brought forth by Mr. McNaught. It was his item on the agenda. I guess, I don't know exactly how this item would progress at this point. So I yield to Mr. McNaught.
What, I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson, did you?
I'm waiting. I think there's a comment.
I'm sorry.
So this was originally Mr. McNaugh's item on the November board agenda, if you recall. So I'm going to yield to him.
We have public comment. Do we go there first?
At the public comment now?
Judith? Ms. Cole?
I'd like to hold my comment until after I hear what the board has to say, because the agenda item is entirely too vague for me to know what the issue is.
Is that a procedure?
That is the typical procedure that we follow. Typically, there's discussion by the board and then public comment, and then once a motion's made, then public comment and we vote.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said the typical procedure of the board is to discuss an item, get a motion on the table, and then we typically take additional discussion and public comment at that time.
That is the Robert's Rules of Order.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. You guys, we are getting reports that there's a lot of background noise, so please limit your conversations, because that's what is being picked up at this time. I'm going to go to Mr. Whipperman.
So Tim, if I were, Paul, maybe it's a Paul question. So Keith Whipperman for the record, apologize. So Paul, we're going back to exactly what we stood with before, which was 4 in the open, the 8 in the 5A, the 4A with the HRM system is what we, essentially that vote just pushed us back to that. Is that, am I understanding that correctly, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Jackson?
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, you are correct.
Thank you.
On Region 4, I just whatever we decide to do, it's clear that there are, I think, some other voices that we're going to listen to than what I have to say. But I think the question that I have is schools that are unhappy. I just want another procedural thing here, so this might be Mr. Jackson or Mr. Groy. Schools that are that do not want to participate in the design as is, right? Like the options for schools to independent status, their football program is an option, right? And how does that work? And what does that look like for schools that are disappointed in the result here today? I just want to know the procedure. I want to know like the opinion. Yeah.
Kate, you want? I can gladly say.
Yeah. Just
so basically, after the alignment has been approved, if a school does not meet the alignment requirements, they can go on independent status. There have been schools that have gone on independent status in the past. They are no longer eligible for postseason. They would still be members in good standing within their school ranks. Kate, am I missing anything here? I feel like there's a piece in here I'm missing.
They would have to stay independent status.
Throughout the alignment. They would have to stay independent status. They can't go in and come back out.
And it can be sport by sport.
It has been, and it's been school-wide. So there is precedent for both things. Yes.
Schools that intend to declare that way, what does that process look like?
They would appeal to the board, and the board would approve it. Matter of fact, one of the football appeals being heard today is for just that very thing.
And it requires board approval?
Yes.
So what if this board does not permit the school to go?
Then they are obligated to fulfill their obligations as a league member and would face sanctioning and fine for not.
Okay.
So in other words, if I'm understanding you correctly, what you're saying is if I self-forfeit as a school, I'm school A and I don't want to play school B, I'm just not going to play them.
No. What I'm saying is that I'm school A and I do not want to be I do not want my program to be part of the NIAA.
As a member?
I do not want to participate or in anything related to the NIAA for football if I'm school A. What is the procedure for that?
Well, then that would be a district issue at that point.
But by sport, we can opt in or out of a sport, correct? To
I don't think they
participate in
can.
a sport.
What's the?
We'd have to look that up very carefully. There's a lot of, there's a lot of issues.
It's my understanding that schools can make the determination as to what sport they submit to play in from a sanctioned level at the NIAA, including like playoffs and all of that. So like if school A, like if if a school we just approved wanted to play football but didn't necessarily want it to be part of the NIAA, they could choose to do that and then just play other schools that also are not part of that.
No, their memberships have no power to change that.
Okay.
Mr. Anderson?
So this is my best understanding, okay? This is not something I want you to take for granted, but this is, as I understand it, with respect to the membership application the school fills out every year, you check the sports that you're going to play. If you check a sport that you're going to play, it is assumed that you're going to play that in accordance with the alignment that exists. I don't think that a school can check it and say, oh, by the way, now we're not going to compete in the 5A South. Instead, we're going independent. I don't think that that option is available by sport.
But every year you can check or uncheck a box.
Yeah, but if
you can't play,
but if you uncheck a box, if you decide that you are not going to play football next year, then you're not going to play football for the remainder of that alignment.
And you can't go play some other school and just say, well, we're independent.
What if two independent schools play? What if two schools that uncheck the box play each other? Is there, the NIAA has no power over
Well, then you would be in violation of playing unsanctioned teams.
They're not sanctioned.
You are, because you asked for independent status. You're still a member. So you can't say, well, we're going to be independent status in this sport, and we're going to play independent games over here, but then we're going to still be, it's my understanding, and I want to get into this a little bit more detail, then you cannot then say, but we're going to stay in basketball, and we're going to stay in the NIAA.
Wow, yeah, I would be interested to understand more. Ms. Roy, go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm going to go to Kate.
So I think what you're trying to say is that you'd like to be an independent status and participate in whatever contest that you want outside of that. I think the issue is that you can't play under the guise of I'm Cimarron High School's football team, but I'm not a part of the NIA in that sport. You would still be a member school, and any sport you participate in would be a member school. So you have to participate as a club program that is not affiliated with Cimarron Memorial High School, and then you can participate in whatever programs allow their schools or their programs to play against a club program. If you want to be just independent status, that would just mean basically that you're not put into league schedule. You can make your own schedule against other NIA sanctioned schools or other schools outside of the state of Nevada that are sanctioned, and you just would not be postseason eligible.
So sport by sport.
But sport by sport, yes, but
Okay,
yeah.
so
With board approval.
with board approval, yeah, okay. I mean, I would hope that our friends from the North would support the decisions that were made by the individual principals of the South. And in that situation, independent schools choose who they play against, correct?
So they reach out to make their schedules their own league schedule, correct?
I guess the only other option on the table would be like if a school just totally withdrew themselves from the NIAA, right? Correct. Yeah.
And there's a regulation that stipulates kind of what that process looks like and the possibility of coming back at some point.
And I'm assuming that doesn't require board approval, I can just say it.
That,
I don't think,
I'd have to
you
pull
do
up.
have to notify the board, there's a process for leaving the NIAA.
Sure, okay. So just want to make sure schools that are listening, just so that they fully understand, there are two options here. Well, three really. Stay in something that we've agreed that is not good for kids. B, declare independent status for your football program. If you do not want to participate in that, the rest of your sports are unimpacted, but your football program then becomes an independent program at your school that you can decide who you play or don't play. Or number 3, withdraw your entire school from NIAA. Those would be your 3 options. Was that correct, Mrs. Roy?
Yes, and just who you're playing matters depending on the situation. And just to reiterate on your previous question, the regulation, in case you're interested, is NEC 385B 214 regarding withdrawal and reinstatement of membership.
Say it again.
It's 214 is the last 3. And it does need to go to the board, and they evaluate that post, basically the impact of that. There's a non-refundable fee of $850 as well to withdraw, and then compensated as well.
And that's also a conversation with upper leadership as well.
To be,
Which is to include Pam Sloan.
All
All right, I'm gonna go to Alex.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to revisit number 15. I'd like to make a motion specific to the realignment. I'd like to make a motion that the committee approves, board approves the realignment action on football as approved in January 2025.
Second.
Yes, Keith?
Point of order, Pam, I thought we did that already by rescinding the vote that took us back to the last vote. Do we need to hold it?
Do we
And I'm
need
not
that?
trying to be difficult, I'm just simply asking, do we even need to do that?
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, I think on this item, if you want to just remain with that, then that's a proper motion to make.
Right.
Okay, thanks, Al.
Okay. We also have Palo Verde on the line. Is there a read? Is Schumacher?
Yeah, she is in the room.
Isn't that your appeal?
Is she's not going to
I thought she
appeal?
was appealing.
So to my knowledge, that is for an appeal. Just so you know, we have 2 schools that want to appeal if this is very difficult because there's so many stipulations here. If item 14 did not occur and item 15 remained intact, we would by then regulation have to allow schools to appeal their placement based on that new realignment. However, this board has now rescinded that alignment, so therefore the appeals are gone. They're gone because they were already heard, appeals were already heard for the previous alignment approved in January. So in my estimation, if this is about the appeal of her placement, that is now a moot point because that rescension of that agendized item occurred. Am I correct in that? Yes. Okay, thank you.
So we're good. All right, I'm gonna go to 10.
I guess mine would be a procedural type question, because it says discuss review of possible action on realignment, but if we just rescinded because we couldn't change anything, can we change anything? I guess I'm just confused on why this would even be there if it's rescinded.
I'm gonna go Tim or Paul.
So we had to put this back on because this was the original item from the November meeting that resulted in the movement to remove the alignment from the original meeting of January.
Gotcha.
So now we are now sitting back technically January 25th, 2025. And now then we move forward to the November meeting, and that was the item here. This could have no action and can die for lack of a motion. It can have a motion to do exactly what it says, or it can have a motion to just simply say, we are now going to reapprove what we already approved, which is procedurally what Alex has recommended, or moved and has said.
Ms. Cole, would you like to speak?
I'm just not clear what the issue is still. Is there no issue at all?
We've gone back to the original, really. Thank you. Okay.
For the vote, Madam Chair.
She had two.
Yeah, we just keep engaging.
All right, Keith.
So I'm not sure, I'm just talking about Palo Verde at this point, I'm not yet getting into what Alex said. I think Palo may originally, even if it were the old alignment, be, I'm just making sure that everyone understands. I think that they were appealing to go down even further, and maybe they can't. I just want to make sure I
Hang on,
understand.
I'm gonna go to Mr. Jackson.
Okay, I just want to make sure for those 2 schools that are appealing that we're doing this properly for them, or not, depending upon what we can or cannot do.
So if their opportunity to appeal their placement was back in, before this was approved, the original January one.
So they had to appeal
They had
that,
to appeal this.
and if it was not heard then or turned over at that point,
Correct.
they're where they are.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying. I appreciate it.
Okay,
Call for the vote, Madam Chair.
I know Alex got you. Alex gotta go save water. Okay, so we have a first, we have a second, all in favor, say aye. Oh, well, we're gonna roll call?
Yeah.
But can we clarify what we're voting on? I don't understand what we're voting on.
Want me to restate the motion, Madam Chair?
Please do.
I move that the board approves the original realignment that was approved in January of 2025.
Okay, roll call, please.
Pamela Sloan.
Yay.
Roland Stallworth. Linda Cavazos. Greg Malkovich.
Yes.
Jay Kenny.
Yes.
Colin McNaught.
Nay.
Christina Brockett. Wade Polson.
Aye.
Brian Freeman. Rand Sorensen. Alex Woodley.
Yay.
Keith Whipperman.
Nay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good luck, Alex. All right. X. Do me a favor. Text Kristen to log on. We're gonna go to cheerleading right now, number 25, page 206. Thank you, Ed. Okay. We'll turn it over to Kate.
Kate, to write the record, to start, we do have public comments, I'm going to turn it over to Tia first, on page 2 of it. Actually, because I think she, hold on, we're going to pause. She included that, but I believe Taylor actually wants to zoom in. So I'm giving her the heads up. I didn't know we were jumping straight into cheer after that.
Yeah. We have jumped in some of the last controversial.
We have
Since we have
Oh,
some people here, Ed's here, and Kate Berger's on.
Do you want Kristen to log on? All right, you guys, you know what, at this time, so we have people logged on, we're gonna also get we're gonna have what we want are logged on. We're gonna take a 5-minute break, thank you.
Please, any comments?
Ms. Grimm, we're in a few minutes of recess here. We should get resumed shortly.
Thank you.
Hello.
Taylor, if you can hear me, we are in a little bit of a recess right now. We should get going again momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
Audio is back on.
All right, we'll get started when everyone is seated.
We have 4 minutes left.
206.
Okay, all right, again, on page 206, cheerleading sanction, I'm gonna turn it over to Kate.
I'm going to turn it over to Tia, because we have public comment,
Okay.
So in your handouts, there is her written statement in case she doesn't get the full thing, but she actually did hop on for Zoom. So we're gonna turn it back over to Taylor Tongas, I'm sorry.
Tonagis, yeah.
Can you guys hear everybody else?
No.
Should we check if she wants to speak before or after discussion? Should we just check to see if they want to speak before or after discussion? I just
Hang
want
on,
to make sure
Taylor.
that-
Okay.
We should be able to hear her now. Go ahead and say something.
Hi.
Is it on that laptop when you unmute it? One more idea.
Taylor, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, but we cannot hear you, apparently.
Let me grab my team, we'll circle back.
Why don't we just have discussion?
Okay, Taylor, I know,
She does have a letter on the record if we can't get her on. She doesn't.
and then she can come in the event we have questions, because we also have Kristen Grimm with this.
Wait, we have our student liaison. May I help? Good job, Trey. All right, go ahead one more time, Taylor.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Feedback. You know, we have her letter, and she wanted to read it, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
We're gonna have the same issue as her now.
I'm gonna go graphics as far as,
Yeah, please.
real quick, and let's just.
Okay, let's have discussion, and then we will go, okay, proceed, please.
If you look at page 209 in the packet, I'm going to go through this entire section. It is pretty lengthy, but as I kind of mentioned in the September meeting, I think it's important that we go through all this information, as cheer dance spirit as a whole is pretty complex and a little bit different than a typical sport being added. So I want to really go through a lot of this information. Feel free to stop me at any point if there's a point of clarification or anything, but I'm going to just kind of read through this and go through some of these things unless anybody stops me. Essentially, what you'll see here is a proposal as well as survey results from member schools and school districts regarding the tentative proposal that was put forth regarding sanctioning spirit, which is both competitive cheer and dance. As a NIAA sanctioned sport, this was asked of by staff to put together at the fall board meeting this past year. As you'll see when we go through this, we're basically following the outlined new regulation that's a part of LCB file R01925 that was passed into law in October of this past year. So that's what we used as a framework for the proposal and the surveys that were put together. As far as the process, the NIAA staff, myself and Mr. Jackson assisted with this, as well as our NIAA rules interpreter, Deb Dowdis-Larry, and CCSD's Secondary Student Activities Director, Kristen Grimm, worked to convene a statewide committee. Essentially, the goal here was to have representation of spirit in general, so our cheer and dance represented, as well as all different regions and classifications across the state. You'll see there on 209 the committee members that were part of this committee. We did meet twice to go over all of the pieces of a proposal that we needed to put together, and then worked on refining that in our second meeting, as well as working on some survey questions and things that we felt were important to survey with the member school base, again, on that regulation. So the tentative proposed summary, and basically I just want to make this extremely clear. This was being asked of staff to propose something that we don't have as staff, a real, goal in what this looks like. We want to know what the member schools and those that are in that realm really do see as the best fit for our state. So that's why we put together this committee, so that we were hearing from who they represented. They should have been representing their region and getting that information from their region or their area that they were representing. This is tentative. This does not need to be what the board approves. This is just what we discussed as a group and felt would be best to bring forth as a proposal. So any element of this could be adjusted based on what the board feels. So the sanctioned sport, we're looking at sanctioning spirit as the sport with two sides, a competitive cheer and dance, similar to track and field, swimming and diving, where that is the sanctioned sport, but there's different modalities of that sport, and that would be similar here if spirit were to be sanctioned. The season would be winter. You could participate as girls only or a co-ed team. Levels would be very similar as most of our sports. We would offer a B, JV, and varsity level. I indicated what the spirit world calls those, not as intermediate and advanced. Only the varsity or advanced team would be eligible for regional and state competition as other sports. As far as contest limit, this was kind of one of those pieces of contention a little bit where we had a lot of discussion about this, and I'll talk about the reasoning for this later on, but 2 regular season contests or competitions, as well as then your regional and state later on if you qualify. Minimum participants would be 10 for the postseason eligibility as well as your membership, since we do have to address both sides of the realm there as far as your minimum numbers. Equipment and facilities, I just kind of list there, some of the main pieces of equipment. There could be more, there could be less, depending on how you're competing, and the different facilities that can be used for practices as well as contests. Financial impact, we'll talk more specifically about the finance piece, but those are just some of the areas where there is a financial responsibility to the school, the team, or the district that are listed there. General factors based on the regulation, this is such as listed there: availability of facilities, transportation, risk of injury, opportunities for all member schools to participate. So these factors, obviously many schools that are currently participating are already kind of considering these, but the committee did identify that these concerns could limit participation in the winter season, but there wasn't anything outside of what's already considered for those that are participating. Those are kind of the areas to be considering for adding the sport if you don't already have it. As far as rationale, the committee felt that members really identified a strong desire to be recognized as sports and comparable as far as structure, respect, and competitive opportunities. The big thing was the state championship piece. There is a belief that the sanctioning would lead to more participation and improved opportunities for those students for college and recognitions. As far as third-party entities, again, part of the regulation is would any of those third-party entities assist in the sanctioning? We did discuss that there's a possibility of that producers that currently work with many of our sanctioned NIAA competition that we have now being involved in the sanctioning as well and participating and assisting in putting on those events. Current participation, this is part of our survey results. We have sideline and competitive cheer and dance divvied out there for you to see. In total, you see the team numbers in green, and then of that, we broke it down for how many have each level. So again, your novice, intermediate, and advanced, or varsity, JV, and freshman. And then the number of boys and girls for each of those teams, sideline versus competitive. This information was based on 121 member schools. There were just a few, about 4 or 5 that did not answer the survey, so it was pretty good representation of the membership. Next section, I just want to give a little bit of logistics and rationale behind why that proposal was put together. Again, a lot of this was not unanimous. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of compromise. It wasn't as easy as just, yes, this is the way it should be. It is everywhere. It is a very complex sport that is run very differently across the nation as well as within our state. So why were we recommending Spirit as local cheer and dance? It's recognized as such by the NFHS as Spirit, which includes both. We think, like I mentioned earlier, that it should be one single sport, Spirit, that has those 2 disciplines. Performing arts, a question that kind of came up through all this process was the performing arts side of dance would be a separate entity. That dance, what they get credit for in school would not be your competitive dance team. It could have some of the same students, but those would be 2 separate items. We also did have a successful state championship in the state of Nevada. It's called the Silver State Spirit Championship that ran for about 7 years, 36 dates. There was a former association that assisted with this competition. Several of our committee members were part of that board, so they do have a extensive background in spirit. As far as the events, those are listed there. That would be, there would be a regional and state championship. Those are listed out. Reason for that is it's consistent with what we currently do in spirit competitions and what was part of the former Silver State Spirit Championship, so there's some history there. As far as qualifications, the number of schools qualifying for postseason would really depend on how many are actively participating in the competition, so that would kind of be an afterthought. If sanctioned, once we identify who is going to compete, we would divvy that up based on, the region and the state number that makes sense for the number that are involved. One of the big questions again that came up was how sideline teams and school-based spirit activities like your dance competition or your dance events that are happening in your school that are not competitive based, and how they would operate in conjunction with sanctioned competitive cheer and dance. And basically those would operate as two separate entities. Your sideline cheer and any of your school-based spirit activities would continue to operate as activities and be completely separate from your competitive team. Anything outside of the winter season, just as any winter sport, would need to be a voluntary activity that cannot be a condition for making the spirit team. And I'll talk more about the concerns with that we've heard, but that would be the reasoning there is that structure aligns with our current NIAA regulations that govern all of our sanctioned sports. If we were to allow spirit to operate outside of that official season in any required capacity, that could create a domino effect where we have a baseball, a group of baseball coaches come out and say, well, then we would like to require that our students have to play fall ball and winter ball to play. And that would obviously cause some concern here. So that's the reasoning behind it just being winter. Anything outside of the competitive season would then need to be voluntary. As far as the contest limit, this was, again, one of those contentious pieces where some people really felt there needs to be more opportunity for competition, and some, were kind of on board with this idea. The 2 regular season, the regional and state championship is in the proposal. The schools would need to compete exclusively against other NIA member schools or schools that are member schools of their state association where they are recognized as a sport. And that's going to be a big concern as far as the scheduling piece of competition to ensure that who are allowing in our competitions are actually sanctioned in their state as sports, and as well as our schools that are out of state that they're only competing against member schools. The reason for the limit is really due to the NHS purpose and goal of spirit programs, which is, and I quote them here, boosting school spirit, promoting good sportsmanship, and developing good, positive, proud moment. So allowing the students to be able to still engage during the winter season in their sideline cheer or their dance activities at the school while competing and not having to choose between those two was important to the committee, and we felt that limiting it to just 2 regular season would allow them to be able to do both without really pulling from one team or the other and diminishing any of those teams.
So just a question on that end. So they wouldn't be allowed, sorry about that, Mr. Rubin, Region 1. They wouldn't be allowed, just like other sports are now, to do several outside, like softball is given a certain number outside of competition. We would not, under this proposal, we would not allow anything outside of that.
Basically, what you mean by softball is allowed to do outside.
So like softball has their league, and then they're allowed up to 3 other competitions, right? So whatever the number is, depending on the number of games, different per sport. There, in this proposal, there is no allowance for other things outside of these 2.
Correct, because in this particular type of sport, there wouldn't be leagues in the sense where you have to play your 18, you have your 18 games, and you have to, play your 9 league games or whatever that is. This is, you get to choose 2 anywhere, in-state, out-of-state, whatever competition. With only 2 total, that is the game limit in terms that we use for other sports. And the reasoning why that number is there is what I've listed is really because the goal of you want to still be able to maintain sideline teams while having competitive cheer and dance.
But let me just ask, why not increase that so the opportunity is there?
Increasing the number,
But I'm saying right now, we're being restricted to 2 and 1, is it?
What is 2 and 1?
Two competitions.
Plus regional.
Yeah, two competitions. Four, but
And again, I don't have a stake in the, I don't have a stake in the game, that this was the committee, this was them saying that this feels like the appropriate number to ensure that the goal still should be that those students are allowed to participate in their sideline to support the schools.
Understood, just considering most of these comps that they go to are on the weekends anyway, and so they likely wouldn't interfere with sideline in any way, shape, or form. And I know this isn't your fight, Kate, I understand, I'm just asking questions on the proposal itself. So, again, this is just a proposal, we don't have to vote on this proposal specifically, this is what that group came up with.
Correct, and like I said, like, let's say you go through this proposal and you're like, everything is awesome, we love it, we want all of this, but we'd like to increase the game limit, which is a regulation change, it's not necessarily even part of the proposal, it's kind of an after, like, hey, we're gonna sanction, but we also are gonna change, when we go to change regulations, instead of 2, we're gonna go with 4 or 6, or whatever that is, and that would be part of the regulation change, not necessarily even just the proposal. But just to kind of give a background on why we set that number.
And I don't see a tryout thing in here, because one of the big push with those coaches is tryouts significantly earlier because of the need to get because the amount of time it takes to be safe to do it.
It would be the same as yours.
Correct, and so that was mentioned when I
So
talked
I
about.
guess like, is that law or is that NIAA reg?
That is regulation, which is law.
It's a law and a reg that would have to be changed to allow for a tryout in the fall, in the spring of this right year.
well, and I'm gonna tell you.
I'm asking, so I understand,
Yeah.
in talking to many coaches, one of the big rubber for the coaches was, hey, the general way that cheer works and holistically is they try out in March, April, May-ish, and then the competition season is in winter, right, when we be replacing it. But they need all of that time to be ready, to be safe, to practice. So I guess the ask is there any way for that to be worked in, or is that not even a possibility for that? Because that was one of the coaches' big pushback.
So I have that, Kate, to the record, I have that as part of the concerns as we get a little bit further, but I did bring up the fact that.
I'm gonna stop interrupting you, Kate. I'll let you finish and then I'll come back.
You're tapping on the same thing I was tapping on when we thought about that too, is you can't order cheer uniforms the first week of December and have them the second week of December, much like your football team doesn't order helmets in August.
I've already ordered my helmet.
You've already ordered your helmets with the understanding that you're gonna have kids to put the head in the helmet.
Correct.
And you rather have too many than not enough. So I see what that's, yeah.
So I know that the challenge, Tim, is that right now, the reg, law, whatever it is that states the tryout happens whatever day of the season, fall, recognizing that cheer is a beast that doesn't fit into any of the other boxes, right? It does not fit any of the other current boxes. Is there a possibility, maybe this is a Paul question, since you're saying it's also in law, what would the committee or the LCB have to do to allow for this sport to be able to try out in April or May and compete in the winter season? Because I think we have it in the right, I think you're right, Kate, on the season it should be in, but tryouts in December would not work.
If you guys would recall, I know this is going back ways, I think it was September at Cimarron board meeting, I made a suggestion that we not only bring back, but fully support from our office, from the staff office, what was the term, what did they call it, came from 2005 to 12? The Silver State Spirit Championship. And we recognize them as a state champion. That would keep them in the column they're currently in with a sanctioned by us state championship event, but prevents them from having to fully move into column B. So in other words, they're in box A, and they want to move to box B. But by moving into box B, we have to shred all these things off the sides. Tryout dates, team makeup, competition, the whole deal. But by going back and fully supporting the Nevada Spirit Coaches NCSA Silver State Championship, we're calling it the NIAA State Championship, we could accomplish that.
Does that help with Title IX?
No.
No, it doesn't, because they're still in
They're
column
still not
A.
recognized as athletics, they're still recognized as an activity.
Yes.
Okay.
but it allows for the state championship to occur, and I don't want to use status quo, because that's a very bad term for this, but the policies and practices of a lot of teams.
I understand the challenge. My question to Paul still remains. So if we go to column A or whatever, whichever one it was, where we move cheer to a sport and the tryouts would be allowed to be held, what would that require to change for tryouts to be held in April, May, whatever it is now, and compete in the winter season? Is it even possible, is the question I'm asking.
So Paul, I was legal counsel, if that impacts a regulation, then you have to amend the regulation, and we go through the typical process that we go
back to the
time to amend the regulation with the LCD.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring,
If there's no regulation, would we have to write the regulation first?
I'm not following that.
So, right now we have a regulation that says football practice starts on this date. But we don't have a regulation that says cheerleading practice starts on this date. If we don't have the regulation to set the date, we would have to write that regulation for, that's where we would start, as a new reg.
So Paul, just legal counsel, yeah, if you're making it a sport, then you're gonna have to comply with the other regs that we have for sports. So we have regs in place for every single sport.
Okay.
So if it seems that the sport, then I think we may have
That's
some regulation.
I'm gonna go to cheer now. Domingo.
Okay, Domingo Rivera, grad school liaison. I understand what you're saying, but there are two different factors we're talking about. So you still have we'll still have our trials in April for all the cheer squads that do sign up on campus. However, the competition is Veterans Saturday, whatever that Saturday after Veterans Day is when that's when you have to have a tryout. I believe, my understanding from my coach is that the sideline cheer encompasses all the athletes that we know that want to cheer, and then the competition will bring in people that do it competitively for privates. They do their own private competitive, so it only adds to the talent pool of your sideline cheer because they are competitive cheerleaders. They don't need as much time to get prepared because they prepared their whole year for that season that we're discussing. Putting the team together is the hard part because you have to cut girls, get uniforms, all the stuff like that. There's no answer because no matter how early you do it, there's always that option of somebody who only wants to do competitive and not sideline. So that's where the hard part about doing it in April. They don't want to do side. They don't want to do any of that stuff. They want to compete competition cheer.
And some want to do both.
Right. And so if you only get the girls that want to do both, then you eliminate the opportunity to get the tumblers that are elite tumblers that you really need for competition cheer by doing it where you have to do it in April and only commit for winter. So those are where the challenges are with uniforms and then getting girls that are exclusively competition cheer, not sideline cheer. So I think schools will still do as they do in terms of sideline cheer, but then they will be just like a lot of our teams, not mandatory, but you have to be seen to know your qualifications. And then you have a tryout, and your tryout is 3 days, and then you have a 3-day window to sample new kids that aren't active in your, and that's the reality of what we have to do, because you just can't plan for everybody to be there all year when they're only interested in one portion of your, and I don't know how you can write a regulation for that specifically.
We'll go to Wade, thank you.
So, a question is, to move the needle on cheer, because I believe the committee wants to move forward with cheer. If we were to go back and move forward with the Silver State Spirit Championship, much like what Tim has talked about, what we used to have, if we move that as, and from an NIAA perspective, that's box A, and if we move that gets them competing, gets them going, and then move it to a box B as we flesh out the regulations and we flesh out when to start and get all that together. Can we do that? Can we move forward with a box A of Silver State Spirit Championship, get that rolling, and then have time to change regs if we have to change regs, put that together, flesh out all of the questions that are being asked right now, so that we can get the girls and the kids competing, and kind of move the needle forward that way.
And I was also under the understanding, I talked to Tim a while back and said, I thought that was the direction of the board, that we already gave that direction to staff to proceed with that, and then it seems to have gone nowhere. So.
Well, it seems like more and more questions. We formed the committee to get the survey done, to see what to see how many.
Which we could have
teams-
still done this.
Yeah, but we're still moving forward, but it seems like the more we talk about it, there's more questions that arise all the time, which creates time frame issues of getting this going. So I'm wondering if we would move forward with what we used to do, get some championships going, get some competition going, and then move from box A to box B as we start to flesh it out and keep moving in that direction.
And I think too, amongst all of us, it's the unknown, this is new among us. You know, when it doesn't fit within the typical box, let the rest of the sports go. All right, we'll go Teresa.
Tracy Burrows, liaison from the North. Ultimately, if we're making competition a sport, and you're only going to allow them 2 competitions and then a championship, that's not worth our effort in some ways, because they're going to end up going to where they're actually being seen in the competitions that they do outside of school from that perspective. So if we want to respect them as a sport, we need to make a schedule that they are seen in different ways, and the school pays for it, or they raise their money, just like every other sport wants to go to this tournament here or tournament there, they're going to go to this competition or this competition in order for them to be seen, because those tournaments help get kids recruited, those competitions help cheerleaders get recruited to college.
Absolutely. Rollins.
Board member. I agree with Teresa because the reality here is that I don't think we have any problems at all with our cheers programs year-round. Years ago, a couple of years ago, when we were having that state championship in Carson City, I believe. I don't know where it was in Vegas. But we were never having issues with our cheer programs and our dance teams and all that when they were cheering in the fall, cheering in the winter, and then they had their competition in the spring, and they had their state competition. I believe it was always I went to one in Carson City High School, I remember years ago. But I don't think we'd be having this conversation today had we just kept that going. I think trying to make it a sanctioned sport puts too much limits on them and doesn't give them the freedom that they currently have. If we bring back a quote-unquote some kind of state championship under the process that we have right now, and add a state championship to it, I think that would help and solve the problem. I can tell you this, if we do have sanction, I think 50%, I know 50% of the schools in Washoe County aren't even gonna participate. They won't even be competition cheer, because they don't do it now. And I don't think that's gonna start having them do it when that happens. So I think we need to really be careful.
We'll go Mr. Holmes.
Dennis Holmes, Superintendent Liaison. I support cheer, I support dance, but I urge caution with decision-making as we move forward. As soon as last week, we have districts being forced to eliminate sport and activity in grades 6 through 8. And I'm talking an abrupt, they're done as of this date. With that said, and we have trustees on this board, finances and budgets, even as I sit and listen to my colleagues, are a huge concern right now. And with operating, current activities under current budgets as much as possible, just to sustain that, I think is wise. I know that the rural districts are We're very concerned about, feeling forced to add programs because they can't. They cannot afford it. So with that said, I just urge caution, and I think that there needs to be some very strong concern about what districts can afford and what they can't afford. Quite honestly, and I always hate to be that pessimist, but can't afford is more common than can't afford at this point in time. So thank you.
I'm gonna go to Colin and then Keith.
Colin, Region 4, I think, just a couple of quick questions. If we were to sanction a layer of this, whatever it may be, schools and districts can choose not to participate, correct? Right, so it's kind of a jump in or jump out kind of scenario, right? I think that it's worth noting 61.9% of schools support it, right? So I think that's definitely worth noting, with about 50% or so saying they would participate in at a minimum cheer, right? At least that's the quick math, 211, 212. So I don't think we're off base here in thinking that there is a desire for this, for sure, right? I don't love the idea, to be honest, with like this kind of lumped together spirit concept. That's like dance, sideline cheer, and cheer, right? Competition cheer. I think that and this is kind of where we were trying to go last time, was like just a competitive cheer period as a starting point that schools can jump into or jump out of kind of at their discretion. With that noting, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Roy, that if a school chose not to participate in competition cheer, they could still run as is right now, right? Like with their sideline, with their tryouts in January or around in May. Or if a school chose to do competition cheer, they could still run as is for sideline cheer, right? Sideline cheer would still exist with the tryouts in May, and then they would cheer all fall. And then sure, I guess the team would have a tryout going into the season for competitive cheer. I would imagine that because you were on the sideline cheer team, you might have a little bit of an idea of the routines and whatever. So I don't know, maybe you're more likely to make the team or whatever. But I don't think that us sanctioning competition, competitive cheer, hinders any school. I think it just creates opportunities for schools to make a choice in or out. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think
The only concern I would have is from a sanctioning standpoint. So we're going to use Cimarron, we're just going to pick you.
Sure.
And let's say you do not participate in sanctioned cheer. You're just going to run status quo as sideline. But we would have to be very leery and very careful and very cognizant of competition outside of that. So cheer coach comes to you and says, I want to take my team, you go. You would have to make sure that you follow all regulations, because now we are a sanctioned state, and that would change the category in which you can compete, and things like that could cause some turmoil, some strife, but I don't think that's something you can overcome, obviously. But from that standpoint, that's one of the concerns I have, because you go to, let's just say you go to a California competition, they do have categories for club, they have that. Then we fall into the, okay, we're not a sanctioned team from Cimarron, technically, we would compete as a club team.
Yeah.
And then we would have to be very leery of that.
Sure. And I don't know, I'm wondering if we know how many schools are competing out of state that wouldn't be competing where they are right now.
And then the other thing would be, then if they were not competing, or if they were to go compete, they wouldn't be able to compete actually in state, because we don't have a competition.
Yeah, my initial reaction would be it's probably not many that are, that's just my initial thought, that aren't in the competitive category already, that this would hinder. But I think it's definitely worth noting. But yeah, so I would be in full support of sanctioning competitive cheer, making sure that that everyone hears very clearly that you can opt in, and then that's your season, you compete. There's going to be, we're going to decide what the competitions look like. There'll be a state championship, or you can just ignore its existence and continue on in pretty much the manner you are now. As a straight squad.
To add that to your comment, there is no school in the state of Nevada that offers every single sanctioned sport. Not one.
Right.
Not one school.
Right. It wouldn't be weird. I don't think there would be this why aren't you doing it or whatever. Right. I would love to offer skiing, but I don't, because there's nowhere there.
Come over here.
Yeah, I don't want to be up there. So anyway, I would be ready to have a conversation about motion at some point, but I will.
All right, we're gonna go to Keith.
And I'm sorry. First of all, I want to thank Kate and the group because I know how difficult the work is that Kate is doing. I pulled together a group of about 8 coaches, private, charter, small, big, different kind of groups to talk about their concerns. It's kind of similar work to what Kate did, so I want to thank Kate because I know how complex it is. I mean, we sat at the table and the opinions were as varied as the number of people sitting at the table. I just think we owe it to these girls to recognize them in some way, shape, or form, and I think everyone on the committee agrees with that. We've been discussing this for 15 years at this point, and I think we have to move at this meeting in some way, shape, or form. There are 4 states, at least that I found in the last 20 seconds when I searched it up, that do tryouts in the spring, and they compete in the winter. It does occur, and there is the opportunity to opt in or out. And one of the things that the coaches brought up was not the limit on outside competitions. That was their thing. They didn't just want to. There's actually coaches I met with settled on one competition, and we pick one in this, and then everyone would go to that one in the south or in the north, and then that would be the other scores, and that's how you determine who went to the next level, and so on and so forth. So I appreciate the conversation. Again, I want to take Kate and whoever else was on that committee. I know how big of a lift it is, so I appreciate the work.
Right, Kate, you had.
I'd love to continue. We stopped right in the middle, so I'd love to just continue with my presentation, if that's okay. And then I think some of the questions will be answered. Okay, thank you.
All right, wait, hang on one second. Let me get to Christina.
Actually, that was my question. I was like, get this cake done, no, can she finish?
Christina.
That's okay. So the questions are great. I just want to make sure, I want to get through this because I think some of the questions and comments and, conversation will be guided a little bit better by some of the other information. So basically everything I've gone through up to this point was proposal and then kind of just an explanation of where some of those items came from. The next section starting on 212 is the student interest survey results. So this information was gathered by all member schools. Again, this came from 121 of our member schools, so almost all of them, which is great information. I do want to point out the second item, so impact of score on existing sanctioned sports should be tabbed down to where it says this year 237. So if that's a little confusing. So this information was collected from member schools. They were supposed to also survey their own students to get accurate data regarding their interests. So the first box you see there is the amount of pupil interest. So if it were to be sanctioned as is, what is your number of actual individual girls and boys at your school that would be interested in being on a competitive cheer dance team? If you take a look at those numbers and compare them to the chart of who currently participates in competitive cheer and dance on 210, those numbers are actually higher in all categories, they're higher in every single category. So the sanctioning of competitive cheer and dance, in essence, appears to increase the participation or this interest in participation, just to be noted. And then right underneath that where it states about, this is part of the impact piece. So this year, we surveyed the number of girls and boys that are currently competing on a competitive dance cheer team and playing in winter sport. This is important to note because if we move forward with the sanctioning it as a full sport, they would not be able to participate in their sport and competitive cheer dance. So important to note, 237 girls and 15 boys across the state would have to choose, okay? So to go along with that information, a follow-up question to the schools were, based on that information from their students, are there any sports that you feel may be impacted that you could no longer field? And so as you see the numbers there, those are the number of schools that thought that they possibly would lose either the program or a level of the program. So in our bigger high day 4A schools, it might be just B girls basketball, and our rural schools, it could be their whole varsity girls basketball team. And some put competitive spirit in one way or another, their dance or their competitive cheer, they would no longer be able to actually compete as they do now because those students would choose their winter sports. Because that was part of the student interest survey was, if this gets sanctioned, which one are you picking, okay? Underneath that, support for sanctioning spirit, I want to make this very clear. This is based on the proposed survey and proposal that was in the survey. There was some concern that was brought to me from some principals that they feel it may not be completely representative of their feelings on sanctioning spirit. because they may not have agreed with everything in that proposal. Like, let's say, for instance, the 2 competition. They may have said, no, I don't want to sanction spirit solely because they feel that there should be more than 2 competitions. So it may be skewed a little bit based on that. I did ask that those that didn't maybe get their voice fully heard through the survey come to public comment, and I don't believe any did. So I don't know how many that is. So I'm going to go based on this information, and if there's concerns about the proposal, again, that's decisions to be made at the board, conversations that are made when we change regulations. Sanctioning itself is really separate from all of the intricate details of what it's going to look like down the road, as those mostly have to do with regulation changes. So that being said, when we look at the support, you see the percentages there. So in total, about 65%. Or so 64% are in support one way or another of either both, just cheer or dance, and then 36% did not support sanctioning of either. And then the next section there talks about the numbers that would actually participate. So you may be in support, which I think, as you can see by the numbers, there were schools that were in support of sanctioning, but also said, I'm not going to participate either, but I'd like other schools to have the opportunity. So that's where you see kind of a higher number. We have 50 schools that said they would not participate in either, but we had 45 that did not, or we had 62 that supported it in some way. So those numbers differ because some said, yes, I support, but we aren't going to be competing. So in total, when I broke those numbers down, we would have a total of 58 schools across all the different regions and all the different classifications that would plan to have a competitive cheer team, and 31 schools that would plan to have a competitive dance team. The next section is financial logistical impact. This survey went specifically to public school districts, including the public charter school superintendent, and then private schools individually. So this went to that member school to complete, since they don't have an overarching district for their funding. This was mostly about funding, as well as just some of the logistics of transportation, things like that. First, I just kind of go over what the primary funding is for each. As you can see, they're broken down based on where the money comes from for where it would come from for a competitive team. The next section, that box, just goes over some of the possible increases that districts or schools would see if we sanction spirit. So there were 8 schools that said their general funding to a school would go up. The range, as you can see, is quite different. Again, we're talking about different districts have lots of different factors as far as how they fund sports. So there's a wide range there. Coaching stipends, 10 schools said that there would be an increase. Again, range there for how much a coach gets paid. Transportation, 18 schools and districts said that there would be, yes, and this varied because some of them was just an individual private school. So like an individual private school will only have a $500 increase. When we're looking at like a Washoe or Clark, that could be a $200,000 increase. So a wide range there because we're looking at schools sometimes in a whole district. And then some other things that were brought up. There was a section where they could write other financial issues that they could come across here. The travel for state competition, the lodging cost for the state competition, and then budgetary cut concern, which we heard from Dennis is a huge concern for a lot of our districts. This information was based on 33 member schools / districts. Obviously, we don't have any districts, a lot of them are individual private schools. So there was about 8, I think, public school districts that we did not hear from in that. So that was where that information came from. I'm not going to go through all those numbers, but you can see for all the different areas where there would be a cost, the average, and then a range for the different costs of each of those items that this district and or private school could incur with the sanctioning of the sport. So just some things to consider. Other logistical factors, one of the big things that comes up is our non-NIAA member schools. Currently, they are allowed to participate in competition. So that's our tech schools that don't have sports. Southwest Career Tech, West Tech, all those schools down in the south. I'm not sure if there's others in other parts of the state, but I know for sure we have a lot in the south that participate in the spirit competitions. They would no longer be allowed to participate in any fashion against any of our NIAA sanctioned schools once it becomes a sanctioned sport. And that would also roll into districts having to change their own policies on whether, how they're going to manage those students, because essentially, based on state law, students at a tech school that do not offer the sport would be allowed to then play at their zone school. So a Southwest Career Tech student that does not have the opportunity to do competitive cheer, since they are not member schools, would be able to participate at Sierra Vista, if that's their zone school, in the competitive cheer. And that currently right now is against CCSD district policy. So just something to consider there. Another question, concern, logistical thing to think about is how that will affect just eligibility requirements affecting your school. So becoming a sanctioned sport, following all regulations as far as coaches education, general eligibility, transfer, academic eligibility, which many are currently doing, rostering requirements, all of that. A lot of that is currently happening in many of our schools, but not all of our schools. So that would be an increased load on the athletic staff at the school. Not only that, but a potential increase to the administrative workload at the district level, the NIAA, with a lot more transfers coming in with those students to process. So just something to consider on kind of all facets. As far as the judging pool, this was something that the committee brought up as a possible concern because currently we have regulation that requires any official to be within a sanctioned officials association. So the judges that we would have in these competitions would either need to become a part of SNOA, NIAA, something of that nature, or they have to create their own association and be approved by this board to be allowed to judge at those competitions. So just something preemptively to think about and needing to get on board with that if it is sanctioned. Currently, we have a lot of our event producers judging their own competitions. So again, those individuals would have to agree to either become an association or be hired essentially by one of those associations. The judge training, this would need to be, through NFHS Spirit certifications. We would develop some form of uniform scoring and we have to train on proper scoring procedures, policies. We work really closely with Deb and her connections with the NFHS and being our rules interpreter on that process. But that is something to, again, to consider as it have to be uniform versus just whatever they're currently doing now for a competition. As far as alignment, again, this would be based on number of schools that participate, and we would realign if needed based on our current regulations, if there's enough schools and there's a need for that, for a 5-day kind of situation per year. Impact on Title IX, if it does become a sanctioned sport and you do offer, either dance or cheer, there is a potential increase in female participation numbers for your school. The participation opportunities at each school would have no net change since there's an opportunity for girls only and co-ed. So it'd either be a net no change or an increase in your offerings for the number of sports you offer for each sex. And, there could be an overall improvement for proportionality there. Other high school associations, yes, there are 34 states that have some form of a sanctioned competitive spirit. It varies greatly as far as the season, the maximum number of competitions. You can find this information if you go to the NFHS website and you search their handbook. You can actually see which states, which ones they do. Some just, have a sponsored activity and do a state championship, kind of like what Tim was talking about. Some fully sanction it as a sport, and it does for a few of those states indicate when they have tryouts and when they do their state championship, but not all reported that information, so it's a little spotty. And then additional costs for the association to be considering, we would obviously incur some additional costs for the initial regional and state competition as far as judges, facilities, security, insurance, all those things that are listed there. There is obviously a potential for ticket sales to offset that, but we have no idea at this point what the ticket sales will be retroactively, so that would just be something to kind of monitor in the first year. As far as current spirit regulations, I've listed, and you'll see in a little bit in a couple pages here, that there are several existing spirit regulations that would require us to revise to align with our sanctioned sport language. Some would be removed altogether. And then there would either need to be a distinction between sideline and competitive teams, or we would just have no conversation in any of our regulations about sideline and completely take that out of the picture as any part of our regulation, because we would now just say that's an activity that we don't oversee at all. So areas of consideration when we get to that point. As far as the committee and membership concerns, these were identified by our committee as well as other member schools that had reached out at some point. The biggest thing, and I think Keith brought this up and it's a good point, is the safety implications. Having students that are not required to come out until the first official day of the winter season could be a huge consideration here regarding safety. Having enough time to practice, understand, and successfully put on extensive stunting and all the things that they do could be, a point of concern because they're not required to do anything outside that season. Now the hope is a lot of those students would participate in the sideline aspect and out of season events, but it can't be required. Also, currently during the summer camps is when those groups, those event producer groups, require stunt safety certification. This would again just be kind of a point where we'd have to work with those groups and see if they're willing to adjust when they do those. Coming to your school individually is a big cost, so those bigger camps kind of allow an easier way to get those. We did get some examples of schools that said, yeah, you know, I had a girl that only came out for competition, didn't do sideline, and you know, there was injuries, so there was some anecdotal data to show that there's a concern there. We talked a little bit about this with the potential loss of fall and winter sideline spirit program. So outside of the possibility of losing some sanctioned sports, there's also the possibility of losing your sideline teams. And again, the point of spirit is all of those things I quoted from the NFHS. We still want to have that at your schools so that you have support from the student body and you know, boosting morale, and there's a possibility in those especially smaller schools that you may lose the sideline team with the sanctioning. National competition conflict, this is another thing that was brought up. There was a concern that the official season begins being in winter, with then with nationals occurring in March after the winter season is concluded. The solution we really came up in this situation would be that those teams could still compete, but they couldn't compete as the school team. They would have to compete as a club team, which can cause some issues there. So just another point. Participation challenges. We talked about this, the fielding of teams and levels, maintaining would be a possible concern, and then the competition against the non-association teams. Again, I brought this up as, you know, having to be very cognizant when you're going to competition that's outside of the state and who are allowed to come to our competition, and making sure they're following our regulations regarding that. And then district level concerns, budget cuts, I mentioned this one before, but those are some of the concerns that were brought from the superintendents. And just ensuring equal access for all the sports facilities, like the gym space. You know, now we're really requiring that they have that equal gym spaces are going to be viewed as a sport. And then the last few pages are just all the regulations that we currently have for Spirit that would need to be revised, removed, amended in some way. And then at the end of 218, other regulations where Spirit information would need to be added are listed there, where we have to put in the language about Spirit and how it affects, as well as a whole new section about Spirit that addresses the season dates alignment like we have for all the other sports. That's a lot. So sorry, I just want to make sure I got through all the information. Before questions, I do want to allow Kristen Grimm or Deb Slater to come up and see if there's anything that they would like to add that I missed in the presentation, since they were vital in the proposal. And then questions, absolutely.
What, Kristen's on, you want to grab Kristen first, or? Either one. Go ahead, Deb. Why don't you go? That'd be great. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Wow. Woo! Great work. She compiled a lot of information coming from our state, and I'm Deb Dowdy-Solari. I'm currently out of transparency. I am the current NIAA Spirit interpreter and guidelines. I do training Vegas, Reno, Cowtowns, all of that, all over. I've been involved with the NIAA as a coach and a committee member of the original Nevada Spirit Coaches Association state championship for probably, oh gosh, just probably 15 to 20 years now in that. I was a large school head varsity coach running the program for just under 20 years, owned an all-star gym for 15. I'm still actively coaching, but my first job is as an educator. I'm a teacher, okay? But I want to let you know that my alter ego is cheer. So my connections with your coaches, our coaches in Nevada, and our athletes still run very deep and current, and the coaches really want this. They want this to happen. We are very past due in making it work. And that really is why the original state championship stopped in the first place. We wanted, we were sanctioned by the NIAA, and it was run by the Coaches Association, but we really wanted the NIAA to take it over and be the event producer so that it could start and continue forever. And that's why we're here back again. And then COVID came in and messed things up, and now we're back at it again. So my hope is that you jump on board with what our vision is, and we know very well that we want to form committees and make changes that need to be that
can happen, small school, big school. I've always been very, very, very sensitive in making sure that the small schools are heard and that they are a part of this and we separate accordingly when we compete them. But I will tell you, when we had the state championship running, just as you said, Rollins, our programs ran very smoothly and our participation was higher. Now we have the all-star gyms and all that pull our kids because our cheerleaders really are athletes. I mean, they're tumbling, they're stunting at high levels, even on our high school teams. But because we don't have that state championship any longer and we're not considered a sport, we just don't get the same respect, the same visibility, if you will. And for those of us like myself that I've coached for 100 years, I have a lot of kids all over the country on some of the largest programs in the country, full ride scholarships. Cheer is a growing, fastest growing sports in the United States. So please say yes and make Nevada the 34th state that sanctions cheer spirit as a sport. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said.
Yeah, thank
Hey,
you.
Kristen, I know you're on. Is there anything you want to add?
Hi. No, I think everything has been well said, represented by the voice of the committee, Kate. Good job. Deb, thank you. She is our Nevada cheerleader, but she has also that historical knowledge that she can bring to the committee to explain how that competition looked and how that could function now, and what steps need to be taken, as Tim said, in A and B, and the interchange and what makes sense for us right now. So thank you to everyone who's put in all the work.
Thank you. Before Kate, we interrupted Kate. We still had some hands up. Christine, did you have more to add? Or you just wanted us to cut and go back to Kate? All right. Then we had, excuse me?
Yeah, Taylor online as well. We'll talk about how our online people are next to talk about my
She has a public comment, right? Okay. Tammy, you had your hand up at that point.
And you were right, Kate, you answered some of my question. Mine was, I know I'm the 4A liaison, but I was thinking smaller schools. Because I'm looking at the differences that this is gonna impact just on like the Centennial versus Lakes. Like that's gonna be a drastic difference for how it's gonna impact them as opposed to how it's gonna impact me because I have such fewer cheerleaders. So if we do one decides to do competition, that it may not have 7. So, I'm looking at just the drastic differences with us, but if we do sanction it, are we going to have an adverse effect on the smaller? This is my biggest concern.
All right, we're gonna go to Rollins and then I'll come to you.
I think originally, a couple of years back, when the cheerleader organizations and their leadership came and spoke with us, they talked about bringing the state championship back was one of their major focuses. They didn't talk about being sanctioned. They talked about having a state championship. And I think what they were requesting was to create some legitimacy to their programs by having that state championship. There's a huge difference. And even the cheerleader organizations, all the cheerleader coaches I talked to in Marshall County said, this is pretty good, but it's not specific enough, and it does create some problems for their cheerleading program by sanctioning a certain section of it. They're the best of both worlds right now. They're non-sanctioned, they really can do what they want to do, and they're doing that right now. And all they're requesting is what they like so far out of this is forming and establishing a state championship. At this particular time, I think we're jumping the gun a little bit, especially from a financial standpoint, from a budget standpoint. We're talking probably $225,000 to $250,000 in Washoe County to sanction cheer.
I think,
$200,000 to sanction cheer. That's what they told me yesterday. And so we don't pay nothing on them right now. Pennies on the dollar of what we do with our cheerleaders right now. And we have a bunch of them and they do a great job. And they start in April, May, June, during their tryouts, all through summer, all of this, all through the fall season, winter season. I mean, they're doing it. I think right now to give us more time is if we work on what that state championship could look like and support that and get that part of it done before we actually make a decision on being sanctioned. I think we could kind of compromise in the middle there, because man, once you sanction it, it's gonna be tough to get rid of it. And now we're talking about school cuts. I mean, Washoe County's losing 250 teachers. I'm scared to death that I'm gonna go back to work this week and they're gonna cut our middle school sports, because that's what's going on around the state right now. And we're as a board here sitting here talking about adding on lacrosse now, we're adding cheerleading now, we're doing all this. I don't know how much just adding a state competition for cheer would look like and what that would cost. But man, sanctioning, I mean, shoot, what was it, 2,000 something cheerleaders? What was on the list there? Almost 2,500 cheerleaders. You know, you throw some dollar bills on that, how much that would cost to sanction. Guys, that's an enormous increase in the budget of a school district, which is actually losing millions of dollars right now. So I know the thing my boss has always said to me is, doesn't the NIAA understand the economic crisis that our districts are in? I think the superintendent mentioned that we're in crisis district-wide across the state. And it's easier for us to say, oh yeah, okay, let's go ahead and sanction lacrosse, let's go ahead and sanction cheerleading, let's go ahead and sanction all these and just add all these costs to the district. It's that easy, it's not our money.
I would also like to say that we owe cheerleaders something, cheer community something. We have been bantering this for how long? And I'm gonna tell you, this man sitting over here has been leading the charge. I mean, when he was in our office, leading the charge. Him and Kristen Graham wrote a letter to Donnie. This isn't something that just all of a sudden appeared. We owe the cheerleading community, those kids something. And this bantry, what's it look like, and this and that, I want to be able to vision it. So Debbie, I'm gonna ask you a question. Because I ask Kristen Graham all the time. Graham, I can't visualize it.
Do you want me to go there?
You can be, right there's fine.
Okay.
What would be step number one? Or what would it look like? Or what is it in layman's terms? Because you know, it's not on RAM.
Right.
What would it look like?
Can you actually go up there, please?
Can I?
Yeah. All right.
Oh, so the mics will pick you up.
Yeah.
She's a coach. She has a coach.
Yeah. First and foremost, I want to say that Kristen and I, Kristen from Clark County, she and I have been working together for a number of years, and she is with you, Pam, right? But we are very close. We've become very, connected when it comes to Spirit Cheer, because she oversees a lot in middle school cheer in Las Vegas, because that's a really burgeoning, huge thing that's coming on, that the North is trying to jump on board with that too. Anyway, that being said, we are very cohesive in our thoughts, and this is so long overdue. I feel like we owe it for our kids too. Now, what does it look like? Our teams are already competing. I know we talk about this money grab, but it really doesn't exist. I think that's a dramatic leap, because the kids we don't need another uniform. We don't need another this, another that. I did my own personal survey of how many schools in our state actually already own safety competition cheerleading mats. And it was everyone. Not everyone has a 42 by 42 floor, but everyone has, 3 large mats, which is enough for our large limit, which is 20 kids to do what they need to do, The athletes that come out for cheerleading, already, we know that tumbling and stunting is a part of cheerleading. their training is already extensive by the time they get to us in high school. They're past gymnasts, they've already done the tumbling, they still do that type of training outside of our high school teams, just like a baseball player or a football player, whatever, goes to speed training, strength training, pitching, all the things. It's no different. Our sport is no different than any other sport. Now, what does it look like? I think we have a track record with knowing what it already looks like, with that state championship and all that. Now we just get to call them the athletes that they are. And in terms of the dollars, if we are choosing our athletes from the kids that are already on the teams, which is what our coaches want, whole 100% across the state, small school, big school, or whatever, we want the ability to be able to pull our athletes from our existing pool, if you will, from football, basketball, even though they need to start perfecting their routine probably mid to late fall, if you are. I mean, I'm an active coach, I know that's how long it takes. And if all the kids are already going to camp, maybe we allow kids that everybody wants to go to camp at tryouts. I think those things can be flexed, to give and take, and to decide when we need to make that actual tryout happen. But that tryout is happening at different times all over the state as we speak right now. For instance, in the north, the principals of middle school have asked that the high schools be sensitive, cognizant of getting, taking their students to the finish line before we introduce the high school experience. So in the north, we do not do our tryouts until probably Labor Day. Am I right? Late May, that's when we do it. In the south, small schools across the state, everybody is slightly different. And so there are things that need to be ironed out for sure. But I think everything is already in motion. We're already in motion. We just need to just bring things back to where we left off. Pam, I don't know if that was, I know that was a long, convoluted, conversation, and answer.
So it's
but
the state championship. I'm gonna ask Keith, what do you envision cheerleading?
Here's the challenge, right? I know that sanctioning as a sport comes with a million challenges. Like, it is not simple. There's no other box that we have that it comes close to fitting it, right? Lacrosse, as much as it's frustrating that we were able to do that with lacrosse, and we spent 20 years talking about cheer, I recognize, and the cheerleading coaches recognize that the box just doesn't exist. We'd be creating it, using what other states have. There's no box that we have that it fits into. To her point, I believe that these are some of the best athletes on our campuses. And I have been being asked for, I've been a principal now 17 years. Right? When I was back in middle school, before my own kids were even born, cheerleaders, Miss Rickman, why are we not a sport? Look how athletic we are. Look what we can do. Why are we not a sport? And I think those girls deserve to be recognized as the athletes that they are. Do I know if we can overcome some of the challenges? I don't know the answer to that. But I also know that those kids deserve that same recognition that some of our other kids do. I don't have all the answers. Just like Kate, that's why I brought kind of a group together myself, because I want to hear from coaches as well. Like, hey, if I'm going to go up there and fight for this, what are the concerns? What are the questions? What are the challenges? But I agree, a lot of the coaches are like, yes, we would love that recognition, but the list of concerns is, I don't even think Kate, even though she wrote a million questions, probably captured all of them. The coaches that I talked to.
What can we do in the meantime? I want to walk away today.
I see where you're pushing.
I want to give these kids something.
I'm still going to push for the sanctioning, but I also understand that if that doesn't happen, I think we at minimum have to give them the state championship back, and it should be sanctioned by us.
Yes.
Not by CCSD, and I don't know what happened before this, I don't know, and Tim, I see you getting all gleeful over there, I see you getting excited.
We have to sanction it, it's already there.
Gotcha, but I mean, it needs to be sanctioned, run by, recognized by.
Well, I think what you're saying.
That is the minimum that we owe those kids, the minimum, in my humble opinion, that we owe those kids.
So we take it away from the Coaches Association and we put it in our hands, we develop a state championship.
I personally still think the other, and I'm going to push for that either way, but I believe that to Pam's point, we owe these kids.
We owe these kids something, and I will just
We
say.
can't kick this can down the road.
No, we're done.
And say, oh, we're going to meet again in the spring, we'll talk about it again. We cannot do that to these kids.
Kristen Grimm runs a phenomenal middle school cheer event that I would encourage you, NIAA, any of you around the table to go and attend. And she has everything mapped out on I know she'd be willing to share. But again, we owe these kids something, and we're gonna walk away giving them something. All right, Colin.
Calling out Region 4, I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I think that what I just wanted to, well, you can just stand there while I just make my point, because it's
Okay,
not really,
thank you.
I don't know if I'm gonna ask a question necessarily, but I am gonna say that, and well, I guess it's a yes or no question, but what I am hearing from my understanding, I'm gonna give you a title, but like the cheer czar of the state of Nevada. What I heard here today, your recommendation to us is to sanction the school.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think what's important to note here is that the existence of its sanctioning, as I said earlier, is a school-by-school, district-by-district decision as to whether to opt in to spend the money, what that looks like, right? Like if us sanctioning it creates the space for it to exist for those that want to make it exist, right?
Right.
And I think that creates that state championship. It creates all the layers of what we're looking for here. And so I do think, you know, I was at the state meeting, we heard like a lot of the concerns and kind of, I think a lot of this can be ironed out, right? And it will be, right? I know that that can be done. But you know, like I said earlier, which unfortunately I didn't get a chance to say in the last vote, but like our job, right, and I know we all know this, is to do what's right for kids, even if it's hard for adults, right? And what's right for kids here is to recognize them as the athletes that they are. Yes, it's a little hard for adults, but I think we have the ability to overcome that and make that work. So, President Slime, you're ready to make a motion whenever you are.
Okay. Oh, we have one.
Okay,
We have one public comment.
Okay, let me text her again.
we have two, right? Because one is,
It's the same.
oh, it's the same person. Oh,
She wants to read her.
There was one from the Palace Coach, but that was a letter that was turned in, so that's not public comment. Okay, thank you.
It's the same person, she just wants you to.
There's Taylor, and then there's also a letter that was submitted by Jackie, who's the Palaver coach, but she may have just put it into the record. I don't know if she wanted for public comment. I don't know to you. There is also a letter from that coach. It's in the packet, but again, she may not have submitted it for public comment. I don't know the difference of it just going in the packet and for public comment.
Okay, I can read that one now.
President Slime, we just need some clarification on what you want to do. I'm sorry.
Say again, I'm
We
sorry.
just need some clarification on what you want to do. Page 207 and 208, I believe is public comment from Ms. Olson.
So there's two.
And then there's perfect comment online.
Does TF this is in the record, why would he?
Don't normally
Yeah, I know, we normally do both, yes. Taylor's on, so we'll do her, and I can read her.
Okay, she 3 minutes? Yes. Yeah, she's in. She's good. All right, whenever you guys are ready.
Yes.
Ms. Thomas, can you hear us?
Yes. Am I good to start?
Please do.
Okay. My name is Taylor Tonagis, and I'm the head cheer coach at Faith Lutheran High School. I have coached cheer for 7 years at the high school level and 4 years at the middle school level. Prior to coaching, I cheered in high school in Michigan and at the collegiate level in Nebraska. I'm speaking today to express my concerns with the current proposal to sanction competitive cheer in Nevada. I love cheer. I already view cheer as a sport, and I strongly support the idea of sanctioning it and providing our athletes with the opportunity to compete at a state championship. However, I do not support sanctioning cheer in its current proposed form, as it does not reflect the realities or safety needs of the sport. My primary concern with many aspects of the proposal comes down to safety. Cheer is not like other sports. We cannot host an open gym and allow athletes to play cheer. Cheer teams are built around very specific stunt positions, and athletes are not interchangeable. A flyer cannot simply step in for a back spot the way a point guard might temporarily play a different position in basketball. In cheer, incorrect positioning creates immediate and serious safety risks. If safety is truly priorities, teams must be allowed to try out in the spring so they can begin structured training in the summer and fall. This allows athletes time to safely build skills, go through the proper stunting progressions, and develop trust with their teammates. Much like football has separate start dates for heat acclimation, cheer should be granted flexibility in its season structure due to the inherent physical risks of the sport. We're not throwing balls, we're throwing people in the air. Many states have successfully sanctioned cheer while allowing tryouts to take place in the spring. I don't know what that would look like for our bylaws, but other associations such as Colorado have addressed this simply by stating that spring tryouts for cheer are equivalent to their fall tryouts or winter tryouts for other sports. I believe a similar clarification could allow Nevada to sanction cheer without forcing it into a structure that does not fit. I am also concerned about restrictions related to competitions. If cheer is sanctioned as a competitive sport, schools must be allowed to attend national competitions such as USA, UCA, or NCAA. Many states have already found ways to allow cheer programs to compete at both the state and national levels without limiting teams to 4 total performances. These national competitions are a critical part of competitive cheer and align with nationally recognized standards. In addition, if we want to be preparing these athletes for college cheer teams, this needs to be a priority. At times, this proposal feels like an attempt to simply check a box to fit cheer into an existing framework rather than building a framework that fits cheer. Cheer should not be governed by rules designed for sports teams like tennis or golf. There is also an inconsistency in the proposal. Cheer is required to follow the same tryout timelines as all other sports, yet is limited to 4 routines per season, and each of those routines is only 2.5 minutes long. In contrast, football players play 10 regular season games plus up to 4 postseason games, with each game consisting of 48 minutes of play. In my opinion, these limitations do not reflect a fair or logical comparison. I respectfully urge the NIAA to create a committee that includes more than one competitive cheer coach and professionals from the competitive cheer world to develop rules that truly make sense for the sport. Cheer and dance deserve to be
Thank
sanctioned.
you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So you gonna read this other one?
Yeah.
All right.
Ready? Yep. My name is Jacqueline Sorensen. I'm a former CCSB student and cheerleader, as well as a D1 cheerleader from SDSU and UNLV. I've been the head coach at Palo Alto High School for 16 years. I also have 2 CCSB competitive cheerleader daughters. To say that I love the sport of cheer would be an understatement. I have a lot of concerns with the current proposal from the NIAA on sanctioning competitive cheer. The board simply can't vote yes blindly and hope that NIAA gets all the layers of competitive cheerleading as well as Dan's right to sanction, especially based off the last meeting. I'm fully in support of cheerleading being recognized as a sport when done thoughtfully, safely, and with guidance from those who understand how the sport actually operates. As the proposal currently stands, it risks harming other programs, endangering athletes, and reducing participation statewide. The cheer athletes of Nevada already view themselves as athletes. They do not need a title from the NIAA to validate their hard work. What they do need is a system that truly supports them. My hope is that this process slows down, incorporates expert input, and ultimately creates a system that supports the athletes who pour their hearts out of this sport. Watching the last meeting, it was alarming to witness decision makers acknowledge unfamiliarity with crucial aspects of the competitive cheer, including cheer levels, skill restrictions, and division structures. This lack of foundational understanding is affecting the quality of the proposal. If the goal is truly to support athletes and elevate the sport, then incorporating input from the experienced cheer coaches, industry professionals, event producers, choreographers, safety experts is essential. Without this, well-intentioned policy will ultimately hurt the very students it is meant to help. In the proposal, the NIAA calls for competitive cheer to be a winter sport. Does that mean we look like basketball tryouts in November? If that is the case, we have a good problem. Competitive cheer leads to injuries next to football, with restricting it to a winter sport without flexibility, making it where a team couldn't form and couldn't start practice till November to get ready for competitions that start in December is completely unsafe. If the NIAA makes cheer a winter sport, will there be flexibility to hold tryouts in the springtime like we currently do? If schools wish to form teams to be ready to choreograph in August and September, to be ready to compete in December, again, you can't responsibly vote yes without questions like these answered. Taking away 3 months of practice in order to get ready for competition season would lead to more injuries, liability to the school. Cheerleading isn't like most sports. You don't play a position on one team and then be able to go play on another team immediately. You have to be able to get to use your sub groups to prepare for competitions. It takes months of getting used to one another in order to fill those positions safely on cheer teams. The NIAA would need to recognize this, allowing us to form teams pre-winter season and practice, just like the states of Pennsylvania, Arizona, Texas, California, and Connecticut, who all recognize cheer as a sport, but all have tryouts as early as spring. In college, the cheerleaders do all 3 things, basketball, football, and compete. This is how I coach to run cheer like it is a collegiate program. So that would be fair.
Good job.
Thank you.
Calling out Region 4, so just a question, just as far as like to inform the motion that I'm going to yield to Mr. Rubin if you're okay with that, President Sloan. Our new regulation regarding sanctioning sports, that's in place, yes? Okay, so essentially what that says for a timeline, just so people are aware, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if we approve the sanctioning of the sport right now, we wouldn't necessarily give it a year because the process will begin no earlier than a year from when it was sanctioned, right? So no earlier than a year from now. And then there's a pilot year, a development year, and then finally a full implementation year that includes playoffs and championship and all the things, right, associated with it. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, typically that is, for those that would like to look it up, it's LCD file R019-25, it's part of state law. Subsection 7 reviews this, but it also states that the board may adjust the initial placement of a sport on a 3-year continuum, so they don't have to start the pilot. Start at a stage based on the performance.
Got it, okay. So the point is that I think there's some time, right? But we give the sport the recognition it deserves. We make it work, because I know we can do it at this point. I would yield my motion call to Mr. Whitman if you're all right with that.
Absolutely, Mr. Whitman.
I recognize the feeling in the room and the understanding of all of the concerns that are going on. I am still going to go ahead and make a motion to sanction cheer as a sport, knowing that there is another option on the table. I'm not going to put a year, originally I was going to say 27, 28, but based upon this, I don't feel I need to put a year. So I am going to put on the table a motion to sanction cheer as a sport for the NIAA.
First? Yes, call.
Second motion.
We have a second? Okay. Kate?
Two things, so I just want to make sure, you said cheer, so you mean cheer, not spearing.
I apologize, I amend for competitive cheer to keep sideline cheer as an activity as it currently.
And no dance, just competitive cheer.
Cheer based on the numbers in the survey, it looks like cheer was.
Okay.
Yes.
I just have one more thing, sorry. And then just, I do think by regulation, we do need to, as part of the motion, it should identify if you would like to do a pilot development or go full implementation and then you, for the year. I think it is important to know what we're doing for next year, because those 3 things are
Okay.
What is that we're doing?
I will amend again, sorry everybody for all the amendments here. My motion is to sanction cheer for the 26-27 school year as a pilot program, going through the implementation phases, going forward from there for the 26-27 school year.
I would maintain my second.
Okay, I'm gonna go to D'Amico.
Does that mean we're doing 2 competitions and then 2 state levels? Is that what because that's what the proposal says. I just need to, I have questions about that because it's not that we don't want to limit them to 2, even though they probably should do 2, maybe 3 max anyways, but you don't want to limit them for teams that are more advanced, that are in a higher, they've been doing this for a while, to only have 2 competitions when you can really get better and get the national recognition that you're looking for those girls to be recruited. I think the number should be 4, but I'm just asking you to make sure I clarify for the people.
Good. I want to make something really clear. The sanctioning right now has nothing to do with the actual nuts and bolts of what that looks like.
Okay.
You have to do all of the regulation changes, which is where we will discuss all those intricacies. The proposal was just more of a, this is kind of what we think it should look like. That can be adjusted. So right now, we would just be going into a pilot year, no postseason for the first year, so 26-27 would be, it's a sanctioned sport, varsity only. You can compete as a recognized NIAA sanctioned sport. Then we would go through those next stages until postseason. And during that pilot year, we would, in our next meeting, start talking about regulation changes and all of those nuts and bolts.
Kate just answered my question. I just wanted a synopsis of what it would look like.
Okay.
Of course, so we know what we're voting on.
Yeah, okay, so, let me wrap my head around this. So next year, we sanction the sport. What are they doing?
Okay. Okay.
Who's on first?
Okay, so what it's gonna look like is now your cheer athletes who are going to be competing will be required to follow all eligibility rules. Your coaches will need to be in full compliance. We don't know the competition levels, those things will need to be figured out before 26, 27, so you know how many competitions they could do. They'll have to follow all regulations that we develop for cheer. So whatever those may be, but essentially they will fall within athletics when it comes to eligibility, coach compliance, and those pieces.
Okay, Rollins.
Can a school have a activity cheer in the fall for football and an activity cheer for basketball?
Absolutely, we do not govern activities. Those are all the sidelines.
Fantastic, so they can do.
Whatever they want.
They can stay the same.
Yes.
Sideline cheers at our schools that don't want to get involved and just stay sideline cheer for basketball and football.
Just like if you had a club bowling team, Rollins.
Okay. Thank you.
Teresa.
Suggestion is that you have some qualified people sitting on your board when you're making these regulations for the competitive.
It's here too, but yes, we can have, you know, Deb, Kristen be a part of that conversation again. But the regulation has to be, this is the board that makes a call on it. So we can bring forth, our rules and regulations committee would bring forth some recommendations to the board. And we can vet those.
Yes,
Again,
we can bring it.
we're gonna maintain the committee, so no matter what was moving forward, the committee we have is gonna continue to move forward, so we'll go to them first to kind of say, here's all our current
And we can also
regulations.
increase that committee with, you know, our experts in
Absolutely.
areas that we
Yep.
feel are necessary.
And that committee could then bring forth that to the rules and regulations for vetting, and then to the board for the final call. This would be the board
And
meeting.
then you all discuss it and decide.
So I would also ask, hang on, I would also ask that, I know you're gonna bring this back, so a little more nuts and bolts. Let's go Wade and then I'll go to you.
Wade Polson, Region 3, just a quick question. We used to do the Silver State Spirit Championship, and that has already been out there. Is that a program, or is that something that, if we brought that back, is that a plug and play type thing that we could just go and then starting next year, there's state championships happening right in the fall? Is that something that could happen?
It can't based on regulation. If we want to start as a pilot year, we would go into development year the following year with still no postseason, and then the full implementation would be when postseason occurs. As far as the event itself, that association no longer exists. But we have members that were on that association that would of course assist us as well as other event producers in producing the actual event, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so that the timeframes with the motion on the table versus this is about the same.
It is the same, so 26, 27 would be pilot, no postseason. 27, 28, development, no postseason. Full implementation would be, what did I just say, 28, 29? So the next realization, if we follow exactly as is, again, there's some stipulations on there, if we drop between below 50% of schools that are participating, things like that. But if we were to follow that exactly and all things go well, 28, 29, we look at a full postseason there.
Thank you.
Wait, can I ask, sorry, I was trying to clarify, were you talking about the state championship that Tim was talking about initially? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, the Silver State.
Which had nothing to do with the game, like the sport, right? You're referring to that, which means we don't have the timeline of pilot, all of that. We go back to what was originally in place with that other group.
If you wanted to amend the.
No, that's what I think you were asking.
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm
it's not if it was a
asking if we went
sport.
back to that.
We wouldn't have to go.
Like something to get the kids competitive in state championships happening quicker.
We couldn't do a state championship following, if you guys approve this particular motion, we'd follow the regulation.
I understand. I was just trying to get to something that could happen quicker, getting to competition quicker, getting to some postseason quicker. If the timeframes are the same, then it doesn't.
Yeah, that's.
Domingo.
So Keith, yours does not include dance?
Mine did not include dance.
So the question at hand is, if we're doing pilot and all that stuff, when would dance be available to be a part of?
At any point that it was proposed.
And Domingo, just, just for the record, it looked on what I saw on the survey that we put out, there weren't as many schools in support of dance as there were in support of cheer, which is why I made the motion the way that I made the motion.
Can I clarify?
And maybe
I just want to make sure you know the numbers and everyone. So 26 schools said or sorry, 62 schools support both cheer and dance. And additional say just cheer, 11. Additional say just cheer, 3. Additional say just dance. So a total of 62 schools would have gone both.
Okay.
45 neither.
So my point is, when we're doing sanctioning, shouldn't we start with more opportunities than less opportunities?
That's not my point.
That would be more of a question for you, because I have to stand by dance as well.
Yep.
Because my wife would kill me if I didn't stand by dance.
We don't want that to happen.
So I have to do that as well because, they compete now, obviously we all compete now in events, and they do very well as cheering. So it's kind of, if we're gonna include the art or the spectrum of cheer, you're trying to include all of the spectrum of cheer / dance, performing arts or whatever you want.
Thank you. Mr. Mossberg.
Thank you. I would like to ask our council in regard to what Domingo was asking. Would that reasonably be something that would be difficult if we don't include dance right now, to Domingo's point, and then try to bring it back in later? Would that be a problem?
You're asking me?
I'm asking
From
you.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel. I don't know why that would be a problem. I guess you could do it that way, but you could also do it right now. So, I don't know why it would be a problem.
Well, because I think Kate had said that would be really like something like that would be brought up if somebody proposed it, correct? If you separate entity. So.
You'd have to go through the process again. Just for that.
I'm just asking, so in other words, I would want him to get killed by swine or
We don't want that.
No, so, okay. I think Kate was right.
I think the biggest concern would be the regulation process and how long that takes. So if the next meeting, all of a sudden, there's a proposal to have dance on the charter, and we're already adjusting them to say just cheer, it's gonna make the process a little bit longer versus just spirit as a whole modality.
That was what I was going to ask you, because the umbrella is all of it. We're taking one modality under it. If we had to, we would go back and add a second modality. That second modality would then start. It would start where it was entered in at. So in other words, I think what legal counsel said was point on, that we put it in, we don't put it in today, it still falls under the same umbrella. It would just be, I think the way to look at it would be this.
Because if we're just sanctioning cheer, it is not dance. If we sanction spirit, then it could be.
So you're gonna, okay, I don't mean this to sound weird. So the word spirit is what hangs this up.
Correct.
Because that's the NFHS sanctioning umbrella. I got you, okay. Now I'm better, now I go back, we have to bring it in at step one. Yeah, step one.
All right, Mr. Whitman.
Same question about my own motion.
Yes.
Okay, again, understanding again, I want to make sure I understand the complications. My question is this: if this motion does not pass,
yes,
the state championship we talked about that existed prior,
yes,
that could be run by the NIAA as opposed to the cheer group that ran it before, would that be something that could be put in place for the 26-27 school year, run by the NIAA without sanctioning? If the sanctioning fails at this vote, could that be done for 26-27, that there's at least the recognition of cheer in that vein?
Yes.
And that's
Could be
the
done.
event.
That's the event.
I know it's not a sport, right? But I want to make sure that if this gets shut down, that there is a backup option that the board could take on to say we're going to recognize our athletes and say we're going to sanction this. And so you said I don't even need to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion anyway. Because it's better.
No, and that's why Wade's question could not go with your question, because those are two different categories. Yours can exist without Wade, Wade's can exist without you, but you cannot exist together.
Thank you.
So we're looking for that, to do that next year, just that one event.
Well, right now I have a motion.
There is a motion, there's a second.
Okay, hang on. We need to wrap this up.
I just want to ask a question for you.
Okay. Yeah.
Because obviously I'm kind of like him, I don't want to totally leave dance out.
Okay.
Would you recommend putting spirit, or would you recommend just cheer? Or I don't want to put you on the spot, but I kind of want to put you on the spot.
You know, as the spirit interpreter for the state, I am the one, when the conversation first came up, I have to be honest, it was, the interest was in sanctioning as a sport, cheer only.
Okay.
But in good conscience, representing everyone from the state. That's my job. I wanted to bring in the dance athletes also. And really, that reasoning really was to have this discussion. I could not have gone to sleep at night not knowing that I did not put it out. And when we formed our committee, one of the people that's on the committee actually is a long-term dance coach and has much experience, and I wanted her to give her, that's why we brought her on specifically from the South, big school, and we wanted her opinion on what she thought. So, you know.
Thank you.
Kate, you had a...
And Sorensen, parent liaison. So myself being a high school sideline cheerleader, competitive cheerleader, I am all for this. However, since NFHS sanctions spirit as a whole, I feel like that's what
We
us
should
as
stay
a board, we need to sanction spirit.
to stay consistent nationally.
Yes, to stay within NFHS.
Good point. And that's
Okay,
why.
hang on. All right, I'm gonna go to Kate.
Okay. I just wanted to make something very clear too. We only do cheer. Now, the current competitions that we're doing in the state would have to be separated if we still wanted to allow competitive dance as a non-sanctioned sport as we currently do. I don't know how that looks because I know that we do them together as one event currently, is my understanding. That may cause an opportunity, cause a lack of opportunity for dance competition to happen in our state if that can't happen separately, effectively.
That's true.
Okay, Keith, bring us home.
The last thing is, I'm going to amend my other question is this to you, Tim. Yes. Same question for dance. If this fails, could something be created like the state championship that existed for cheer, for dance, by the NIAA?
Absolutely. It would be the.
Not being a sport. If the vote fails.
I understand that. I think what we're also saying is, and I think that's where we're going with this, if we just say cheer and we sanction cheer, can we also do a state championship for dance? That will be a separate event. Or you're saying in general,
Sorry, Kate, my question is, the state championship we talked about that used to happen, that is not a sport. If this vote fails, and we decide to do a state championship for cheer under the banner of the NIA, but not as a sport, that we would put in place, could we also do that same thing as an activity for dance as a state championship? That was my question.
yes, I just think we have to think about the cost of doing a sanctioned cheer eventually and a non-sanctioned dance competition separately, if we keep them separate. My only point.
I'm going to go ahead and amend my last. Because Domingo will punch me, I'm just going to amend it to include the words "and dance." That's what cheer, spirit, not to include sideline cheer. That will stay in that.
Okay, I like that.
Is that a better version?
Thank you.
Okay, Colin, I need you to.
To make a motion, say.
I don't want to.
No.
Okay.
I want to make sure we're clear.
Yeah, I think they should.
Okay, I'm going to try. I didn't write it down last time, so now I'm going to try again. The motion on the table is to sanction spirit as a sanctioned sport for the 26, starting in the 26-27 school year as a pilot, excluding sideline cheer to stay as an activity. Is that clear? Did I do a good job in my motion?
I'm totally confused.
Are you asking me or are you serious?
Are you serious?
Restate your.
Okay, in the 26-27 school year as a pilot, I am putting a motion on the table to approve cheer, or sorry, I'm going to say spirit, not to include sideline cheer as it is now, as a pilot year for sports for both of those things. 26-27.
Yeah. Would second that motion.
We have a first, we have a second. Does anybody
Call the question.
Anybody have anything else? Hearing none. Yes, I'm going. Fran!
do we also need to specify like non-competitive dance as well if we're specifying sideline cheer? Or like sideline dance or drill team? That has to be. No,
Okay.
okay.
The question's been called, so we're gonna go roll call. So, to a yay and a nay, and I believe everybody understands the motion. All right, go Tia.
Pamela Sloan,
Yay.
Walden Smallworth,
Nay.
Linda Cavazos,
Yay.
Greg Malkovich,
Yes.
Jay Kenny,
Yes.
Colin McNaught, Christina Brockett,
Yay.
Wade Wilson,
Aye.
Brian Freeman,
Yay.
Rand Sorensen,
Yay.
Alex Woodley,
Nay.
Keith Whipperman.
Yay.
Okay.
11-2.
Yeah, two.
And we have a stop.
With basic high school, so forgive me. All right, at this time, it is
Before you break, we have a hard 1 o'clock presentation with Tom Clark. I don't think he would have any opposition to us eating while he is speaking, just, so that's one of those, we will try to get everybody back to the seat silence.
It's 10 minutes, by the way.
All right, in other words, we're gonna have a real two-portion lunch.
Thank you.
That's all.
Are we on?
Yeah, please resume. Okay.
All right, you guys, if you can, please go to page 219. Debbie, thank you again.
Oh, thanks again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you,
All right, Mr. Clark. Sorry, we're eating lunch. If you would please, thank you for being here and come to the podium. All right. Says here, Tim Johnson, Executive Director, will present the agreement with Tom Clark, Solutions for Lobbyist Services to the Board of Control. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, everyone. As discussed in the last board meeting back in, I think it was September, we discussed the need and the overwhelming urgency of becoming an entity at the state legislature with someone who has our interest in mind and can work with us. Through the work of, Mr. Polson is not sitting in here. There he is. Mr. Polson and NASB, and with the support of the superintendent, we were very fortunate that Tom Clark and his organization, Tom Clark Solutions, presented themselves to us as an assistant, as an extension of our staff, if you will, to be that voice we need, the ears we need, and the conduit for which we can communicate to our legislators. And as I stated before, after the last legislative session, getting off the defense and getting on the offense. And this is why we're bringing forward Tom Clark and Tom Clark Solutions, his organization, for an introduction, questions and back and forth. But to also bring you up to speed, we spent the better part of the morning yesterday. I had the staff come up a day early. So we had a meeting in the office yesterday with Tom and his staff, and we started to lay out the foundation of what we need, where we're at, where we see the organization going, and what the role of us and the role of Tom and his organization will be moving forward in this. But more importantly, I think what I really want to iterate to the staff is that, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it the way it is. We're getting a heck of a lot for not a lot of cost. And we have already made the necessary adjustments to our expenditures within the office that will not impact our services to kids, our ability to complete those services, and moving forward, the ability to meet the requirements that we need here. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Tom and let him do a little bit of his stuff, and then we'll have some questions and answers moving forward on this. Tom, thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Tim. My name is Tom Clark. I am the CEO of Tom Clark Solutions. Just briefly, my wonderful staff. This is Nicole Flanagan.
She's not all your staff.
Nicole works like there's 10 people and is always on top of it. And I think that Wade and some of the others that have witnessed our work at the Nevada Association of School Boards on NASB will attest that Nicole is a tremendous asset to my team. And we're happy to be here. And a big part of that is the work that we did in the last legislative session for the Association of School Boards. And there were a number of different issues, not one in particular, but a number of issues where we felt as if we were representing the NIAA simply because they were so tied together between what the school boards were doing, superintendents who have their own lobbying team, and then the way that there was just a level of synergy and communication that was taking place. And so when the opportunity came for us to give Tim a proposal to talk about how we could work together, to us it's a natural fit. And so, the concepts, the policies, everything that's coming forward on the education front, you want to be in the Zoom where it happens. Nowadays we're getting back into the room where it happens. So, showing up and being present is 9/10 of the game when it comes to being in this legislative process and making sure that your political brand is one of respect. Your political brand is one of where people know who you are and what you are, because I promise you they will legislate, they will regulate that they don't understand. And so we see a lot of that in the education world, especially as it focuses around youth sports. So the proposal that we put before you is, I think, based on that type of relationship that we hope to have between all of the other education components that we have in the state. Now, one might say, there could be a conflict. There could be a time when the school boards want something that the NIAA thinks is wrong or other things. Those types of conflicts happen all of the time, and we will address those directly with Tim and with NASB and others. And if it's one of those scenarios where we can't go to the table in support of an issue, Tim will definitely be prepared to go up and testify and participate in those arguments on those case by case. I don't see it happening, but I always bring it up just because it's sometimes a question that comes up. Our firm, it's myself, it's Nicole, Paul Young is a partner. He came over from R&R about 4 years ago, R&R Partners. Shelley Capurro joined us a couple of years ago. She came over from the law firm of Kemper Kroll. She is not an attorney, Paul is. And we have a pretty good respectful level of clients that we take before the legislature each legislative session, but also what's really, really important. And I think that it's important to state, because this is January, and if we're so honored to have you ratify this agreement, we can go forward today, working with the interim committees, the education committee. There's a couple of priorities that came out of the meetings that we had yesterday, as far as budget and as far as policies are concerned, that we will hit the ground running, working on those issues right away. And a big part of what we will be doing is bringing Tim in to the fold legislatively and prepping him to meet with a lot of these folks so that the NIAA, they know that there's a presence, and if there's a question, if there's a bill draft request that they're going to bring in forward, they'll come to us first before they actually move that out. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Nicole's happy to answer any questions because she usually does that for me anyway.
For transparency purposes, Nicole has the agreement. The agreement will be services for $1,000 a month, which is the number I think I told you guys at the last board meeting. She can put it up on the screen if someone wants to review it. Obviously, it's tied in with NASB, and I'll let Wade expound on that.
Go ahead, Mike. Yeah, Tom Clark represents the Nevada Association of School Boards, which is all the school boards in the state of Nevada. A few years ago, we engaged him. If any of you know about the legislature, education bills are the largest amount of bills in any legislative session, by far. I've seen as many as 450 bills in one session. I don't think there was as many last year as there has been in the past, but typically you have 300 to 350 education bills in any legislative session. In the last session, we had 8 NIAA bills?
8 bills plus I kind of lumped in the sunset bill.
Sunset committee, yeah.
So kind of 8.5.
So there, it seems like when people start to question, the first thing they want to do is go to their legislature, which is what they should do, and the legislature, their representatives want to do something for their constituents. So more and more, there's getting more and more NIAA bills. The first session I was here, I think there was 4. Then last session there was 8. And because of the mass of bills that are out there, a lot of them kind of are the same. And as a school board member, the NIAA, what affects the NIAA affects the school districts. I mean, they're married together. So when we started getting more and more response to NIAA bills, and I was meeting with legislators on a regular basis, and I would go in as a representative of the NIAA, as a school board member. And in my day job, I do water, so I do water bills also. And so I meet with legislators on all those aspects. And 2 or 3 of them say, well, what does the NIAA care? I never see them in the room. They never come at the legislature. And so we don't see them. And this was in the first session, and then we made more of a presence in the last session. I think this is the next step to getting the NIAA exposure to the legislature, because if the legislature starts taking over the NIAA and trying to run the NIAA in essence, which was what happened in the last session. They tried to dictate what we were going to do, and we're set forth by the legislature. So there's also kind of, having Tom there is a huge, huge advantage to the NIAA, because now he can go and talk on behalf of the NIAA, and he can go represent us, and they're there every single day. Necessarily, the NIAA is not walking the halls every single day in a legislative session. We just don't have time, right? And we can't have that represented. Having Tom there, when they hear something, there's reaction immediately. And so I think it's very important to have that. That's part of that aspect of going on offense versus playing defense all the time. And also, if there's something that we come up with, which we deal with every single meeting, it seems like there's something in regulation, there's something in the law that is questioned, and sports are changing. Organizations are changing. Now we can go and say, we need this change legislation. We need legislation, and we can get that introduced, and we can move forward with it and make the positive changes that we need instead of having to grapple from behind. That's just my, so I think it's very, very important.
Thank you. Alex?
Madam Chair, sorry, I think,
No, you first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had experience working with Ms. Caporo in my previous world at the city where we would do changes in laws related to businesses, and she is very, very knowledgeable. She has a lot of connections down at the legislature. And so does Tom, and Nicole. Nicole is amazing. I've worked with her as well. And with Tom, I actually, Nevada state of Nevada is still so small. I was on another board, nonprofit, where Mr. Clark was very instrumental in actually acquiring funds, state funds, in the 7 digits arena. I was completely surprised. I didn't even know that we had anyone working on that. So that was a success for that particular 501c3. But I have dealt with the Clark Solutions on other issues, on representing the city of Reno, and he is a well-known representative and lobbyist, and I do know that they do great work and very involved in the community as a whole, especially nonprofit units. So it would be great if we get him representatives in this meeting.
Ms. Colossus?
Thank you. And Tom, everyone would like to see you again. And I'm sorry, I apologize so much. I had to step out for the infection storeroom with a phone call. I heard part of the presentation. So is it my understanding it's unlike with NASB, we don't have an actual contract or proposal here at this time, or is that, again, I apologize for that.
It has been provided to the executive director, the scope of work as well as the budget and everything. That we've drafted it, it's been sent to staff, and so, and it's pretty consistent. I mean, the scope of work is, it is what it is, basically runs through how we're gonna represent you, the relationship building, increasing your brand and that kind of stuff. And then also the reporting and the communication. Everything that we do will go funnel through the staff for the most part. However, we always have this, and those of you that are on NASB know, you can call me, text me, you can yell at me from across the street. I'm always there. So, we take those issues on one-on-one, but we do look collectively as the whole as far as how those priorities are going to move forward. So, we have put forward that proposal. I will tell you that it is less than what I would normally charge a nonprofit, and the reason for that is because of the close correlation with NASB. If we didn't also represent the Association of School Boards, this would be a much different price. Guaranteed.
So, did I hear about from them?
Yes.
Because trying to be okay. And so, and also I think, Tom, and also Chris, I would never be across the street and yell at you over drinking. Never, ever do that. So, I thought I heard you at the very tail end, talking about that if there was a conflict, if there was something that came up with NASB and then NIAA, they're not exactly the same page. I think Wade alluded to that too. All kinds of stuff come out in the legislature. Did I hear you say that then you would not then represent us in that particular context? I'm sorry if I got that wrong.
If it was a specific piece of legislation or a policy that you guys saw differently than what NASB saw or vice versa, then we would, usually what's really helpful is like just get everybody in a room and figure it out. If we can't figure it out, then whoever, we would not represent NASB nor the NIA in that environment. So it would be up to staff and other representatives to push that forward. I really do not see that happening.
Contextually though, we would still be tracking the issue, we would still be informing the issue, and we'd know when it'd be scheduled, so that way if NIA wanted to provide written reports, anything like that, meet with the chair, there would still be the advocacy, but we wouldn't go to the table.
Yeah, and I want to just touch a little bit on what was said previously by Wade and by Alex. The runway that we have with the interim committees, bill draft requests will start coming in August. All of them have to be in. Everybody that gets elected gets their BDRs, just like municipalities and others. That happens in December. We're going to know what's out there. And as those BDRs pop up and it simply says, makes various changes to the NIAA, we call that legislative. We sit down with them. We say, what the heck are you thinking? They think, oh, we're going to make lacrosse a sanctioned sport. We're like, we're not going to go there. Again, using that as a hypothetical, that's funny from those inside.
We're still in pain.
Too soon. Right. Too soon. Sorry about that. You can do that, Jay. Absolutely. You son of a...
So nice, what the heck?
Yeah, so I think that because of the, we work the system not just during the legislative process, but also way before we even get to the legislature. We're going to know where these legislators sit on a lot of these issues. If an amendment comes up, that's usually where it's going to happen, but we are also very, very involved in all aspects of everything that's happening during the legislative session. And because we're a known commodity within the halls of the legislature, leadership, staff, individual legislators will call us and say, hey, need your opinion on this before we go forward. And
Okay, so going back to what you said, just a real quick follow-up. So say Wade or I knows a bill, et cetera, and it was one of those rare applications that kind of like not on the same page. But if we had something that we wanted to, basically talk to you about, that would be unusual, or maybe you wouldn't advocate for either one of us, but you'd be more like a neutral, you'd be like a neutral position. Thank you so much for elaborating on that, I appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to go to Colin and then I'll go to Ron.
Colin, now Region 4. Thank you for the presentation. My questions do not at all indicate like it. I'm sure you're a great organization, right? So I just want to make sure you hear that first. Superintendent Holmes, question for you. I'm just wondering, since NASB, or since the superintendents, is it the superintendents or the board, or the school boards that employ you also? Never mind. Okay. So I guess then you can't answer this, so never mind. I would just be curious. I want to figure out how to get you back in and get those issues to move. I would just be a little bit concerned that the school boards might not appreciate the fact that like they were signed on first, and now that we've signed on, we've now negated the school board's opinion on an issue, right? And it's just a statement. It doesn't really. You can speak if you want, but I'm going to continue my comment first. But I think that it's just something to consider here, right? I think it's just. I don't want us to create a situation where the school boards wanted one thing, but because we're involved and we kind of want another thing, then all of a sudden we've negated all the school boards' lobbying efforts across the district, across the state. So it's worth noting. As far as the priorities are concerned, I guess a question for you all. I'm assuming the board would have some input on, or would be able to set those priorities, since who would be employing you all, the staff or the board, right? Because I just want to make sure that, like, we are part of that conversation. Sounds like some priorities have already been discussed, but I don't know what those are. And so I'm just wondering, how does that normally work?
So we would contract with the entity that is the board, or for the staff, you know, so everything, all the communications would go through Tim and through his staff. We would put together those priorities, working with them to bring to you as individual board members for approval on priorities going into the next legislative session.
Okay.
That's what we've done with all
It's
of
more
our.
of a logistical thing that we as a board probably just have to work out as far as like how we are directing staff on the direction of that. Understood. Okay, lastly, I'll just say this. Again, not opposed, but also hard to be opposed or for without an agreement in front of us. So I'm not super comfortable voting on something that we haven't reviewed.
Right. I did just get that. You're coming into that, okay, and I understand I'll get that to you. And if you do have an issue with it, then I have no problem if you need to state that or whatever you need to do with that. What I wanted to go back to real quick with your previous statement was, my plan is that as we move closer to the legislative session, that we have a platform, that we develop a board, the board develop a platform of what our priorities are, much like the school districts do, the superintendents do, that we have that so that we know going forward what we're looking for and what we stand for going into the legislative session.
It will be bringing a lot of those issues to you as we hear them. So that's the primary goal, is that once we get to December 15th, we know exactly the direction that we're going into for the 2027 legislative session, both from NASB and NIAA, and we're going to see what the superintendents have proposed and all of that kind of stuff. So.
All right, I'm going to go to Rollins and then I'll go to Wayne.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Sounds great and really interesting to see how that impacts us as an institution. Your work being done in regards to this organization, how will it be brought back to us? Will you guys present that to us, or will it go to Tim and then Tim gives that to us, or will you be attending a meeting here and there to explain what's going on?
We will be here as often as you need us, and if there's if there's a mid-session emergency phone call that needs to occur, we'll have it. If it's leading up to that, each of your board meetings, I would suggest that we would probably be here just to give you a report on the activities that we're doing in the interim. But a lot of written reports come out of our office, and there's people that take care of that for us.
So with the school board, something we typically do is we present once a year about successes, pitfalls, and general policies that are going on within your organization across the nation, but also within the state. So the idea, it's in the agreement, is that we would do that at least once a year. During session, we do either weekly or bi-weekly reports as bills are introduced. We track them, we monitor them, we get comments, and we continue the process forward. So during session, reporting looks a lot differently. It's very timely based on when things are introduced. For those of you that don't know the legislative process, things are introduced and they can be heard the same day. Sometimes they're heard weeks later. That's why we're constantly tracking. We have a notification system that works instantaneously as soon as it's reported. So there's this constant interaction of how we're letting you know what's going on, but we're more than happy to give updates about what policy is happening, what we're working on, and the interim committees, both education and sunset, will both address things happening with you this session, or this interim.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Wayne.
Yeah, just to help call out with the school board affiliation to this board. There's 4 voting members that are school board members that sit on this board: Linda, Alex, myself, and Greg. And Linda is selected by Clark County School District, so the school board selects her to be on this board. Alex is selected by Washoe County School District, but NASB is actually the process that is used to select my position and Greg's position, because there's multiple school districts that we represent. And so the process goes through NASB, and it's actually those directors, those school board members that sit on the NASB directorship, they're the ones that select our positions and who represents them on this board. So that's kind of the connection to it. Just a quick explanation, maybe for the public, for everybody else.
Can I ask a point of clarification? Because we have a flexible agenda and we haven't seen the proposal, is it okay to get the proposal out, let people look at it today, and then bring it back up tomorrow to discuss and possible action? Is that?
You said it to me, right?
and we'll send
Yes.
you, yeah.
Thank you. And then I can disseminate it to the board and you can take it with the financial package.
I think people would be more comfortable doing that after this year.
I want you to know that it wasn't trying to be deceptive, and I agree.
I just was trying to find a solution to move us forward.
Yep. And I think my item could have been worded better. Potential, but I should have worded.
I think that the legislature should adopt this blue signal, red signal thing. Like, if you want to speak, they should have to raise one of those things up too. That would be
We
so
don't follow
helpful.
it very often.
No.
But going back to Nicole's point, we will be communicating with you a lot about what's happening. And one of the things, because the chair of the interim committee on education is a former peer of yours, Angie Taylor. She and I are going to have regular conversations soon too. And what I would like to do is invite Mr. Jackson to come in and actually testify before the interim committee to give both sides, because that's the Assembly and the Senate, an opportunity to hear from Tim just exactly what the NIAA does, because that can put a lot of damper on any potential legislation that's coming your way as well.
And how your funding is structured, because I think it's mystifying to a lot of our legislators, even veteran legislators.
And I want you guys to know that was one of the main topics of discussion yesterday was how our funding, how we function financially, and where we are, and where and what we do, and how we do what we do, and that was a very. I appreciate the staff's behavior yesterday and the open and frank dialogue. It was not about. I think what we discovered yesterday was what I've always known is I am fortunate, I hire better than me. And I have an incredible staff who does an incredible job and steps up and does things that no other association could even remotely pull off. And with this added avenue, we are not going to be catching things and missing things. Just a point of reference, during the state baseball, there was a hearing scheduled for Friday, and I had made arrangements for staff to be up here for state baseball so I could go testify. And I got up to go down to testify at the hearing, only to learn it had been moved 2 days earlier. And we missed it. There was no notification. We didn't notify that. And I guarantee you that would happen. Nicole would have on the phone, Tim, get your rear to Carson City right now.
Or we'd have gone to the table.
Or you'd have gone to the table for us. And that's what we need. That's the type of in the hallways every day, not me sitting in there trying to go from door to door, somebody who can actually walk through the door. Because they do that, that's their job, and that's what we do. They don't have to now, they're welcome.
Xavier.
Xavier Anthony, representing NATA. I can share that NIAA has a liaison in DC that they're the eyes and the ears of anything that might come up, and they relay that back to the executive director, and the executive director obviously has a little more insight of what could be up and coming and is able to share out. The other thing that they do that's nice, the group does, they also share like a monthly heads up of all the different states of the legislation that's going on that they're hearing about. So that could be ideal as well, if you can let us know, here's what's going on in Nevada. That way, we're not like Tim just said 2 days before something occurs that we're in the dark. So I think this is a positive situation. And like I said, NIAA is on that same target path as well.
Good comment. Colin?
I guess, Colin, not Region 4, I would love to, so it sounds like as soon as we agree to this, they're going to start lobbying. I would love to know what they're lobbying prior to that. I don't know what that looks like. I know it's not agenda size. So we're gonna say yes and then go, but go in one direction, right? And so I think, I don't know how that can be shared appropriately.
Well, I think that can come from my office directly to you in the same way I do the board update. Anything that comes out, I can bring that out and send it up. And, X, how often does that NIAA thing come out? Once a month?
About a month.
Every month?
Yeah.
So I think that we can put that right on there. So now we can do the board update on the first Friday of each month and the legislative update on the third Friday of each month, unless something comes out faster than that.
And just to kind of add a little bit to that, 90% of what we're going to be doing over the next 6 months is political brand awareness. We're not going to be talking about specific policies, we're not going to be talking about specific issues. We're going to be educating 63 people in the governor's office about what it is the NIAA does, and build your awareness and your brand within that political environment, because out of that, issues will come to us instead of us pushing them out. Once we learn of that information, we'll bring it to you guys. You guys can make a decision. We can decide how we're gonna advocate for it. But a big part of it is just, this is what the NIAA is, what they do, why they're important, and the incredible work that they do across our state. They should be respected, loved, and cherished, and you should continue to do so and maybe throw some money at them too.
All right, Alex.
Just to give you guys an idea, from other boards that I've served on, what lobbyists have done is, for example, can you imagine back when the Raiders were trying to get into the state and get the benefits that they were getting from the taxes? If someone representing the NIAA said, oh, this sports company is coming into our state, well, let me tell you about our statewide sports for the youth we have in this state. Can you imagine what we could have gotten if someone was out there representing us when they had those meetings?
All right, so this is the game plan. This item will return tomorrow. We're gonna tack it on with the budget, with the financials, and at which time Mr. Jackson will get the agreement, contract agreement, to everyone at the table.
Excellent.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for your time. We
Thank you.
very much appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay.
Back to the beginning.
I'm gonna backtrack now, go to number 9, the financials on page 49.
Are you guys on the agenda? Yes.
Even if we take it back, so we have to turn the trash out.
Okay.
All right, everybody, if you could please come back and have a seat. Everyone, if you could come back, please.
So obviously, you'll be able to take these with you tonight as is the practice of the past, but I wanted to highlight a few things as we went through. This is as of last week. Just to show you, anything that is highlighted in green surpassed budget expectation. Anything that is highlighted in not green is not there, and anything has divisor /0 means we don't have anything yet. Please take a look at football. We came in close, 95.91. We blew the soccer projection out of the water. And I will tell you, thank God we did, because it carried the ball. Why do I think we blew it out of the water? Is we had really good crowds in the north for stateside. Really, really good crowds. We came in short under girls volleyball. Overall, though, we exceeded projection for the fall by about $8,000, $9,000. So I was very happy there. Dues came in a little higher than we anticipated, than I first estimated them to be. So we came in a little bit higher there. That came from some of the comments of some of our other school districts that we don't get the actual number until right away, so we send it out, and we were good there. Fines are setting at about 7,100. We're over there. I know like the number 142% sounds really bad, but it's really only about 2,100. We are behind the pace, if I believe, from last year. The number of fines that we've issued. I think the fines that we are issuing are changing in the way that they are being issued, but this also represents the increase in the fines, which if we're issuing fewer fines at a higher price, we're going to need a little bit more money, obviously, but then I'm okay with that as it was. Level 2s, we're sitting at 2560. That does not mean we've only had a few level 2s. We've had quite a few, but some of them are we don't recoup any costs on those, but those will continue to come in. The officials registration and fees is a misleading number this year because we increased it and included the cost of their activity card as part of their registration. So we are higher than we would normally be at this time, but that's because of the increase there. VPS is our sanctioning, that's what we get from the NFHS. We've only received one check, second check should be coming shortly, and third and fourth to follow. But we're right on projection there. Rule books, we're right where we should be. With rule books, with 2/3 of the season's done, we should be pretty good there. Partnerships, we're halfway through there, we're good. Our in-kind agreement there with Activate is always going to be $55,000. We had a $1,300 donation made, so that's nice. Hopefully a few more of those will come in. Our interest on our bank accounts is right where it should be for the half-year mark. So far, we have brought in 964 with total revenue of 1.5 or 61%, which is about where we should be, considering the fact that the fall is our largest and football is our biggest. So we should be in pretty good shape there. Tournament director fees are right where they should be, 1/3, a little high, but we'll survive. Tournament expenses are at 109, we're doing well there. Officials are at 31%, we should be 33 with the diminishing number of officials we require, so that's a good number there. Facility expenses looks a little higher than we would like to see, but let me explain why. With Facilitron, the cost of security is now included in the facility expense, so it's not itemized out broken. That's why that number goes up. So next year on the budget, you will no longer see security as an itemized item broken out, because that's where it goes. It goes into Facilitron, it's a part of us hosting an event. It's not like we can call and say, we're going to do this. We only change the number when we increase the amount of security we request. So if you take the 100 and the 260, put them together, we're sitting at about 68, 69 grand. We're in good shape. Basketball and those other sports get quite expensive because of the number of facilities that we use. Trophies and awards, we've already paid the 85, so we know we're there. We're going to probably go over that a little bit. That's why I budgeted 95, just because we have to order some extra medals. We've had to order a few extra things here and there. And we chose to go with something different for the winter wrestling officials as opposed to a token. You got something different. But we're going to be under budget there nicely. Salaries and part-time costs are right where we should be. Our part-time help went a little higher than I anticipated, but we're still under the 66% threshold where I think we should be at this point, so we're in good shape there. Conference travel, we are done with conference travel with the exception of legal meeting, which is the last one, so we're way under there. Staff travel is way under, and I will tell you that comes from the fact that we have staff that are driving to save costs and not charging the association mileage, but rather charging us gas. So fill my tank and I'll drive, okay? It sure is cheaper than 70 cents a mile. So we fully cut costs there. Rules and education classification meetings, those are done, so we are way under budget there. We did a nice job there. Please note the board of control meetings. Thank you. Thank you very much to you and to the staff. We have really substantially lowered our costs by having meetings here, by having meetings in Centennial, by having meetings in Cimarron, by having a meeting in El Dorado. Those costs are going down dramatically, and that is very important. Our travel is right where it should be about this point. With the 2 meetings done for the year, we're about 50%. Our travel cost for airfare is very expensive. Airfare did not go down in any way, shape, or form. It's actually going up, but we're staying ahead there. Committee meetings, we didn't have any committee meetings. We did have some committee travel that we take care of, that we offset. And commissioners' expenses, we're going to actually go over that probably this year. We're going to add a $25 increase in the commissioner's expense, but we'll adjust for that next time. The clinic and the commissioner's travel is what we send Ellen to for huddle, and or the commissioners' meeting. They do a big one for commissioners. We send her to that, but they're actually tying that with the summer meeting. Summer meeting. Same kind of window, so we'll take out a back and forth travel expense, so we'll be in good shape there. Please note rent is higher than we budgeted because we were notified again right after the budget was approved that the rent went up again due to the cost of property increase there. We've cut down on everything else. Please note postage. We are substantially lower on postage this year, and the reason we are substantially lower on postage is you are looking at NIAA Delivery Express. Bart came up with a car full of stuff, Bart will go home with a car full of stuff. We coordinate, we travel, I rented a U-Haul, Golden U-Haul, I don't get mileage, you guys gave me a stipend in my contract. I got a U-Haul for, I believe, $59, hooked it to the back of my truck, drove up here, picked up every trophy, and drove it back home to Nevada, to Las Vegas. And we have 2 distribution centers located in southern Nevada. One is at the Jackson domicile, and the other distribution center is at Bart Davis's home. We coordinate between the 4 of us to get all the trophies out there. Tia has her home delivery system up here, and we have cut down on our postage, our travel, and every other aspect that we can. We have shaved off tons. We have gotten rid of in-house shredding. Instead of them picking it up to shred, we went out and bought a $59 cross-cut shredder that we shred. We have gotten rid of superfluous items in the office that we don't need. So as you can see, our expense on office supplies is sitting at 17% of our projected budget just by making these very simple cuts. The other cut we've made is we no longer have 2 Xerox copy machines. I never knew why we did to begin with. We have 1. We've gotten rid of that. We've renewed the lease there to a substantial savings. So we're doing pretty good there. Office maintenance is anything that we have to. We're going to be very careful not to break anything. But that's always going to be an issue. The scholarships are sitting there. The liability insurance went up. We were notified of that after the July board meeting. So next year we're going to budget a little higher. Insurance is never going to go down, and I have a feeling our rates will go up anyway in the near future. Just so you know that the legal expenses, while Paul's retainer is it was $9,000 a month, it's $108. I budgeted for his travel and any hearings in which he had to do, and any room and board. That way we have a little cushion there because we don't really know the number of hearings. And then hearing expenses are Iris costs and then Iris travel. Once again, we don't know those. Hopefully we can continue to keep those down as we are. So you will see we went over budget and officials registration. That is a good problem. That means we have more officials registered. We make money off the registration. RMA, our cost for RMA is not $60,000 now. It is only $5,000. So there's going to be a $55,000 savings in that just in this year alone and moving forward. Weight management is done. We were projected to have $15,000 cost. We brought that in under at $12,000. Our accounting has gone over because we are going through a very, very thorough audit as we continue forward, but that's nearly completed. Our bank charges are down. Thank you, Tia. She discovered that we were paying some fees for credit cards that were not just charged to the vendor, but to us as the user of it. We don't pay those anymore. We now work with our bank and we have eliminated those, nearly completely gone. We're doing a really good job there. So as you can see right now, we are $500,000 revenue over expenses based on just our budget. Then the final breakout, you can look through. There'll be questions that I'm sure you have on this. Please understand that one of these in here somewhere, you're going to see some the Section 7.8 meeting will fall in here. You'll see it. Just so you are aware, the Section 7.8 meeting cost this association about $105,000 to host. We offset nearly 70 of it through sponsorship, through registration, and whatnot. So my initial thought was we were going to be tapping into our reserve fund. We are not going to have to because we have $55,000 that was taken away from RMA. So we did that without a cost to the association. I don't think we could ever pull that off again, but I will say that it was very effective. So please go ahead and take a look here. If you see anything in here tomorrow or over the night, or if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm learning this. Oh, you have a question.
Sorry, I just have one question.
Yeah.
One, thank you for paying for my Weight Watcher myself, didn't I?
Yes.
I do have a question. Thank you, Pam and Rollins, for paying that. So on the revenue, it says weight management at 20 or 22,000.
Yes.
For revenue, and then on the expense side.
Yes.
It's only cost us $11.64
Yes. So,
and reduction of 15.
Yes. Okay. So on the weight management, that revenue comes in. So here's what happens. We do weight management for wrestlers. They take the hydration test. We pay the official to go do it. We pay for the supplies. We pay for mileage. We build the school. Okay. The cost is a little less than. We don't pay the full cost for that. So it is a fundraising activity, and all that money then goes back into wrestling directly. So this year we bought more skates for wrestling. So we will use those at the state championships. We buy, whatever we, so we bought the scales, I can't remember, I'm drawing a blank on numbers now. But we use that money in for wrestling, goes back directly to wrestling. And so no one else can come and say, hey, Tim, I need you to pay for this. It would have to come from somewhere else. This is directly benefiting our wrestling programs.
Appreciate those
Yeah.
questions.
And it's, I'm gonna tell you something, Keith, as I've gone through this for the last 20 months, the naming of our accounts is so confusing, because we actually have an account in there, I believe it's 4065, called sanctioning 4065, I believe. Yes, no, I'm sorry. If you go to the page 205 of the profit and loss, you'll see up there, we have special projects 4750 revenue, and then 4760 special projects C, comma, or slash P. So it took me forever to learn the difference there. The difference is basically what they're paying for in there. So there are so many other things. And if you look above, the one that really gets me is this one, 4740. NIAA sanctions All-Star Games. Huh? That is NIAA sanctioned All-Star Games, not NIAA sanctioned fines. So what we have to do is we're going through and we're cleaning those up and changing the names to represent what they truly are. And so there are a few of them, like the weight management, that appear in there twice and can be, I would use the word discombobulated. Because sometimes I look at those and the question is right, it's okay, exactly what does that mean? Why is it put there? Luckily for us, we have a bookkeeper who is meticulous, and she does communicate clearly with our auditors to make sure that we're using the terminology correctly. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yes, comment?
Only not looking for, Tim, is it possible to give a more detailed breakdown of the revenue made on football?
What would you like to know? Yes, I can tell you what.
That revenue comes from playoffs.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
I would just love to see a breakdown, kind of like,
5A, 4A, 3A, 2A.
Yeah, I guess so.
I can look into that, yeah. I might actually be able to give you that, Colin.
Yeah, I just want to better understand, and that's in 1 year, that's playoff revenue, like just basically entry fees to every playoff game.
Yes.
That member schools host.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can break, what I do is this, I have it broken down by game and division and host site.
Yeah, I mean, would that be appropriate to share? Yeah.
Yeah, sure, bro.
Yeah.
Fine, I can break it down any way you want.
Yeah.
Would you like that as a supplemental for me to email to you for this round or for the next board meeting?
Whatever works for you, whatever's easier, yeah, I think, as soon as possible.
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely. So, and with that, we can bring that back tomorrow if there are anything else. And the NASC is in there too, and they're in good financial shape as soon as we get their last check. We should have our audit.
All right, we will now go to agenda item number 10. Please go to page 50. All right, we're going to start out 5A, 4A, Northern Region Commissioners. Teresa, you're up.
For what?
Hey, Grace? You have nothing to share at this time.
Not at this time.
Thank you. All right, now we are going to go to 4A, 5A, Southern Region. We're going to go to 10.
Can I say, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just kidding. One thing I did forget to put on here that I wanted to, sometimes we harp on the concerns or the negatives, but I know we've been hearing how it's so hard to find places to hold playoffs and places to, nobody's stepping up to do this. So last year, we kind of got together, sent out some surveys, and so now I pretty much gave them people who have been willing to host for the next few years. So we're getting it together. I know there's a lot of us, and it's not easy with 40-some schools, but I think we're finally working together as a group to say, hey, we're gonna get this, because I know, 3A and some of the Northers, I was talking to her, and they're just like, yeah, I've got 10, 11 schools. I'm like, oh God, that would be nice to bring that group together. But I think we're doing a good job at getting places to host. So, I always like to start off with congratulations to our fall champs. 4A cross country, boys and girls was Clark. Girls golf, 5A was Coronado, 4A was Desert Oasis. Girls volleyball, 4A Sierra Vista. Boys soccer, 5A Coronado, and 4A was Sunrise Mountain. And then 5A girls tennis was Coronado. I went and reread my second paragraph and I was like, I didn't even write wrestling in there. But it was the second paragraph. A couple of the coaches brought a concern that about the inequity of numbers for postseason qualification for wrestling. The South has almost double the number of participants of girls, yet they get the same amount of qualifications as the North. So they would just like to put that in everyone's ear to kind of say, hey, maybe we need to look at that. Oh my gosh, the whole back row. And I know it's not I know there's an actual statute that goes with it, I didn't put it in here. And yes, it's a CCSD rule, I get it. But it's just, we're seeing the divide get bigger and bigger and bigger between public and then private and charter. Part of it is CCSD is passing rules that are not helping us out, but, you know, we're losing kids. When I say daily, I mean daily. We're losing athletes to private and charter because they're playing by a different set of rules than we are. You know, they're allowed to have, you know, they're allowed to come in and start as a freshman at a different level. You know, if they come in, we have a cohort that says they got to be a sophomore. So parents are like, no, I'm going to take my kid to private or charter, and they get to go be a freshman, and they get 4 years instead of 3 years. So it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So a lot of the athletic directors, coaches, you name it, have said, you know, we need to do something where the state, that everyone's playing by the same rule when it comes to that. I know I'm on the what is our committee, Kate? Rules and regulations. I'm on so many committees, I forget. That, you know, we brought up that, and I try to tell people I don't know where it's at in the process, but you know that they're not going to be allowed to play after a certain age. Lots of people ask about the transfer rule. So I wrote this, I think, before I got the last email that there was a group that was sent, a group of rules that was sent back from the LCB. Don't know if that was in it. I'm hoping it was, but I hate to bring up the officiating, but this one was sent to me by numerous people. And I don't know if it's a South issue. I don't even know if it's isolated to certain parts of town, but you know, I was looking at the ejections, and I see how high the ejections are. And a lot of people have the same, echoing the same concern that the code that they're officiating is letting it get that far and not doing anything about it, and then just real quick to pull the trigger to say the kid's ejected, the coach is ejected, but there's no, I don't know what the right word is, but they want some officials to take in that shared responsibility to control the game more so, and just letting it go and letting it go and then letting it go and then all of a sudden ejecting. So I've seen it personally myself, both ways. I had one set of referees that were amazing and they kept the game under control, and then I've seen it where you could tell from the first 2 minutes of the game that there was going to be ejections. So that was brought up, like I said, quite a few times. And lastly, I've actually talked to Tim about this, but coaches, athletic directors, APs were looking to bring back the postseason NIAA meetings where, you know, you have the preseason meetings with the coaches, but then there's no real follow-up at the end of the postseason. We tried to do it in CCSD, but again, it's not with the NIAA. It was with me as the rep, but then it's hard to distinguish, you know, it's hard to explain to people this is a CCSD issue, this is an NIAA issue. But yeah, a lot of people would love to see those meetings come back.
Can I add on to that then?
You sure can.
So I had a conversation with Tammy, and it was ironic that she had that on mine. Those are coming back. We're going to start doing them statewide. We're not going to do just the local. The issue is when they're localized, they become local concerns. So the topics like transportation will not be a topic, but postseason venues will. Relevant topics that we need to address after the season, and we can address some stuff going into the next season of that sport. So the plan is to do them virtually so that there's no travel involved. they'll be open forums, and we'll send them out, and we will start doing them. Well, I don't know if we're gonna do them for this fall, or for this winter sports, but we'd like to at least have them in place to go forward with in the spring and then moving into next year. We are making some adjustments to that, so Tammy and I had a conversation about that, and I told her she got to keep it her report, I'll take it out of my report, and it's time to bring it back.
Yes, wait.
Yeah, just a question, Tammy. I think last year about this time you were saying hosting sites for track. There was only certain schools that were doing all the hosting during the weekdays and everything. Is that getting better?
So it wasn't as much the weekdays, because the weekdays, our lovely schedule over here, he says, well, it was as more of, we were having too many at one site.
Okay.
So, we were having like 2 or 3 big schools at one site, and we were there till midnight.
Yeah.
Trying to get through the events. So yeah, X has done a great job of breaking that up. So now you may have 1, maybe 2 big schools, but we're not there till midnight. So we have more track meets that we're hosting, but we're getting out much more.
It's good.
Anybody else? All right, let's now go to 387 region, Austin.
So I apologize, I'm gonna blame Rob for Charlie, never took me a red letter, so that won't happen in the future, but I would like to congratulate all of our fall state champions to football, Churchill County, cross country was Truckee, volleyball, the Meadows, girls golf, Boulder, and soccer for boys and girls with South Tahoe. Not much to report on the 3, I think things are going smoothly. We do have some concerns, this specifically to the north, on the multi-level ruling. There's been some, I would classify it as abuse of that, the way it's written, but it's pretty vague, and I understand that as well. So just to bring it to your attention, I had a great conversation with Tim about it, so that's really all we have.
And I apologize, I just crossed out Southern region,
okay.
you are 3A.
It's all right. I talked to them too, they didn't have anything, so.
You were the 3A, I apologize. All right, now for the 2A, we're gonna go to Ken.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Sean Simon staff. I just want to give Austin another shout out. Lowry High School that he works at, they are kind of in charge of, they're the host member school for the state wrestling tournament coming up in a couple weeks in February. And I want to appreciate Austin and all his work that he's done to help secure the site. And we've had weekly meetings for the last 2.5 months, I guess. And just want to let everyone know on the board that he's doing more than just being a liaison. He's piecing it all together for us, boots on the ground there. So appreciate that, Austin.
Thank you.
All right. All right, Mr. Parker.
Hey, Parker 2A. I want to actually put up on Sean's comment right there, and Tammy's on host sites for people that are running tournaments and people stepping up. I do want to actually announce Carrington High School, Pershing County, Tonopah, Faith Lutheran, not a 2A school. The Meadows High School, not a 2A school. Wooster, not a 2A school, hosting either 2A state basketball, spring sports, baseball, softball. So we do appreciate all the local just opening their doors for us and to host sites, because a lot of our schools don't have host sites, and it does get put on those schools over and over and over. So everybody else that does host for us, we do greatly appreciate it. So I do thank you guys for that. 2A, Southern and Northern going well. Spoke to Mike Brooks in the North. Great basketball tournaments going on. Green Valley Christian, it's a great addition obviously to 2A, hosting a ton of events, put on a 75-team varsity tournament, JV basketball tournament. They're very gracious in helping and assisting wrestling. So we appreciate all of their help. Again, to all the 2As, we do have a lot of our schools playing in the 3A or 4A teams. We appreciate those crossovers. For instance, we do have our 2A, we only have 2 teams in the South for golf, and the 3A, 4As, except for the Senate. We are getting on that schedule, so we appreciate that. And we are working with the Meadows and their football situation and accommodating them, bringing them onto our 2A football schedule as independent. I know discussion will take place here later today, but that is an ongoing conversation between us as athletic directors, so it is a positive direction that we're going with that. Other than that, I want to thank the NIAA for the Allegiant experience, the UNR experience, for all the coaches, players, and staffs and all that. I know there's a lot of talk, and I appreciate all that. And North.
Thank you. All right, 1A, Miles.
Miles Baldwin, 1A. First off, want to congratulate our fall state champions, Perennial Valley, in both volleyball and football. So congrats to them. Fall was a great season. With that, I want to thank Fernley High School, Paul Sullivan for hosting volleyball, and Bishop Warren for hosting football. So great opportunity for our kids. Winter sports are off and running, shot clocks, everything I've heard is, game to game. Some schools are, still working through it, but we're getting it done. So, competitive cheer, that was decided. So, I feel like most of our 1A schools are going to stick with sideline only based on our conversations, and that'll work for us all, given our numbers. Also, I want to thank Xavier Anthium for the opportunity to attend the NIAA conference. A ton to bring back to our league and my school. Yep, that's pretty much everything in 1A.
Thank you. All right, Domingo Rivera, private schools.
As an overall, they're competing, they're doing a good job. There's not overall really many complaints going on. It's status quo, trying to survive.
All right, thank you. David Henneman, charge lead.
All right, David Henneman, charge liaison. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Darrell Red Rock for winning the 4A Girls State Championship in soccer this past fall. We did have our athletic directors meeting for charter schools on November 20th. And Tim Jackson was in, and Xavier Anthium, which is now a viewpoint about the whole alignment with Suncaden joining LOC 5A, but that's now over for now. But also brought up the scheduling of spring sports because many of our charter schools, we do not have baseball and softball fields, but due to CCSD doing their field renovations, it's been a tough time trying to secure these fields, and even with some of the private schools, like I know Lakeview Christian and Green Valley Christian, we're all in the same boat trying to secure fields, and we usually find out in September. We didn't find out, at the time of the meeting, we still hadn't heard anything. We were told in October it was gonna be done, but by December, we finally got like our field assignments. And one thing is, I know some of the other schools did not have field assignments, and they're asking, oh, can you host? And for softball, it's really tough because we have little leagues and club teams and everything using these fields, so it's really tough trying to find fields. So I know I've talked to Xavier about it too, and some of the schools, or like CCSD school, says, hey, you have a road softball game, can we borrow your field for doing that so we can host a game there? So I know schools are trying to work that out. This winter, some of our shorter schools were able to host some tournaments. Matter East had their Beast East flag football tournament. We held our Cadence Classic flag football tournament, which had privates, charters, and public schools in it. For basketball, it was great to see, like Green Valley Christian headed it up, but there's a private, a charter with Piper's Cadence, and a public chaparral. The Holiday Classic, we had over 70 teams, boys and girls, in that tournament. And then Suncaden and Matter East co-hosted the Dare to Drink tournament. That was over Martin Luther King weekend. Our next charter school meeting will be at NIAA, and after the league meetings, we're going to meet briefly there. I'd like to thank Xavier staff for planning a conference. It looks like it's going to be another great conference. And I know we're plugging this for you, Xavier, but I encourage all our athletic directors, administrators, and secretaries to join attend data as very informative and educational. So it's a great thing. And so whether you're charter, private, public, we encourage everybody to go to data. So that's it.
All right, thank you. Now I'll turn it over to Xavier Anthium, NIAA.
Just want to say thank you to Miles and Dave for putting a good plug in there. But everyone should have gotten an agenda. I put everyone one on everybody's in front of them, and then inside you'll find a cute newsletter that recap basically the national conference. We recently had a national conference in Tampa, Florida. We had 64 plus Nevada members attend, and that's fantastic. I mean, We've had such great things going on. For example, you'll see there's a photo there of Shanoa Davis from Mojave. She's our first ever national faculty member. She teaches on 628, and she had the opportunity to teach at the national conference. So this is something that we're on the rise, right? And it's very impactful. Of course, we've got people from across the state. You got Tom Ezekiel, Sam Beckson, Tom Schramer, Yvette Williams, that were our delegates, and we're excited about that. In addition, both Yvette and Tom were presiders, so they might not have been presenting, but they were presiding over a session, again, just to help them put Nevada on the map. I attended Tom's session. Yeah, he was proud to wear his NIAA quarters in, and then he talked about the great state of Nevada as he was presenting the gentleman from Wisconsin. But that's Thomas. Everybody knows Thomas can spin things a little differently. And also, Tammy Hapey got her CAA. So, shout out there. And then we're going to have, hopefully, Dave and Kenny that'll test here for the CAA here in February. And I'm looking across at Miles and Austin. They're going to be testing, hopefully, national coming up. So, some good things going on. Also, just a real quick shout out. As well, you'll see we've got pictures there on the back. I didn't know we had a couple specialists in cornhole or back toss.
It was amazing.
Josh Bennett from Sunrise Mountain and Tommy took second place. I think shocked everybody, but that was fantastic. And then on a very serious note, Reed High School, Ryan Sims and Jen Rich, they took part of the Quality Program Award, and that's the first ever that we've had in the state of Nevada, and they will receive their award there. So, if you switch over to the next document, there's the NIAA conference right here. And we're excited that we're 19th through the 21st. And I just want to highlight a few things real quick. For example, if you come on the 19th in the morning, you have the opportunity to have a quick session with Dallas and Jen. They'll kind of give you some overview of what to expect on the test. They'll test review, test refresher, and then they'll be able to just jump in and take the test right after that. Then we open in, as Dave kind of talked about, to some league meetings. So definitely want to encourage everybody from the north, from the south to come out and be part of those league meetings. It's a great opportunity to kind of discuss things that are going on across the state and to collaborate and try to find a commonality so that when we do present things towards the NIAA or for leagues, that everybody's pretty much on the same page. Again, as you go through, you'll see a multitude of workshops that are earmarked and geared towards things that are specific and related to what's going on across our state. In addition, we have a few courses that are being taught, both 504 and 506. So anybody that was involved in our Nevada Athletics Summer Institute can now finish out and hopefully get all the coursework necessary to become a CAA. So that's a big vaulted idea that has worked out tremendously. In addition, we've got 6:30 and 7:21 that are going to be presented. And I'll just shout out just real quick and I'll be done, is that we do have Renee Rigoli from Arizona. She's the executive director from Arizona. It's coming out to teach with Missy Townsend. Missy Townsend just won the at-large bid for the NIAA. Will sit on the board of directors, so having both of them on board is fantastic. And also we've got Trevor Wilson out of Stansbury High School in Utah, who's going to come do a workshop and teach a class. And Sandy Mater from Texas, who's also going to do a workshop and teach a class. So we're bringing people in from all across the nation and just try to help grow and continue the positive trajectory that we're on. So just a little bit. If you have any questions or need to know how to get involved, please reach out to anyone on the NIAA committee and we'll get you situated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Officials Association, Ellen.
All right, Ellen Townsend, Officials Liaison. It's a little paper that's got a little whistle in the corner. Up in the left-hand corner, first thing you need to do is, I know I'm ahead of things, but the date should say January 23rd, 2026. I did not create this back in September. So I just didn't update my little kind of template that I have there. I want to thank you for the opportunity to kind of present Officials Liaison report based on information that I received from various associations. Take it that if I don't hear from them, all is good. We still have sportsmanship, kind of a shortage of officials is still occurring, which deals with our recruitment and our retention and some compensation issues. As far as member schools payment, volleyball here in the north, that's down to 4 schools at this point. They haven't paid their fall volleyball bill. You can cross out Tahoe off, they did pay that a few weeks ago, so that's a good thing. Timely payment is just really crucial to retaining officials and keeping them. It's not like, fortunately, this amount isn't really high, but if we end up having a lot of schools that don't pay, then we can't pay our officials. So that kind of impacts us there. It's not on here, but I just want to recognize and thank all the schools that participated in the Fall Officials Appreciation Week. We had really good turnout for various schools. We'd like more schools to participate. The winter Fall Appreciation Week was January 11th to 17th, or anytime before or after schools were scheduled with home games at that time. I don't have a lot of feedback on how that went for everyone at this point. I think Tia probably got a few pictures sent to her from some schools on participation for the Winter Officials Appreciation Week. If I go to number 2 under recruitment, kind of retention, a few shortages. The Northern Wrestling Group, they have a shortage of wrestling officials, mainly due to some schedule changes. For some leagues, is now there are more duels rather than 3 4-way meets. So with more duels, that means more officials need to be at those sites. There also is more girl wrestlers, so sometimes they have to break that up. And it just changes the match schedule a little bit, but they're surviving. They're surviving. The SNOA had a slight decline in their basketball official registrations, and this is just for officials. Whereas flag football increased registrations last year, you can see it's up 145 to 163. Wrestling is basically status quo. The SNOA had some challenges regarding their basketball scores and timers. Adding a shot clock created a need for quite a few more timers. They're trying to have their JV and B game officials, when available, stay and work varsity games. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. At rural schools, the SNOA was hoping to have basketball officials run the shot clock for varsity games after those officials work their JV game. But apparently the way some of those rural games are scheduled, it's been kind of difficult to make this happen. So as a result, rural schools are providing their own shot clock operators, which is what most schools in the north and the northeast do anyway. They supply their own timers, their own scorers, their own shot clock operators. Sportsmanship, the NIAA, that's the Eastern Officials Association, basically reports that sportsmanship, or lack thereof, continues to be a concern. I think we all would agree there's sportsmanship issues. Fall ejections, which I will go into more detail under agenda item 32, those are up. There are 317, total 317 compared this year in the fall compared to 236 last year. The severity of ejections really continues to be alarming. It shows, again, a continuing trend more in the violent conduct, fighting and punching, and abusive language. Ejections and abusive language could be, a lot of times it's directed at an opponent, sometimes it's directed to the official. Winter ejections total as of January 22nd, you can fill in the blank there, are 75. And to date, we know that we've had 5 fan ejections. Like I said, I'll present more on ejection data on another agenda item. Just a few other items to note. The SNOA, very appreciative of the NFHS Director of Officiating Services, Dana Pappas, who traveled to Las Vegas from Indianapolis to be the guest speaker at their November SNOA officials banquet. She did a great job. She talked about the state of officiating around the country, and then had specific data about Nevada that she shared. And she also then talked about her journey to becoming a leader of high school officiating. She's very dedicated to officials and that cadre. The Las Vegas Raiders honored the NIAA football crews of the Crews of the Month from September, which was an SNOA crew. In October, the NNFOA, the Northern Football Association, and in November was the Northeast officials. They provided these 21 officials with 2 tickets each to attend the New York Giants, Las Vegas Raiders game. They even made an announcement during the game to recognize these crews, and those guests and the officials were able to go down on the field and take pictures. So they're very appreciative of that and the recognition that they got. Just a little shot clock update. Obviously we all know, or maybe you don't, we've had some first year issues involving malfunctioning clocks, We've had a shortage of people running the shot clock and operators that require additional training. It's a first-year thing. We would expect that it's not going to be perfect running out of the gate. Prior to next season, though, what we're looking at is conducting kind of a review of the current published shot clock scenarios and situations that we have posted on the NIAA website and modify them as necessary, incorporating people from different associations into that to help us look at that. Associations right now are looking at different solutions to recruit more timers and scorers, as well as additional shot clock training for their referees, not just the shot clock operators, but their referees themselves. Uniform issues, we're seeing schools with non-compliant home white uniforms or uniforms with numbers that don't contrast with the body of the uniform. The uniform's white, the number's white, it just has a black outline. Those are illegal for all sports, basically. And it's, just as it's shown on basketball, it's shown on football, volleyball, soccer. This makes that uniform illegal. We had last Wednesday, I think, we had a winter meeting update, spoke to most athletic directors and administrators, asking them to, let us know if that's you that has one of those uniforms, and let us know how we can maybe address that, so we can get ahead of it, so we can get you that exemption letter, so we don't start a basketball game off with a technical, which already means that there's some contentious things going on. So, and again, just prior to schools and teams that purchase uniforms, that's a huge expense. We encourage schools or athletic directors, the teams, to make sure the mock-up meets the NFHS uniform requirement. And if someone is not sure of that, they can always send a picture of that mock-up to our office, and we will be with hey, this is what you need to do, or it looks beautiful. So thank you again for letting me share this information with you.
I want to jump on the issue. Listen, sales reps are sales reps, and they have a quota. If you are going to order any uniform for any sport, make sure it has the NFHS approval. And if you don't know, reach out. Send us a picture. We will tell you good, no good, we will help you out. Imagine the situation, and I'm not going to name a school, they bought football uniforms for their entire team that were completely non-compliant. Imagine having to outfit your entire football team all over, simply because the rep said, yeah, this color looks good. And it did, it looked great, until you put them in the dark at night, you couldn't see anything. So please, reach out. It's a simple phone call, it's a simple email. We are happy to handle it. Write to Ellen, and she has it. We also have the color compliance too. So we're working with schools right now for this year, but starting out with a technical foul on your coach on the bench, that can impact the game. That's one slip of the tongue, and then bang bang, they're gone. So thank you all.
All right, I don't see any of the liaisons.
Yeah, you have to go to work.
Okay. All right, Superintendent Dennis Holmes.
Thank you. As the superintendent liaison, the 17 school districts and charter school executive director, my words, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the continued strong lines of communication and collaboration. These ongoing conversations are valued and essential as we work together to navigate current and emerging challenges. The shared concern among our districts continues to be funding. Not only the adequacy of funding, but the need for acceptable and sustainable levels that support growth and responsiveness in an ever-changing educational landscape. What we did yesterday costs more today, and will continue to do so. While some districts are already making difficult reductions, including sixth grade activities being canceled, others are proactively evaluating options to mitigate similar impacts. Regardless, we remain committed to working collaboratively to explore solutions that preserve opportunities for students while maintaining fiscal responsibility. And I have to add this to what I have down. Unfunded mandates continue to drive us nuts. are not right. Through thoughtful planning, open dialogue, and partnership, we believe there are pathways forward that align with our collective priorities. That's why I appreciated the question that Colin brought about the gentleman and serving multiple boards or agencies. I think that plays so much to our favor. Because at the end of the day, I know what we all have in mind. Throughout these challenges, our first priority will always be students. It's what we do. We believe that there are pathways forward that align with our collective priorities. It remains our job as a board to find those pathways. So thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, just one thing that I need to share with everybody. Mr. Jackson's evaluation is due. That will be due, it's upcoming for the next board meeting. So within the month, those of you that are voting members, you will receive the evaluation. There were 3 directors, I believe, 3 or 4 directors. So I will shoot those to you, and if you could provide a response to those as well. So again, you'll get it at the end of the month, and we'll go from there. Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Jackson.
So I decided that this month, the board report that I provided is going to be nothing but positive, nothing negative. We have enough negative in this world. I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. I'm being negative about it. You know what? I put a picture of my daughter, 7 years old, in my thing, and I thought anytime I have a negative thought, I'm going to look at her wearing those giraffe ears and laugh. And I texted her and said, "You're keeping me going," and that's the way I feel right now. So here we go. I don't think this is negative. Tahoe Truckee School District, some of you may have heard last week, they had a board meeting where they were given the final mandate by CIF to move to, California Department of CDE to move to CIF. They appealed earlier for a 2-year exemption. What they wanted to do was transition for 2 years. That was denied. They filed another appeal, and they're looking to send an appeal to the superintendent. So right now, what I have written is they haven't submitted an appeal to stay in the NIAA for the 2-year transition period to 29 with our alignment. We're still waiting to hear. There is talk out there that they have to go by July 1st. That has been the date all along. So we're still working with them. I am in communication with the superintendent. Legal counsel's been in contact with their legal counsel. As we move forward, I can tell you that it is a very fluid situation right now at best. So we're still keeping an eye on it. What I would say to our schools and our members that have them on their schedule, do not remove them. Do not go off of a newspaper article and say, "They're not going to play." Because here's what happens. When you remove them, it is so much more difficult to put them back on. Leave them on, and we'll move forward when we know for sure. Right now, we still are waiting, and we are appreciative of the communication from that community. They're good members, they're members of good standing, and I will reiterate what I have stated before. Even their most staunch opponent was upset to hear that they may need to leave, and we don't want them to. So if they can say that'd be great, but we'll work with them. Hall of Fame Committee is doing its work great. In February, early February, we have the final meeting where we'll finalize the class. It will be a very good class. Some very familiar names to many people in this room, and we're looking forward to that taking place. It will be a nice celebration, and Tia is doing a great job on the logistics behind the scenes, and the rest of the staff is working very diligently with the committee, so we'll move forward there. The NIAA NADC conference, I want to segue right in there with X and everybody else's feelings. Mr. Fitzsimons was in attendance with Mr. Groyce. We had a good presence from our office. Mr. Fitzsimons took advantage of the opportunity to complete, I believe it was 3. I apologize, I was in the wrong. I heard 2, then I heard 4, and I went with the higher number. So I probably should have verified with you, Sean. But he took 3 classes, so that's great. And looking forward to that continued relationship with NATA and the NIAA. I think we have a strong bond between the 3 organizations that all started out with N. So we're doing a good job there. The winter meeting was conducted in California. I went to that. It was very interesting. They were talking about the participation survey. The NFHS is going to take a more active stance on protecting the purpose of high school athletics. I believe that our message is nationwide under attack. What are we about? And I think that is a vital information. I got to meet with other executive directors on the issues of legislation. Just for your own information, last week, I believe, it was Missouri, am I right, Missouri, had the state legislature take over their association. South Carolina is already down that path. We are not alone in the dealings with legislation, but as you know, things start to build momentum when somebody finally breaks through that wall. So we are monitoring it very closely. We are paying attention to what's going on in other states. But our relationship with our other states is strong. We're very fortunate. Section 7 and 8 are very unified. But more importantly, we're building strong relationships with what I consider to be the geographical and population bones of Nevada, Connecticut, New Mexico, and Alaska. Those three states, while they sound completely different geographically, they are very similar to us in their situations, and we work collaboratively very well. Connecticut has very similar number of sports, number of schools that we offer. And New Mexico is geographically very similar to us, 2 large population areas and very small disbursement of 90% of their population, much like Nevada. And Alaska faces the travel issues that we could only try to comprehend, just to get their kids to where they need to be. So we work very collaboratively with those. After the Section 7-8 meeting, I'm very fortunate, my staff and I got to build our relationship even better with their assistant director, so we're very fortunate there. Girls wrestling, this just came to me last week and I thought this is great news. I always love the phrase, no matter what sport we're talking about, the phrase is always, it's the fastest growing sport in America. Every sport is, and I love that because that means they're growing. Whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent, doesn't matter. But 554% growth rate over the past decade, that's some astronomical growth. Whether it's number 1 or not, doesn't matter. 35% of all high school teams have a coach specifically assigned to them, but I think once you see that occur, 60% increase in roster size when girls are wrestling girls. And I think we're going to see that here in Nevada. We are on the front of that wave. And I think we're going to see it now. Because our girls have been wrestling girls, but we've kind of kept them in that little nebulous gray area where they wrestle with boys as well. But now we're seeing that as a sanctioning thing. And I think that's great. I think we're in a good place there. Congratulations. First of all, I cannot thank Ellen Townsend, what she does for the association and the manner in which she does it, and thank you. Ellen is a stalwart for all of us, and sometimes Ellen will give me the call that I need to hear. No, we need to do this, and yes, we need to do that. So I want to thank her, and she's being recognized by the NIAA this summer. So first of all, congratulations. At the summer meeting in Salt Lake City, she will receive a citation from Section 7. Some of you, all of you, should have received the email where we had 6 coaches, 5, so you can do my numbers correct. 5 coaches of the year from last year out of Section 7, out of the state of Nevada, which means out of all the coaches, they were identified. Now we also have Ellen being recognized for her distinguished work with the officials and volleyball and the students of Nevada. Then, we got to throw Mr. McNaught into the mix here, because we have a National Principal of the Year that sits on our list. I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. McNaught, I plagiarized the Jesus out of the press release from CCFD because I did not know how to put that into words. No, I don't know who did it, CCFD, but I did it. I'm going to be honest with you, I plagiarized it because when I read that, the description of what that award is quite detailed, and I thought I got to figure out a way to write this into a more compact thing. But the fact of the matter is that just shows you we have an incredible board that has incredible people doing incredible things for kids. But that's not just the board, it's now trickled down to our state as well. We're getting the recognition that we deserve so much for our student athletes, but also for our coaches who work with them on a daily basis. So I couldn't be happier with that. So congratulations to Colin, and again, congratulations to Ellen. Upcoming travel, there are only 2 more things on our agenda for travel. In April, the NFHS legal meetings in Indianapolis, I will be attending those again, and hopefully taking our new legal counsel with me, so that they can attend that as well. That is the 2-day meeting that is unbelievably intense, listening to the presentations and seeing what's going on across the country. And then we also, as you're all aware, we have some legal cases that are sitting on the Supreme Court's desk now, waiting for those rulings to be released, and we'll see how those go. And then July, the summer meetings, obviously the one person that will be there will be Ellen, for certain, as that she will be receiving an award. I will be there, and of course, staff and board members who would like to attend, please let us know. We'll work on getting your arrangement made. With that, I turn it back to you.
Thank you. All right, yes.
I have a question, real quick. Yeah. Just curiosity on the ejection data on the girls' basketball. I was just wondering what happens since on that JV thing, there were 2 teams, 17 players and 2 coaches. What happens during that game? Is that a forfeit? Is it, we play 2-on-2 now? I mean, how does that work?
Well, I don't know, are we talking about the ejection data right now?
No, we're gonna talk about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, but you're talking about, you wanna know about basketball rules on that?
I was just wanting to trying to.
Sure, I can let you know. I'll look it up and have it for you.
All right, you are good. All right, now we're going to go to item number 11 on page 53. Brady, if you would please, partnership update.
Thanks to you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, Tracy.
All right, good to see everyone. Thanks for having me. Partnership update as of today. Revenue in for FY26 right now is 758,455 as of today. I just put here the guaranteed payment of 280,000 plus right now as of today an additional 72,960. So the total amount due today to the NIAA would be 352,960. And you can see the rev share up at the top. Estimations right now, we're looking at probably finishing around 815 to 825 with what I'm seeing and what we're expecting to come in. The next page is our current partners. We've added quite a few. We have 35 partners right now. As of today, that's the most we've had, which is really great. We're getting some good momentum out there. There's a lot of companies that want to be involved in the high school space, which is great. And having some crossover with some other states with some leads and stuff has really made a difference. Right now, we have some, right now in this cycle for us is, winter sports comes and then we turn the page to kind of FY27. So there's a few more opportunities out there. Conversations with credit unions going on right now with the banking side, our digital ticketing, Marines, and the Air Force right now, looking at winter and spring stuff. You can see a list there for new partners for 25-26. Gotten some good ones in. With UNLV coming in, the Nevada Army National Guard, Swift Institute here in Northern Nevada, really trying to get a Southern Nevada partner in that same category as well, because we're doing some good things up here. Prospects moving forward, it's kind of the same hit list I always kind of have, which is healthcare and credit unions, government stuff with suicide prevention and everything with that. We want to get involved with that. And the mining something we're going to focus on for the upcoming FY27 year. And I threw a few pictures there on the back just to see if those are all from this fall, just with different things we've done and different signings and different Department of Defense showing up at the games.
Brady, I had a question for you. UNLV is a partner. What about UNR?
They are not, and it was great because I did send the photo of X standing in front of the UNLV sign.
Yes, we were there.
The pressure's on,
That was
Jay.
at Hug High School.
Jay, the pressure's on for UNR to be a partner because, yeah, no, it was funny when it happened, but I did hang those UNLV banners all around McQueen, and McQueen AD, Lucas Weber played at Nevada, so he was very upset and called me right away. So hopefully a little pressure there.
That would be nice. That'd be nice. Any other questions, comments? Yes, sir.
Calling our Region 4, just from contract length, just to clarify, we are in year 10, is that right?
We are year 9.
Year 9, okay. And I don't remember, have we reached the automatic extension?
No, I think the full contract, we get to your 10, so automatically give it, if they hit the red shirt 3 years in a row.
No, but I can tell you right now.
There's a number here.
The number is 800,000 for this year.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so that would automatically extend it for.
Well, it's already automatically extended to 2031. The contract's already automatically extended to 2031. If we didn't hit 800,000, then yeah.
So there's two parts to this, right? I just want to make sure I understand. So it automatically extends if you hit 900,000 in any year, right? And so are you saying?
To 2034, yes.
Yeah. To what?
To 2034.
Oh, I thought it was the 3-year extension from 2027. Performance extension defines term, the performance extension term 1 defines, maybe you can clarify, it defines the extension from the end of the 27th school year, and then there are 3 term systems after it go to 2030, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have the contract in front of me, so I can't comment, but I know there's different extension periods based on different amounts that are given in certain years.
Right. Okay, but if 800,000 is not hit in this year, then we have the autonomy to terminate the agreement. Yes. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Yeah, not hit by June 30th.
Yeah, correct. Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Yes, I'm sorry.
I just had a quick question. Brady, thank you for the presentation. I'm happy to see on the prospect that you have a suicide prevention mental health. I was just wondering, do you have any particular entities or organizations that you're interested in?
Yeah, I've presented to a couple up here in the north, and just haven't had any traction in terms of them taking it up the chain because they didn't have any money available, and they've been kind of divvying up their money, but always looking for leads in that sector in terms of who to get to. They've kind of put me with different organizations that all kind of pull from the same money, but the NIAA Lifeline is the route we're trying to go in terms of getting that messaging out to the student body and just the kids and our games and stuff like that.
Thank you, because I know the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention has reached out a couple of times now, but I don't think, they're usually looking for fundraising for them too.
That's
a lot of money, but they're very interested in some kind of partnership, even if it's only providing content for maybe other prospects that do have money to contribute, because they're very concerned about the numbers going up with adolescent suicides, athletes being involved. So,
yeah.
Anybody else? Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Just for the board's clarification, I never budget the rev share as income. I always, because I don't want to plan on it, I take it as in, thank you very much, kind of, I hope for it, but I don't plan on it. I plan on the 280 as a straight number.
Okay, now we will go to item number 12, Mr. Anderson.
Okay, just a few things to report. As far as level 2 hearings, and Kate can maybe help me here, but I went back through my calendar, and I think we had 14 appeals since our meeting in September, and roughly 12 hearings. And the reason for that is there were a couple of appeals. We had that involved multiple applicants. They were either of the same family or they had similar issues and transferred to the same school. With respect to those, we won the majority of our cases. There's a few that we lost, but and a couple that we took to hearing, just based on the fact that we're kind of been in a bit of a flux with respect to AB 184 and one-time transfer rule and some inconsistencies with respect to that. So a couple that we lost was because of AB 184 and how that's changed a few matters. So that's roughly it. Most of the cases were down in Las Vegas. We have one level 3 hearing, and that was just a few weeks ago. That's the first one we've ever had. Level 3 is the that's an AB 184 provision that allows a student athlete who is dissatisfied with the decision at level 2 with our hearing officer, Mr. Levine, to be able to take their appeal a step further. And so what we've done as an association is we've gotten hearing officers. We have to get separate hearing officers, and basically it's the responsibility of the school. So Clark County has their own great lady out of their legal department, handled our case and did a great job. Washington County, I believe, will have a hearing officer if, in fact, we get a level 3 out of there. And then the charters, I know they were working on finding northern and a southern hearing officer. So we did have level 3, I guess is the news, and it went well, and we won. It was a case actually from last year. So anyway, that's kind of the status with respect to our eligibility appeals. In terms of legislative updates, the sportsmanship regulation finally passed. We, as I believe you know, had to revise it two or three times after going to the legislative commission based on concerns that were raised with respect to First Amendment freedom of speech rights that were raised, and whether we had the ability to regulate fans who were just exercising their freedom of speech. So we took that language out, and it's now passed, and school districts, everybody still has the ability to enforce their policies with respect to unruly fans and remove them from their premises. So that was kind of the compromise that we felt it was the best way to get this through. We also had our dues increase regulation passed, and so that has gone into place. And then we have, there were 5 regulations from back at the November 2025 meeting that we had approved, and those have been sent into the legislative council bureau and have been approved to go on to the agenda for the legislative commission hearing coming up at the end of February. I think it's February 26th. So that's the status there. Tim mentioned also that there were some significant cases argued at the United States Supreme Court in the last few weeks dealing with the transgender issue. It appears one was out of the state of Idaho, dealt with Boise State. The other one was out of the state of West Virginia, with a high school student. And it is anticipated that the Supreme Court will be ruling in those matters probably by June or so of this year. So we'll have more definite direction from the United States Supreme Court with respect to that issue. Other than that, that's about it.
Yes, Kate.
I just want to piggyback real quick on Paul's mentioning of some of the results from our level 2 hearings. I will talk about the AB 184 effects, but the one other thing that's not related to AB 184 is our regulation 708, which dictates the number of eligibility years, semesters that you have in high school. This has been a conversation that we've had at these meetings before about possible changes to that regulation. And one of the results was adverse to us. A student that was held back in 8th grade for fall high school credits, advanced high school credits, did not fail anything in the first 8th grade year, was able to have full eligibility for 4 years where we had deemed him ineligible a senior year because he could have participated in high school athletics in his 9th grade, first 9th grade year. That was really his second 8th grade year. So I just want to bring that back up at our next Rules and Regulations Committee. We'll talk about that again, and I think it kind of goes to Tam's point of trying to find other equalizers. This won't really be an issue for the Clark County School District because those students are being put into the 10th grade, but to equalize where we're seeing that maybe in other places, that may be a conversation that we want to bring back to the board again to ensure that we're addressing it, because the way we tried to address it, just so you know, in the level 2, didn't hold up. So those kids are not being held out of their senior year.
And then to follow up to that, that's why we're having, I just want you to know the reason we're having the emergency or special board meeting, just preparing you for the coming months. We're going to have a special board meeting in February to address some of the regulations. Probably have another one in March and another one in April. That'll be the regular meeting. And then probably another one in May. Because we've got to get the regulations back from the LCB, approved by this board, back to the LCB so they can be approved because of the deadline at the end of June. So every time they kick it back, it's another 2-month process for us to get it out. So we're gonna have to do it to get it done so that we stay compliant with AB 180.
Okay, we'll go Colin and wait.
Oh, no, okay, thank you for bringing that up. I just want to make sure, a couple questions on what you said. So are you saying the regulation that we are working on, or is it in place, like age cap essentially?
Age cap is separate from the number of semester rules, so the age cap is still in the process, that's with the LCB. That does not protect against what I brought up, where kids are repeating 8th grade but taking high school credit and just kind of, moving through that process but not actually going into high school, if that makes sense.
Right.
They can still do that with the age cap because the age cap is 19, so they can still hold back in 8th grade as long as they didn't get held back prior.
Got it. So what you're saying, do we have a regulation that covers what you just said?
Yeah, so 708, we discussed as a board, and it was brought up that we didn't want to meddle in middle school academics. So we dropped it, we haven't brought it back at all, because that was kind of the consensus here, and we haven't talked about it again. So I just wanted to bring it back up because the protection we had was we will still deem those kids ineligible because they took high school credit when they didn't need to. And that has basically come back in a level 2 that it'll not be upheld. So we have no way to protect against that if we don't want students to just voluntarily hold themselves back.
Okay, so, Mr. I think you're going to talk about it.
So the argument that we made in that hearing was, it was a student who, as Kate said, repeated 8th grade, but the second year of 8th grade took nothing but high school classes, 9th grade classes. And so our position was, okay, you began your high school career because you're enrolled essentially in high school credit, and under our rule, you get 4 consecutive years, 8 consecutive semesters to complete your eligibility. You completed 1 in 8th grade by sitting down. That wasn't upheld. It's basically allowing, parents to continue to do that. And it's an issue, and one that's somewhat concerning with respect to how that's being done. So.
Okay, thank you for
Does the credit correlation go with the eligibility of the age of the student also? I mean, there's a maximum age of what you can't turn 20 or is it 19?
So our current regulation is 20 at any point during that season. We worked as a board, you guys worked as a board to approve language to change that to 19 by August 1st, which is in the process. So they're 2 separate regulations. They address similar aspects, but they kind of coincide, but they're not the same.
but either one could render the student.
That's right.
Okay. So, okay, I'm sorry, so do you think that age cap why won't it address, because I would think if you held back, if you stayed another year, you're gonna potentially age out, it's just kind of that.
You won't, if you are only held back one time at all through your high school, or through your education, you will not hit 19, unless you start late. But yeah, so essentially it doesn't fix that problem, being held back twice.
I would like to share one nice thing with the board though, that before we do the next thing, is I actually had a situation arise where we actually have a student in the state of Nevada that has taken every single course a district offers in high school and has completed his associate's degree in college with a semester to go. And technically, we had to figure out a way to keep him eligible because of his class load at the college level. A student athlete, his class load at the high school level. We have a student athlete who will walk out having completed every single course the school offers across the board. He will have so many, they said they've never seen this many credits with him. So it's nice. It was a good problem to solve for that. Okay.
Yes.
Paul, I wanted to go back and clarify. So we had a student who repeated in 8th grade, took all.
No. This is a normal.
Not yours.
Okay, yes,
I was
yeah.
processing policy. No, because I had one in the same situation. He repeated 8th grade, but in 8th grade essentially took Algebra 1, biology, took all, and the hearing officer allowed him to play, if they didn't.
The ruling was that did not constitute beginning your high school career, despite the fact that you were taking high school
So
credit
because some,
in your second year of 8th grade.
so because some magnet school is willing to say 8th grade, even though it's all high school classes, he didn't uphold that ruling, which is, for those ones, it was, to me, it's clear day. I mean, that's not a retention.
Right.
It's not even close to a retention.
That's a red shirt. That's a red shirt. That's a red shirt. That's a red shirt. By definition.
So if I could just add to that, so when I brought language to the board, the language was very specific that if you took high school credit during a repeated 8th grade class, and you were not retained in 8th grade for academic purposes, you would be deemed ineligible for your senior year. So I think that addresses that issue. So we might want to revisit, that's what I'm just trying to just let you know, we might want to revisit that language because it's not to, discredit kids that need an extra year, but if you're going to take high school credit, I think that's where we may want to draw the line when we look at choose to do an extra year.
And there are kids coming forward now that aren't repeated starting high school classes, but are getting A's and B's in all of their 8th grade classes and getting magnets from charter schools to say, yes, you're an 8th grader again. They're taking the same classes for no academic purpose, and then trying to get essentially bigger, stronger, faster to start their.
Yep, another extra years.
Okay, thank you for the
All right,
clarification.
thank you.
All right,
Mr. Jackson.
before we move on, that was Paul's official last legislative updates. So with that, I would like to present Mr. Anderson this plaque of appreciation, but more importantly, this gold card. It's a lifetime pass, but more importantly, for your knowledge, your support, and the value that you brought to the association. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to skip around now. We're going to go to item number 17. Football field for the Meadows. All right, Phyllis. Phil, tell. It's been a long day. Had to get up at 3 this morning. Okay. Go to page 113.
Just for clarification purposes, there were also the other two appeals that were related to items 14 and 15. This is unrelated to items 14 and 15. This was brought, but it was still put in because it wasn't an appeal that we would be reviewing.
Thank you for being patient and sticking around. all
Thanks
day.
for having me. Just real quick, it's in there in that email. We have officially told the 3A South schools that we will have to go independent in football next year, just because of the competitive balance. We were 2A for a long time before I got here. And then when we got moved up, I think 3 years ago, it just became increasingly impossible for us to compete on 3A level with the schools. We're a school of 300, probably 145 boys, playing against the Moapas, Pahrumps, and the Virgin Valleys of the world with 1,200, 1,300 kids. And the Meadows, to be honest, as you might know our reputation, we don't get a lot of tough kids at the Meadows. And we'll have 35, 40 go out for tennis, and we'll have a swim club, and we'll have probably 25 go out for boys soccer in the fall, but we'll have 20, 25 start for football with no JV, no freshmen. And even to that regard, most of our kids have never even played tackle football before. And I'm afraid if we stay in the 3A that we will eventually lose football at the Meadows, because I don't think our messaging has been great with our parents. I don't think they have the mental fortitude to take some of the violent approach to 3A, which is, football is a violent sport. It is a collision sport. Understand that. And I coached football for about 12 years in Texas before moving here. So I understand football. I think we got a lot of work to do at the Meadows in terms of building our football program, but I don't want to lose it. So my request has been, I've been talking to Ken with the 2A South, my request has been that we go independent with an association with the 2A South and do some master scheduling with them. We've already agreed with all 5 of those schools with Ken in the 2A. We've already had them on our schedule for next year. We've had good conversations with them. So that is my request, that we go independent from the 3A and play for the next couple of years in the 2A South, play with them on their master schedule as an associate member with the 2A South. In football, we've done a great job with our moving up in 3A, with the 3A South. We have great relationships with the 3A South teams. We've been very competitive in basketball, baseball, tennis is 4A. But volleyball, we have a great relationship with them, but just football for us is just it's different moving up from 2A to 3A. Those schools they do a really good job, and they're really good when they're addressing, 45, 50, 60 kids, and we finished with like 19 with some injuries and stuff. So that is what I'm requesting. We've had great conversations with Ken, like I said, with Coach Hanning at Lincoln County. We've got White Pine on the schedule. We've got Lake Mead Christian on schedule, and Green Valley Christian as well. So that is what I'm requesting.
Thank you. Ken, do you have any more to add?
We spoke, Ken Parker, to 7 days. We spoke with Phil several times. All of the Southern athletic directors are agreeing that it would be a good opportunity to help them in the next 2 years to potentially build their program back up. We have quality games within our league. I know there's some question regarding after these next 2 years of final realignment, what happens moving forward. Northern 80s are going to have that discussion as well on their aspect of it, knowing where Meadows has been and was, and now we're back and forth. So we just want to make sure that everybody's on board. But 2A Southern 2A Southern athletic directors are out welcoming. We do need the game. It is a quality game. We appreciate it, and we can help them out and see where it goes. Here's.
Thank you. Yeah. Bart Davis, do you have anything to add?
I don't let those video standards on its own. I don't see anything wrong with a school that wants to go play schools which it's competitive against, as long as they understand when they do that, they've given up the postseason eligibility in the process. And that would be part of it. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mr. Talley, you understand.
Yeah, I think it's way more important for us to rebuild our program, sustain our program, and keep it alive and keep it afloat, because I do think there's some value there for us to stay.
with our football program, either in 2A or, you know, eventually we grow and get better. I think losing our football program would be a big hit for us.
And for those of you around the table who really didn't follow, Meadows had a powerhouse program in 2A for a few years. Partially because several kids by the last name Dossi.
Yes.
And they were really, really. And then those kids left. And when you look at some of the Meadows' scores last year against Walk Valley, 59-6. Against Virgin Valley, 63-12. Against Pahrump, 70-6. Those are all losses. Nobody's getting anything out of those games. But that being said, you know, I'm not a fan of changing alignments. We're looking at independent status thing here and a team saying, you know what, we don't belong here. Let us drop to independent and go play who we can be competitive against so that both teams are playing to get something out of the game. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yes, sir.
Sean Simon, NIAA staff. To add to Mark's comment, I do believe that when we have these situations, sometimes the current league that they're in, like 3A, or the league they're trying to go to, 2A, sometimes they're in disagreements. As you heard this gentleman speak, both leagues are in agreement. 3A South and the 2A South. And he also spoke that they're good with every other classification where Meadows is at in every other sport. So this doesn't turn, I think Mr. Parker had said this originally when this happened through other ADs, like, well, they come down in football, what's stopping them from trying to come down? Mr. Tao will tell you that they're good with every other classification, correct, every sport. Correct. Just want to throw that out there for the board, thank you.
Yes, wait.
Just a question, what would be the path forward for Meadows to come back to the 3A in football? Once the program becomes healthy again, what would be the path forward to go back to the 3A?
You want to do it back to Mark?
Mark Davidson, I staff question. Olson, if they stay independent for these 2 years of the cycle, obviously when we get to 28, 29, that's an entirely new alignment cycle, the rules for which have not been developed.
Okay.
Right, that's the next realignment committee that develops those rules. Is the 3A staying enrollment-based only? It's not a question we can answer right now. Because the realignment committee develops those, brings those back to the board of control to approve. We don't necessarily know that the game that we're playing for 25, 26 through 27, 28 is going to be the exact same rules. We play 28, 29, 20, 30. But if Meadows is able to maintain a program for those 2 years, obviously they're instead at that point to come back as a league member for the league to which they are aligned if they so choose.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just to be transparent, Phil and I have had sort of discussion on this. We've seen Meadows firsthand, we've seen their games, we've seen how it is. It's been great for us in the last couple of years ourselves. Lincoln, I believe, has played in maybe like Christian now wants games. Our league is very low on football games. There is concern with the 2A athletic directors on where it's going to go after the second year. So that is out there. We've had a very true discussion about that aspect of where the Meadows was, powerhouse at times, and in the 2A. So it is very transparent that this is to hopefully help out and sustain and help Meadows out while giving us another team that we can actually have scheduled for the next 2 years and not concerned about. So it is a very on the radar topic of what happens after 2 years. And I'm sure those discussions from 3A and where they were is going to come back up. Phil and I are going to very aware of all that conversation. It was not just come over all back to 3. You know, it's going to go back to realignment. It's going to have all those discussions. It's going to have some criticism. It's going to have some acceptance. So those conversations happen.
Right, go Dennis.
Dennis Holmes, superintendent liaison with 2A superintendent. So I just want to ask a couple questions. I hear constantly about Northwest 2A schools, West Wendover, coming down south, and I hear about the possibilities of alignment. north-south versus east-west, and so on and so forth. And I don't speak in opposition, I'm speaking more in question of logistics and how this could pan out in the future. Any thought, conversations, so I cut with Sean, Ken, and sir, you as well.
Well, like I said, I'm new here. I knew, I've talked to Ken, I kind of lean on him and our own Coach Kincannon, who's been around for a while. So all those teams we used to play and played with them and were very competitive with, Wendover and all that. So we've talked about some of that and the balance of that. And that's why I don't know too much about the north side of 2A. And I lean on Ken with that information.
Yeah, and that's why some of this still has to be brought at our data meeting with the North ADs. It's going to come up on our board agenda. We're talking about it with Perkin and Valmont and all those things. That this is on our radar for this next 2 years. Come in alignment. Obviously, the board needs to be aware that this is the direction they want.
Okay. If I might.
Absolutely.
Redirect to Mr. Fitzsimons. Yeah. Alignment-wise, could this help in the end, depending on what they choose to do? Based on their
staff. Yeah, Mr. Holmes, it's hard to say. Like I said, I think it's a good first step getting into the Southern 2A as independent only for the next 2 years. And like Bart said, we don't know the rules yet on that new realignment.
Okay.
That'll just be something we have to cross over when I do understand the North's concern on that. As of right now, they're filling a schedule spot for 2A South. I don't think they'll play anyone in the 2A North unless they have some openings.
Sure. Okay, fair enough. I do have something regarding that opening. We do a meet in the middle, and maybe there is a question on one, may not. I haven't proposed that to him, it just came up, but there might be a possibility where a crossover game with another team does and or help out, and then maybe get a look for the other schools.
Okay, fair enough.
So, but the window discussion obviously is that's top of the state, the bottom of the state. So that is part of what we're doing now.
Calling out Region 4, I just want a clarification on the request, because I guess I read this more as like an appeal to 2A, but what I'm hearing you say is appeal to independent status, which one are we asking?
Yeah, it would be, obviously it would be great if they said, hey, come on into 2A and we play 2A, but it's more of a realistic request would be, can we play as an independent, as an associate member with the 2A South? For scheduling purposes, to get it on the backside so we can try to get 8 games, 9 games.
Yeah, I think, so just to follow up, I guess if you're independent, you can play whoever you want, in theory, right? Whoever was willing to play you. But is there a mechanism to allow them to go to 2A?
Yes.
Are we allowed to do that?
Yeah.
There is.
Okay, all right.
I think it's 204. Can you look at it?
So then just, again, I guess, just double checking, which do you prefer? What are you asking for? Independent status or 2A?
Look, it would be great for us to be eligible for playoffs and to give our kids a chance to make all state, all district and all that, but
Okay, I'm gonna bring some clarity to this. It's a bill for independent status. And it just happens that there's games available with the two.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question, because like the way I read the letter is asking to compete in 2A football only. I guess I interpret that as a request to realign to 2A, so that's why I'm asking. But then I'm hearing right now, so we cannot do that. There's not a mechanism.
There's no mechanism to place them into 2A as a full member of the 2A. There's a mechanism to place them in 2A as an independent status,
Yeah.
which carries no postseason eligibility.
Right. Being independent doesn't place them anywhere. They could play
Correct.
5
Yes, in theory, you could, yes. Yeah.
Correct, so that's.
and at the time, I thought we were doing another realignment. At the time of that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
I think, I hear you, I would be very supportive. If I could move you to 2A right now, I would absolutely. I do think that like 3A is just very different football, frankly, than 4A. And so, but so anyway, I'm supportive of you all on that.
Thank you.
All right, let me go to Keith and then I'll go to Bart.
For either Ken or Bart, can someone remind me the thresholds for 2A, 3A, what are I don't remember what the thresholds are. 450. So 450. So over 450 takes you into the 3A. So they're under the threshold for.
They have double multiplier. Right.
Got it, because they're private, so they're essentially 700 is what they use.
Yeah.
Okay,
All
thank you.
right, I'll go to Bart.
Thank you, President Sloan. We need to be really clear on what we're saying here. When a team goes to independent status, I don't want to pick on the Meadows or Green's little team, but let's say a team is in the 4A Lake League in basketball and wants to go independent, and they think in basketball, and they think their best fit is to play a bunch of 3A schools. They're not going to the 3A as a 3A associate member. They are going on independent status in that sport, and they have a scheduling agreement with certain teams who happen to be members of the 3A, that they will play them in non-league games. That's the message that needs to be clear on this, is if the Meadows would like to go to independent status, it's not go pick a league you want to be a member of, or be an associate member of. You are independent.
Yeah, this is, hang on, Ken was up and then I'll go.
Just probably so you know, there has been discussion as well that not just 2A games, he has other 3As, and 4A potentially as well lined up. So we only are going to offer 5 of the potential 10. That's just the easiest of it.
Yeah, this is getting a little complicated, doesn't it? Can I quit that? Okay, I thought I did when I said, he's here to just be independent and he can play anybody.
Okay, so correct for the record, you don't need to vote on this, okay? Independent status, this is the same as if a team can no longer field a school can no longer field a team. They just communicate to the NIAA, their scheduler, hey, we gotta drop out of boys basketball, we no longer have enough boys to do that. If we can bring it back at some point, they would be independent status unless we're in a new realignment cycle. So he's only here because he thought that there was going to be an opportunity to actually appeal down to 2A. Once that was null and void, he's still presenting to let us know, hey, we'd like to go independent status. There does not need to be a vote on this for regulation.
Yeah, Christina.
Sorry, I was going to ask this right before. So then for clarification, we're not necessarily looking for a motion for independent status or anything. We're just being informed that this is going to be the move that the Meadows is making in football, that they're going to independent status, which allows them to play any opponent within the association, but no postseason. Typically, I learned a lot today.
Here's the thing, the reason we had to put this on was if the board went in and reopened realignment, item 15, then it would allow for that appeal to occur.
All right, Colin.
Following our report, thank you. I was not intending to comment that. I just wanted to clarify that for the order. Stating for the record again, I will put you into a like this. But I do just want to clarify because I'm hearing some messages in this meeting, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. Well, so they're declaring independent status for football and it does not require a vote of this board. But what I was told earlier was that it does require a vote of the board.
That wasn't for me, but yes.
Can we just clarify? Declaring independent status in the sport does not require a vote from this board, correct? Okay, so.
And I want to make sure that when I answered your question, I was answering from the, if we were to withdraw from the NIAA.
Got it, okay, thank you. Okay, so if I was the principal of Centennial High School, I could just like yell bankruptcy right now and say, like, I understand there's a process, but I'm just saying, like, I could say, I'm declaring Centennial High School football independent, and that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, you guys, we're gonna go till about 4 o'clock, so let's get a few more in.
My hope is, that you guys are aware, my hope is to get as much done as we can today, so that tomorrow our last item will be introduced to them. You also should have gotten an email from me, that the board voting members can get it. Okay.
All right, let's go to page 129. Children. 129, item number 19, baseball, softball, postseason format. Possible action. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Jackson.
After the realignment was done for spring, we held off on new baseball and softball because there was concerns brought to us about the number of games, the dates, times, the weather, ID testing, AP testing, everything that went into it. The board asked me to do a comprehensive review of all of it. And we did. I will tell you that we did a very deep dive into this. We solicited input from principals, building level stakeholders, requested data providing potential postseason baseball and softball tournament structures. We also evaluated viable formats, single, double elimination, single elimination in the regional level, double elimination in postseason, flip-flopping, and we put out some information and tried to get as much input as we possibly could. What we discovered was a couple of things. One, without trying to sound rough in this statement, we've got to, as operating staff, simply say the following thing. Sometimes we're going to have to say, this is our tournament, these are the dates we're holding it, you're welcome to play if you qualify. Because I'm firmly believing now that sometimes the smallest squeak becomes the loudest roar. What we discovered was even the schools that had raised the issue to us, didn't want it changed. They just wanted to be heard at that moment. The other thing we discovered is this. We have got to start working with our schedulers statewide and start ending the season not earlier, but maybe earlier in the week so that we have the flexibility of the first weekend available. And thank you, Xavier, for adjusting that for us and opening it up. What we discovered, if you go through, you can look at all the original submissions, you're going to see double elimination is in the what I call the Carolina blue. It's not true Michigan blue, but it's a Carolina blue, I don't know. But it's not a good looking deal. It's not Michigan blue. But the Michigan blue was no response, so apparently the Michigan is requesting that. But you'll see double elimination across the board was the wish. When that became apparent, the other thing we noticed was this. 1A, 2A, and 3A were not even an issue. There was nothing on the table for them that they even wanted to look at. They have a system in place, they have a process in place, they were good to go. This really, at the end of the day, boiled down to a 4A, 5A Southern issue at the heart, with a little bit of dash of the 4A/5A number. But we then communicated with the Baseball Coaches Association in the South. We communicate with other administrators that have the ins with the coaches on and those. And what we discovered is this. If we are early on setting the times and the dates, we can stave off 99% of the problem, so long as the baseball and softball gods of weather do not impact us. The other thing we're going to start doing is this. We're going to lean in heavily on our schools and our members that have the ability to double host multiple games, and have the wonderful advantage of the Tesla, Marconi, whoever invented the light bulb, not Tom Edison, there he goes now, lights. That we're going to start looking at schools with lights. And we have the commitment from some administrators, and they started doing it for us in the fall. Listen, I might be the administrator at SECTA, but I'll go host my event over at Foothill. If you'll let us go over there, that way we can use it for the lights. And it works. So we're going to lean in on that. But what we have here is we have the brackets. It maintains everything as double elimination. And with that, we'll also continue to have that flexibility that, you know what, we need to adjust the team. We need to adjust the time. Can we move this here and there? Because what we found was when there was open lines of communication, solutions presented themselves much better than when we said, oh my goodness, it's raining, what do we do? And we threw our hands up and we said, oh my gosh, panic, the sky's falling. We also leaned in with our other partners that were willing to open up their facilities. Thank you to Bishop Gorman, who opened up theirs during the rain last year, and to Boulder City, who I don't think shut down their baseball, softball fields for three days. They never stopped. There were just games going on constantly. So I think what we see here is a situation where we can just move forward with status quo. And we actually have the games already slated out. But with that, I'll take any questions or concerns. But I think this will sort of wrap on the baseball, softball.
So this really applies to regionals?
Regional, yeah, state stays the same. State stays the same. This only applies to the regionals.
You really thought coaches wouldn't, softball coaches wouldn't want, they wanted something other than a double?
Oh, I wasn't believing it was going to be the coaches in any stretch of the imagination. I was, based on the earlier reports, it was going to come from leadership of the schools, but what we found was leadership of the schools, once they looked at this and said, you know what, there were questions called in, Tim, what are we looking at here, what's this going to be? And when we explained it to them, they're like, oh, well, that helps out a lot.
Now, I do know that the Southern baseball coaches submitted a proposal, was that taken into consideration?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Xavier?
This one, just to go with the comment, is this just regionals? It is regionals and state, right? Because on the proposal, they showed a single elimination, double elimination, 4 regionals and state. I'm just, we're good. But so just to confirm, double elimination for both regionals and state.
Yes, sir.
Final answer for everyone across the board.
Yes.
Baseball, softball,
Yes.
no matter what division.
No matter what the division. Perfect. Because there was no reason to change the state format, because once we had them in the state, they were there. This was getting them there. That's where the real issues came in. It wasn't once they got there, it was getting them there. Everyone knows you're going to state, so leaving that intact didn't cause us anything at all, because you're already there. This is getting them there, and this was what was causing some of the concerns.
Yeah, so calling out region 4, I remember, whatever, there was like a long conversation about this at Cimarron, and I'm just not remembering the why. So can you just like make sure I understand what was the issue we were trying to solve, and does this solve it?
So the issue, the impetus for this whole entire thing, I can tell you without hesitation, was one day during the postseason last year, we had softball, baseball games on the same days as ID testing. And ID, they are locked in. They have to be locked in the room, they can't be released. And we were like, oh my gosh. But the reason it was an issue was 3 days prior, we had 2 full days of rain. And we had gotten backed up. And we were stacking the games. And what we had was, we had a game that was sitting at a 4 o'clock start time with an ID test that was ending at 4 o'clock, and 4 members of a team sitting in that test who were going to say, we are not going to, and I made the comment, are we not education-based athletics? So, does this solve it? Yes, it does. Because the problem didn't exist because of the format. The problem existed because of the flexibility we didn't have. Moving the schedule back from Friday to Wednesday?
Well, we're gonna have some manipulation, but 5-2 to 4-23, but it looks like 4-day, we can keep moving back to 5-2.
So we can move them back, we can move the scheduled ending date, but then gives us more days in front where we were going up onto the last day, and then we had no choice but to play it because next week we had a big state anyway. And with pitch counts on pitchers for baseball, we were in a real bad situation. So by putting this in, changing the end date for the state, for the regular season, this should not be a problem. Build in a few extra days for us to take care of the unforeseen rain.
Okay, so if I can give that back,
Yeah.
we should just practice if I understand it. So what you're saying is, we moved the playoffs up in the calendar and ended the regular season earlier. Did we eliminate games?
No.
Okay.
No.
So, saying just a date change
Yes.
here. And in the last meeting, that just wasn't we hadn't considered that option, is that why?
Because what we were considering was whether it was the format or the calendar that was causing the problems. And at that moment, it really looked more like the format was causing the problems, but when we went back and looked at it pragmatically, it was the calendar.
Yeah.
And we just didn't have any wiggle room.
Yeah, the results make sense. I mean, my baseball coach kind of looked at me like I was a lunatic, and I was like, what about single elimination?
Same here.
Terrible.
Like I said.
Can I just clarify, what is, are we needing to approve this?
Yes, because this is actually the last piece of the baseball alignment that we announced.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
I move to approve the recommendations for the 2025-2028 baseball softball postseason tournaments. Second.
okay.
Was my second?
Jay.
Did you have a question?
So this means that certain schools that have lights will forever be hosting baseball?
No. No, this means that if we get 2 days,
They can opt out of other.
this means if we get 2 days of rains and this never happens again, we're going to pick up the phone and calling schools saying, we're not moving it to the next day. We're moving it to this night when the rain stops and we're turning the lights on. We'll take care of the costs. Because we're already paying. We are already paying for the use of your field anyway, so we're just changing the time we're using.
It's manpower, not money, just.
It is, we understand that too, and you're looking at some of the manpower that may be doing that. Okay, we understand that, because acts of God happen. They don't happen a lot, and this year we had the same thing occur in tennis in the north. I think it was over for 2 weeks up here, and we were backed up, and we literally were playing tennis matches on the Monday of state to get the guy to know who was going to state. So what we are going to really stress with our regulars, you know what? We're gonna, it takes 2 weeks to run our tournament, but you need to give us 3 or 2.5 so that we have that extra wiggle room.
You know what, before we go to a vote, we do have public comment. Am I leaning towards?
He's online.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Wonder, how are you? Can you hear us?
I'm good, how are you?
Good, good, good. All right, we will give you 3 minutes.
Awesome, thank you. Well, good afternoon, members of the board. Again, my name is John Wonder. I'm the head softball coach at Reed High School. This upcoming season will be my 16th season as the head coach at Reed. I'm here today to kind of share my perspective on these proposed changes, or what were proposed changes to the regional state tournament formats. Before we go too much further, I've been in conversation with Joe Lieber, the new head coach at Spanish Springs, and he agrees with what I'm about to tell you here. Okay. It's my understanding that these changes are being considered in an effort to shorten the duration of the tournaments, due to potential weather concerns, field availability, and certainly cost. I think we all know the primary purpose of a regional and state championship tournament is to recognize the best teams within the regions and the state. While the best team doesn't always win, if we were to move to a single elimination format, that is going to increase the likelihood that the strongest team may not properly be recognized. And I go back to 2013, when it was 2 leagues playing in an 8-team regional. Reed was the #1 seed at 13-3. We were playing a #4 seed, Galena, who was 7-9, and lo and behold, they beat us. If that was a single elimination tournament, we were done. Fortunately, it was double elimination. We came back and won 7 straight games to win regionals that year. So that's just an example. I've also reviewed the past 10 seasons with 8 teams qualified for the tournament. During that span, the 7th and 8th seeded teams, and in 2021, after COVID, we had 9 teams. So the 9th seed, their combined record for the past 10 years in a regional tournament is 3-36. In 2021, that 8th and 9th seeds, they were required to play a play-in game, meaning that one team had to win. Otherwise, it would be 2-36. Okay. Also, I'd like to point out that there was no regional or state tournaments in 2020, obviously due to COVID. The current format provides more student athletes with the opportunity to participate in a regional championship tournament. However, it would be my suggestion, if we're looking to reduce, the duration and cost, is let's reduce the number of qualifying teams to 6 while maintaining that double elimination format. This change would eliminate 4 games for every tournament down the line there. Still preserving the competitive integrity and ensuring that the best team have a fair opportunity to advance. And really, as far as the state tournament, with only 4 teams participating, I think the current format already requires 1 team to go 0-2. And so for that reason, I wouldn't make any recommendations for changing the state format. I appreciate you guys' time and consideration. I know you got a tough job.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we have a first, we have a second. Any other comments, questions? I don't think we need roll call on this one. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. All right, like I said, we're going to jam to the floor, see what we can get going here. We're gonna go to page 155. Okay, the 26-27 NIAA policy manual, Mr. Jackson.
So the last board meeting, there was a section in there about raises and how I would implement those if we were to go to a policy manual. I reviewed everything that was out there, and I realized something that I thought would be a lot more easier for us to understand and use, as opposed to that type of compensation math that we were talking about, and I deleted all of that out. The compensation part, the salary structure and all that, basically if you go to page 162, what I have done is new employees will be offered a salary based on their qualifications, experience, and positions of the association. Offers will be made in writing outlining their starting salary and any benefits associated with the position, which is the same thing you did with me. Then, after that, we would equally over the course of the payroll cycles as follows. They would get a $500 increase for 5 years of service, $1,000 for 10 years of service, and a $2,000, basically a longevity increase, straight across the board, just counting the years. And then what we would do is for raises, we would tie those directly to, if you go to page 163, I changed all that language out. And basically, salary increases would follow the state of Nevada employee salary raises, like we do with the officials. And this allows us that flexibility to do that. Also allowing Dave, as the executive director, to supplement that as part of the budget that is submitted to you with an additional 2%, not to exceed 3% in any 1 year. So if the state approves a 2% increase, the most I can offer them is an additional 1% so that they would see a 3% increase. This is not on my salary, this is only on staff, outside of me. And that way we would have something in place because our staff salaries are stagnant. They have been for a while. When we do these, we haven't increased them. But this also then doesn't put into place that we're looking and trying to figure out what salary band they're in, with strike, where they are. It simply ties it much like the officials, that if the officials are state employees and the governor approves in his biennium budget a 2% up to a 2% increase for them, we would match that with a 1% at the discretion based on budgetary restraints, which the board would have approval of to approve salaries and benefit budgets.
Yes, sir.
That budget increase was only 1% by the state. Could that, could our NIAA increase be 2%?
If we could afford it. It cannot go more than 3% in any 1 year, or any one biennium time.
Yes, Kate?
Would you need to remove pages 178, 179, 180, and 181?
Yes, thank you, because I will be honest with you, those were PDFs of pictures, and I did not know how to strike them out. And I struggled greatly with that for a long time, but it would be much easier just to say, if there's a motion to approve, we would delete those pages. Thank you.
So let me get this straight. So for A, you would get the state of Nevada employee raises, and then you would, in addition to that, they would receive a 2% up to 3% addition.
No, in no event shall the total combined salary increase be given in any 1 year to except
between the two.
Between the two.
Okay.
The max you could ever receive is a 3%.
Got it. Thank you. Questions, comments? Wait.
That's no more than a maximum of 3%, but there's also the longevity piece of 500 annually for 5 years, 1,000 for 10 years, and 2,000 annually above the maximum 3%. Is that correct?
And those would occur on the 5th year, the 10th year, the 20th year. Correct. Not any years in between. They don't get it for 5, 6, and 7. It's a one-time, yes.
Only on the 10th, only on the 20th. So it's a one-time longevity, not a year after year after year. Okay. Thank you, and that needed to be clarified.
Questions, comments? This is for possible action.
You did write annually.
Did I write annually?
Yes. I want to make sure that.
Oh, I think I wrote that incorrectly. So, you shouldn't say annually.
You should say centralized.
Cindy Rollins.
So, page 163, page 162, the word annually needs to be taken off those points.
So we're gonna
Yeah.
take off annually on the longevity?
Yes,
And make it in year 5,
in year 5, yes. And I will have the word in after the word follows, so the colon moves after that. So, paying equally over the course of the payroll cycle as follows in year 5, in 5 years, or 4, and I'll have the word in. Okay, after 5 years.
Well, you just think of the word bonus, after 5 years, it'll be $500,000.
Call it longevity. That's what we call it.
I would just say this.
One time. One time, okay, one time. One time.
Yes, ma'am.
Christina Brockett, Region 4. Do we need to determine when it says negotiated salary, like who the negotiation is between, so that we distinguish that the executive director would be with the board of control and then the associate director, et cetera, be with like the executive director?
It's written in the regulations that you guys do my contract and then I hire staff.
Yes, sir.
Point of clarification with regards to the stipend for certification.
Yes.
It's 500 and runs 1,500. So safe to say that if someone obtains both, and they will get a total of 2,000?
No, you can't have both. The certification doesn't allow you to have both. You get the CAA, you have to have the CAA to get the CMAA. So once you get one, you can no longer claim CAA. So it's one or the other. You can't, like I'm a CMAA, Sean right now is a CAA. So once he becomes a CMAA, he no longer has the title CAA.
So is that annual? Sorry.
Yes, that would be that one.
So that's annual.
Yes.
So if I get the CAA this year, I can get 500.
Yes.
But then next year, if I get the CMAA, then I can get 1,500.
Yes.
Okay.
And I actually stole that from Clark County. That's what Clark County does.
We don't use CA, we use CMA,
Right.
only administrator for 25
We should.
Just got bumped up to 3,000.
$3,000 a year?
Just.
Why do you come to
Suggest.
Hang on. Yes, Keith.
I want to make sure I understand, so
Hang on, you guys.
the salary increases, so they get an increase, it's a biennium. Is it each year of the biennium you get 3%, or 3% of the biennium? That's the way it's read first, and that's why you said you're striking the word annually?
Yes.
So if the biennium, you got 2%, you could add 1% for them to get 3% in that two-year biennium, and then they can get another 3% in the next biennium,
Yes.
that's the next year. Thank you.
It's not 3 years, it's not 3% year 1, and then on top of that, an additional 3%.
So it could be 3% in year 1 and year 2, and then another 3% potentially in
Yes.
year 3 and year 4.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
So also, go along with what Alex was saying on the 500 stipend and 1,500 stipend. Up above that is the 5 years of service, 10 years, and 20 years. Is that annually also, or is that?
No, we're taking the annually out.
Okay, so the annually is being taken out on all
pages, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, once again, this is for possible action. Okay?
Sweet Polson Region 3, I move to approve the recommendation for, what number are we on?
We start page 162.
For the policy manual, on the recommendations in the policy manual that have been discussed.
Okay.
I'll second.
Thank you. So once again, just so we're on the same page, on page 162, we've done nothing but cross out annually, correct?
And then added one time, so that it states it's one time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also with the elimination of the pages, which you said you couldn't delete.
Yes. Thank you. And 163 has to one in the also.
Okay.
Yep. And then that was.
Can we in order? Do we have to put in the motion the word annually is removed, or can that just be?
He wrote in the motion, man, with recommendations.
Okay, he did.
And the deletion of those
Yep.
pages.
And Greg, you seconded? Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
6 years.
6 years.
6 years you've been working on a policy manual.
See, it can be done, just like cheerleading.
Thank you.
For those of us that aren't a teacher, how do I get a payment? I mean, how do I get a payment on the board?
Amen. That's what the guy's for, that tall guy.
You get a lifetime pass when you retire.
And if you use it 10 times for football during the postseason, that would be $120.
I already told my kids they have to stay in state so that I can get admission to the grandkids event someday.
No, we will ask Tom to go to the legislators. All right, I think we're gonna get through at least one more, you guys. Let's go to page 182, item number 21, officials rate of pay.
So, we have the officials rate of pay. They may look different than they were in the format. I'll be honest with you, I could not visually deal with the grid. It just was not visually appealing for me. So I changed all the formats so that they are a little more consistent and across the board. They are not changed. There was no raise approved for state employees by the governor's office. So the officials' rate of pay for next year and the year after will remain the same.
Oh, that, my budget thanks you.
Yes. Thank you, Ellen, for your continued work on this and helping to make sure we had this written done and put together in a manner which would make it a little easier to read.
Yes, Ellen.
The only thing that might change is the mileage rate. That usually comes out in January, I'm kind of looking it up right now to see.
72.
Was it 72?
That's the federal rate. The federal rate for mileage is 72 cents.
Well, I usually look for the State of Nevada Budget Office official memo, and I'll look that up. But and they mimic what the federal rate is, so we'll probably go from 70 to 72 cents.
Yep. So that does change.
So we'll make another fix.
Which is why, if you look on page 183, there is a caveat down there at the bottom. It says mileage will be paid as a Nevada state. So that would change.
And that'll be when again?
Usually comes out around now, but we haven't got it.
Okay.
Which is what we get it, what you guys know. I think the feds went up to 72 at the start of the year.
What was it, 70?
It was 70, yeah.
Okay. I think we can sneak it one more.
You gotta prove this.
Oh,
The contract that this is official.
oh, that there's no raises, I'll take that one. Hurry.
The fear of getting a word from Ann Rollins. Just a quick question about football referees. Some of those guys are there for $5. That seems like compared to some of the other fees, I'm just.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, that's why they get paid more than the others. We had that conversation when we, yes.
I'm just pointing out.
No, we had that conversation when these fees were.
Just like it can get
Yeah.
hope for consistency.
I don't think that makes up, but okay.
All right, we have Colin, I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion about it, Colin. Well, I'm debating about it because I think if I were to oppose this motion, I might get some a little more favorable officiating. I might motion a $10 raise for all of them, and we'll see if all of you decline it. I'll beat Harborview, I'll beat Centennial, I'll beat the bottom. So I'll make a motion to approve the official rates, noting that I would love to see them get a raise, but.
Okay. 2 years.
Second, then get a raise.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yeah, there's so much discussion on that. We only have, let's go to Mercy Book, that's actually.
All right, we're gonna close up the day today. We're gonna go to the number 23, the mercy rule on page 195.
So at the last meeting, the board requested that we bring all the mercy rules back if there was any recommendations for those to be changed. There were no mercy rule recommendations for us to change. From a staff perspective, we believe the mercy rules are effective. We believe they work. We believe some of them have been around for a while, and that's why they have been around for a while. But the one thing we did have to do was, we don't have a mercy rule in place by regulation for lacrosse, and we did not have a mercy rule in regulation for flag football. So the baseball and softball mercy rule is still the same. 10 run rule, 2 hour and 15 minute for JV. There's the stipulations there. 15 or more after 3, 10 or more after 5. So those are the same as they have been. Going to basketball, running clock rule, been in place for many years. It was adjusted back in 2016 to move it to 35 points. Because I believe the original was 30 or 40 basketball.
Basketball's hurt. Flat football's the one.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm sorry. Basketball's at 35. Football, they did change it in 22-23, but that's still the same one we've been using. I have not heard an outcry that it's not the right number and the right amount of time. Boys and girls soccer is, that one was brought to us about the 60th minute, the 50th minute. I don't think we should move that. I think that is in a good position. We needed one for flag football. The logical solution was to follow and mirror what we do in football. Same point differential because the points are scored at the same rate. So our recommendation is that we apply the rule exactly the same as we do in football, in flag football. And then boys and girls lacrosse, did some extensive research on this. In the second half, the goal differential becomes 12 goals. That's when it would stop. Once started, the running clock will continue to the end of the game. It reduces to fewer, at which point normal play will resume. So if it's 12 goals and it goes to 11, normal clock stoppage rules go back into effect. And then there are the running clock operation rules that are more for the people operating the game clocks as well. At this point, I'll stop and see if there's some cards posed up.
Let's go with Ellen first.
Ellen Townsend, Officials Liaison. Going back to the baseball softball mercy rule on page 196, I do know that softball was concerned about under number 2, where the game, after the expiration of 2 hours after the first pitch of the game, so it could end unless the game is tied. And softball, they seem to be seeing sometimes 3 hours in a game. I think they were trying to look for potentially a cutoff. Because under the NFHA's baseball rule and softball rule, it says if a state association has adopted the game-ending procedures, only those game-ending procedures they use should the opposing coaches wish to terminate a game. So if they say, well, it's been 2.5 hours, we're still tied, we'd like to end this, technically we can't.
Well, and I was saying, my thing with softball is softball has a mechanism built in to generate outs. A player can leave the base early, it's an automatic out. So therefore, and so I would say this, that the concern did not come from the membership, it came from the officials. And I think that in this situation, I think if we had an outcry from the membership, I think we would want more of a discussion. But from my standpoint, I think though that baseball and softball mercy rules are good. They've been in place for many years, and I don't see a need to change them. But that's my opinion on this.
Okay. A point I want to bring up, baseball softball is the only sport that we have a regulation for this.
Yes.
The rest are just an NIAA policy. So this will be likely something I'll bring up at the next rules and regulations meeting because we're always looking for based on the governor's push a while ago and Tom Clark's recommendation when we first started talking to him about looking at regulations in areas where we could kind of reduce some of them. I think this is an area where we potentially just get rid of those two regulations and just put it in policy like the rest of the sports as well.
All right, everybody, Ken?
Quick, Ken Hart, 287. I know shot clocks are new this year. I've been asked questions, just is there any discussion regarding when a team reaches the 35-point running clock, that the shot clock would potentially get turned off at that point? I've been asked that. I know that might be something that could be discussed regarding being shut off to see the end of that.
So that would be a scenario situation, just for the board's clarification. What we put out was, we put a document out to all schools and all officials that identified scenarios. The scenario in this situation would be, we hit the running clock, what do you do with the shot clock? We have that situation in turnovers, kick balls, offensive rebounds. We lay out the scenarios. That is a scenario we can discuss. However, I think it would be a violation of the NFHS rules and to turn it off in that situation. So I'd have to check on that first and then look at it as a possible scenario. But we can look at something of that nature.
Thank you.
Dave?
And second that, because a lot of our shot clocks are tied into the game clock.
Yes.
And so for us, we have to turn off the shot clock, so it goes blank. Then he has to turn back on. It goes like if it ball goes out of bounds, so he stops it at 22 seconds to shoot. But then you look, I don't know what the time is until the ball's inbounded, then he hits it again, then it pops up 22. So.
Ellen?
No, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. Mr. Jackson, I'm glad you just pointed all that out with the softball. I just wanted to make sure that, kind of on the record, softball wanted me to bring that up, so I wanted to make sure it was out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah, if you want any more clarification on lacrosse?
Did we get that ruling from your last association? Is that something that they already do?
With that lacrosse? Yes. Yeah, I reached out to any state that had lacrosse, and I actually reached out to, luckily, by hook or by crook, and I want to commend Washington County. Washington County has really built a relationship with the club organization up here who works through their schools, and they were there too. I emailed them, said, walk me through this, and so we've gotten a lot of input on this. This seems to be, I didn't get anything different from anywhere else. So, the nice thing is these are adjustable. They're adjustable. If we come back and we look at this and go, this is not working. Yeah, which we did with football.
Anything else? This is for possible action?
And the reason we need the action is because we do not have girls lacrosse and we do not have girls flag football. The rest of them we just stay as is if we need to do that.
Yes, Paul?
Thank you, President Flum. Just for clarification for everybody involved with flag football, for the most part, flag football is a running clock game. It's just when you get to the last couple of minutes of the half, it becomes stop time. So there's really not that big of a change here. It's just when we get that 35-point game, we're not going to shut the clock off in the last 2 minutes because the passes in just get very out. The rest of the game is already played with 12 minutes running clock.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the procedures as written. I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. It is 3:59. Wow. Oh,
Pablo.
wait.
Public comment.
I apologize, Pablo. Come on up.
All right, I'll let you know when to go.
Alright, hello guys, my name is Paul Abduan. No Nevada guys, so I support Mercy Rule change, Mercy Rule baseball, softball, so, all those other sports, basketball, girl basketball, boy basketball, girl flag football, should be Mercy, should be 35 points. And whoever hit 35 points or more, should be 1 o'clock. I don't know, what happened if a team continued to score until 67 points, 67-0 in football, for example. I will recommend if a team scores 67 points, the game should be ended. Yep, 6-7. There you go.